Chapter 63. In the Grand Martial Palace of the Yang family, basically all the important figures of the family were sitting here. Everyone had just returned from the outskirts of Baiyang town. The soul-stirring battle had finally ended. Now, everyone in the Yang family felt a sense of relief. Although the Yang family's experience was terrifying, they were basically unharmed in the end. Everyone knew who was the reason for this. That's why, sitting in the Grand Martial Palace, everyone kept glancing at the young man who was sitting quietly. The Bai family's problem had finally been solved. The Yang family had won a great victory. They had wiped out the main forces of the Bai family, and the rest of the Bai family had escaped from Baiyang town. These young men, women, and children were basically no longer a threat to the Yang family. Therefore, everyone knew that the Bai family had been wiped out this time. The huge storm in Baiyang town had been heard by other forces. When they knew the result, there was only one person in everyone's mind, and that was Long Chen. The Bai family had tried to kill the Yang family twice, and it was all because of Long Chen that they were able to turn the tide and win. It could be said that if it wasn't for Long Chen, everyone from the Yang family would have been dead by now. Everyone from the Yang family knew this. That's why the way they looked at Long Chen had changed a lot compared to a month ago. This kind of respectful yet fearful look made Long Chen feel a lot of emotions in his heart. At this moment, the Yang family's ancestor who was sitting in the seat of honor had finally recovered from his thoughts. He glanced at everyone and finally fixed his eyes on Long Chen and said, "Our Yang family has encountered two great disasters, but in the end, we didn't die, and we didn't even suffer any damage. All of this is because of one person." The Yang family's ancestors' words were choked with emotion. Everyone could see the gratitude and excitement in his heart. It was him who defeated the young men of the Bai family in the beast hunting contest and saved all of you. Then, he kidnapped the young men of the Bai family and saved us when we were poisoned. Today, it was also him who defeated Bai Sheng and Bai Li, and even defeated a mortal core warrior. Finally, he saved all of you again. When it came to the emotional part, everyone's eyes were faintly glistening with tears, especially Yang Xueqing. After experiencing such a big thing, her heart had long become extremely fragile. Looking at the calm youth opposite her, her heart was filled with more emotions than anyone else. After all, he was her son, and she had looked down on him before. But it was undeniable that it was because of her look down on him that gave Long Chen the motivation to become stronger. The Yang family's ancestor nodded his head at Long Chen and said, "Chen, I don't know how to thank you for what you did. I know that we didn't treat you and your son well before, but you didn't care about it and risked your life for us. To be honest, I have never been so touched in my life. But just saying thank you is not enough to express my feelings right now. I can only say that from now on, the Yang family will be your true home. We can only try our best to compensate you for what we did to you before." What the Yang family's ancestor said was the truth, and everyone in the Yang family agreed with him. Suddenly receiving such treatment, Long Chen was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Everyone, don't look at me like that. Although I'm handsome, I can't withstand so many gazes of reverence." Long Chen's funny words made the women of the Yang family burst into laughter. Yang Qingxian and the others also shook their heads with a smile on their faces. "What's there to be proud of? If I didn't kill that guy, you wouldn't be here today." In Lingxi's sword, Lingxi, who had already woken up, pouted and mocked. But looking at her happy face, it was obvious that she was happy for Long Chen today. The Yang family's ancestor also smiled and shook his head. "Chen, you don't care about this, but if I say it out loud, it will seem like I'm being unreasonable. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. Right now, the Bai clan no longer exists in Baiyang town. From now on, this place belongs to the Yang clan. After annihilating the Bai clan, we've obtained a huge harvest, the most important of which are these 3 evolution god fruits. Chen, these evolution god fruits are all your credit, so I'll leave it to you to decide how to deal with them. The ancestor's eyes were filled with sincerity. Long Chen knew he was telling the truth, but he quickly waved his hand and said, "Grandpa, you're the chief of the family, it's better for you to deal with them. Don't say that. Where do you want me to put my face? If you still treat me as your grandpa, then just take these evolution god fruits." After saying that, he wanted to take out the evolution god fruits from his storage bag. Long Chen had no choice but to say, "All right, I'll distribute them now. There are 3 evolution god fruits, 1 is enough for me. The other one is for you, Grandpa. You're the chief of the family, and the Yang family needs a divine core warrior to protect the family. Therefore, you can't refuse this fruit no matter what." Long Chen's words were firm. The ancestor understood what he meant, so he nodded his head. Indeed, he was the only 9th-level dragon vein warrior in the Yang family, and only he could break through to the divine core realm in a short period of time and support the family. As for the last one, Long Chen threw his glance at Yang Qingxian and Yang Xueqing. When he saw Yang Xueqing, Long Chen's eyes paused for a moment. In fact, he really wanted to give this fruit to Yang Xueqing. When Yang Xueqing became stronger in the future, she would be in less danger. But, he thought that the stronger he was, the more he had to stand in the center of the storm. Therefore, he said, "The ones who are at the 8th level of the dragon vein realm are eldest uncle and my mother. Let's make a decision. Whoever breaks through to the 9th level of the dragon vein realm first will get this evolution god fruit. What do you think?" Of course, the Yang family didn't have any objections to Long Chen's decision. For them right now, the safety of their families was the most important thing. As for who would become stronger, it didn't matter to them. After going through 2 calamities, everyone in the Yang family was finally united. The ancestor shifted his gaze to the door. He looked at the sky that was slowly turning red, and the sunset was shining brightly. It was a beautiful scene. When the sun rises tomorrow, the Yang family will finally welcome a new generation. In the ancestor's mind, a brand new family was about to appear in Baiyang town. Not only would this family have a divine core warrior, they would also have a heaven-defying super genius. With the ancestor's support, and Long Chen's tremendous potential, everyone in the Yang family felt at ease. However, while everyone was immersed in the joy of finally being able to develop in peace, Long Chen furrowed his brows. After distributing the evolution god fruits, he knocked on the table and said with an indifferent tone, "Everyone, the dead master Shui Yuan in the Great Barren Mountain was one of the 8 great guardians of the Red Blood sect in Yuanling City." Thinking about this, Yang Qingxuan's expression changed. He probed, since Master Shui Yuan wants the evolution god fruits, he must have snuck into Baiyang town. If that's the case, I don't think they know it was us who killed him, right? The ancestor furrowed his brows once again. He shook his head and said, "The death of a great guardian will definitely be investigated by them. Master Shui Yuan has a close relationship with the Bai family, so it'll be easy for them to investigate Baiyang town. There are many people who know what happened in Baiyang town." Hearing what the ancestor said, the faces of everyone in the Yang family turned pale once again. The relaxed atmosphere once again became tense. Yang Qingxian shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "This is really an eventful time for our Yang family. Father, do you know the specific situation of the Red Blood sect?" The ancestor's face turned gloomy as he said, "The Red Blood sect might not be famous in the huge Yuanling city, but they are very famous in our area. According to the rumors, the Red Blood sect has 8 great guardians and 4 great elders. All of them are at least at the mortal core realm, and the 4 great elders are at the peak of the mortal core realm. According to the rumors, the leader of the Red Blood sect has reached the Earth core realm." The Yang family's patriarch's words caused everyone in the Yang family to suck in a breath of cold air. Even Long Chen's expression became extremely ugly. Facing the Bai family and Master Shui Yuan, our Yang family is already having a hard time. If we have to face the Red Blood sect, a small family like the Yang family will die 10,000 times. I can protect the Yang family today, but will I be able to in the future? I might not even be a match for someone who has just broken through to the mortal core realm, let alone someone who has reached the peak of the mortal core realm. As for the earth core realm, I can't even think about it. The Yang family, could it be that we really can't go on? He raised his head and looked at Yang Lingqing and Yang Xueqing. They were both people that Long Chen swore to protect. Looking at them, Long Chen finally gained some confidence. It could be said that this huge responsibility had forced him to stay strong. No, I can't just watch them die in front of me, I might as well just die. The pressure in his heart became even heavier. Thinking about the earth core realm, the first thing Long Chen felt was a sense of helplessness, and then his fighting spirit rose. No matter what, I will do my best. If you want to destroy the Yang family, then you will have to do it over my dead body. Long Chen had made up his mind. He was now the strongest warrior in the Yang family, so he could never back down. Thinking about the Red Blood Church, the Yang family's mood became gloomy. Even Yang Qingxian could only comfort himself with the excuse that the Red Blood Church wouldn't be able to find out that Master Shui Yuan was killed by the Yang family. The Yang family's ancestor wasn't that naive. He knew that the Red Blood Church was notorious, and if those ruthless people found out that it was the Yang family who killed them, the suffering that the Yang family would have to endure wouldn't be as simple as just being exterminated. I need to break through to the divine core realm as soon as possible. If the Red Blood Church finds out, even if I have to risk my life, I will send Chen and these juniors away from here. With Chen strength, I'm sure it won't be difficult for him to bring glory to the Yang family in a few years, and then, he can avenge us. Thinking up to this point, the ancestor's expression became resolute. Right at this moment, Long Chen, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Everyone raised their heads, wanting to know what he was going to say. Long Chen also recalled the information he had obtained from Chen Xiongzhou and Li Wuyo in the Burning Sky Mountain Range. The Red Blood Church is located far away in Yuanling City. If they want to find us and take action, it will take at least some time. Also, I don't think the warriors they send for the first time won't be too strong. If Grandpa breaks through to the divine core realm, I'm sure we'll be able to deal with them. Most importantly, the Lingwu family in Yuanling City often recruits disciples from outside the family. I have great potential, and I think I can become an outer disciple of the Lingwu family. Once I become an outer disciple of the Lingwu family, I'll be considered a true member of the Lingwu family. I think the Lingwu family will provide us with more protection, and for me, only by going to a big place like that will I have more room for improvement. Therefore, I've decided to go to Yuanling City. New book number 8, Begging for Flowers. Chapter 64. I've heard people say that once you join the Lingwu family will help you get rid of your enemies. Although the Red Blood Church is much stronger than us, compared to a giant like the Lingwu family, it's nothing. Everyone from the Yang family listened to Long Chen's words carefully. At this moment, the Yang family's ancestor raised his head and asked, Chen, are you sure? Long Chen nodded his head in a serious manner and said, there's no one in Baiyang town who can be my subordinates anymore. First, I can get more space to grow, and second, I can deal with the Red Blood Church. That's why I've made up my mind. The Yang family's ancestor knew how terrifying Long Chen's current strength was. At least, no one below the mortal core realm could be his match. A genius could only grow in a place with pressure. If Long Chen stayed in a small place like Baiyang town, he might never get to where he was now. Looking at the other family members, Long Chen could see the reluctance and gratitude in their eyes. The reason why Long Chen mentioned going to the Lingwu family was because of the Yang family. He had been working hard to save the Yang family, and this time, he was going to travel far for the Yang family. Such a great kindness made them feel complicated. The Yang family didn't treat Long Chen well, but Long Chen was willing to let go of the past, and this made the Yang family members admire him. If that's the case, Chen, when do you plan to leave? The threat from the Red Blood Church is still there, and we can't delay any longer. I want to leave tomorrow. Grandfather, you should use the evolution fruit as soon as possible and break through to the divine core realm. When the Red Blood Church sends someone to investigate us, the Yang family will still have some strength to fight back. I'll seize the time and enter the Lingwu family. You're leaving tomorrow? Yang Xueqing and Yang Lingqing were extremely reluctant to leave. After the incident with the evolution fruit, the relationship between Yang Xueqing and Long Chen had become much better. The Red Blood Church is in Yuanling City, and I think it'll be easier for me to find out what they're doing. So, I've decided to leave tomorrow morning. Everyone from the Yang family nodded. Since Long Chen had already made up his mind, of course they would not object. The Scarlet Blood Holy Sect was originally a huge threat, but now with Long Chen supporting them, they all let out a sigh of relief. Although they knew that Long Chen wasn't a match for the Scarlet Blood Sect, they still felt a trace of peace in their hearts. Night fell quickly. Long Chen packed his things in his room. Very soon, someone knocked on the door. He opened the door and saw Yang Xueqing standing there. Can I come in? Long Chen smiled and said, Of course you can. How can a mother not enter her son's room? With Long Chen's smile, the atmosphere between the two suddenly became lively. Yang Xueqing sat down on the wooden chair and was about to speak when Long Chen said, Don't talk to me about apologizing. I don't care about it anymore, and I don't blame you now. I'm leaving tomorrow, but you don't have to worry about me. Isn't it just Yuanling City? You can come back anytime. Yang Xueqing stared at this little rascal, then she rolled her eyes and said, What nonsense are you talking about? The Lingwu family is in charge of the entire Yuanling County, and their rules are very strict. How can you come and go as you please? Chen, the reason I came here is to tell you, when you go to that big place, you have to find a way to control yourself. If you show off too much, but don't have enough strength, you'll suffer sooner or later. After all, in the Lingwu family, there are rumors that there are existences that have surpassed the divine core realm, existences that can destroy the world. You might be the strongest warrior in Baiyang town, but when you go to the Lingwu family, you'll be the weakest among the weakest. I don't want you to die, so you have to be extra careful. Looking at the worried look in Yang Xueqing's eyes, Long Chen felt touched. He also remembered Yang Xueqing's words in his mind. Existences that have surpassed the divine core realm? Destroy the world? How frightening is that? My strength has been growing too fast recently, I'm afraid I've become too proud of myself. Looks like I need to control myself. After all, when I go there, I'll have to serve them again. Therefore, Long Chen nodded his head and said, I'll remember everything. Don't worry, I'm here in the Yang family, nothing bad will happen. When Long Chen said this, Yang Xueqing suddenly felt like he was a real man who could support both heaven and earth. This made her feel like she was in a trance. She recalled the time when she was pregnant with Long Chen. It felt like it was just yesterday, but in the blink of an eye, Long Chen had grown up, and everything had changed. Alright, I won't talk about anything else. Rest early, I'll be going back now. After saying that, Yang Xueqing stood up and left. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would feel even more reluctant to part with him. Mother. Long Chen subconsciously called out her mother's name. Yang Xueqing was startled, then she smiled sweetly and said, I came here just to hear you call me that. It's been a long time since you last called me that. In the future, there will be many more. Maybe you will be annoyed hearing it. Yang Xueqing looked lovingly at him and said with a smile, I won't be annoyed even if I hear you call me that. Finishing, she didn't linger and walked outside. Suddenly, she turned around and said, Just now, I saw Ling Qing sneak out of the house. I don't know what she went to do. She said she wanted to prepare a gift for you. Young Lingqing. This silly girl, today, she actually learned one move of the psychedelic 7-kill sword and killed by Shichen. Even Long Chen was very surprised. He and Yang Lingqing had a very good relationship. This girl must be very reluctant to part with him going to Yuanling City. What gift does she want to give me? With this thought, after Yang Xueqing left, Long Chen started to tidy up the items in his universe bag. Regarding money, he only had one piece of divine jade. He could be considered rich in Baiyang town, but if he went to Yuanling City, he would be extremely poor. He also had a few beast cores, but they were from Earth Devil Hounds and Star Demon Wolves, so they couldn't be sold for much money. The only thing that could be considered a treasure was the evolution fruit. I'm only at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm now, so I can't use this evolution fruit yet, and I can't fight those brutal men from the Red Blood Holy Church. But, once I break through to the 9th level of the Dragon Vein realm, I'll be able to consume this evolution fruit and break through to the Divine Core realm. With my Dragon Soul True Chi and Dragon Soul transformation, my combat strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Red Blood Holy Church. Actually, the Yang family ancestor wanted to give all the divine jades to Long Chen, but Long Chen rejected him. There were only a few pieces of divine jades, and they would be much more useful to the Yang family than to Long Chen. Hey, how long can your dream Lingji last? Ling Shi did some calculations, then said with a somewhat worried tone, previously, we obtained a total of 6 dream Lingji mushrooms, but this time, we only used 3 of them. If there are no accidents, we should be able to last for about 2 months. Long Chen knew that with how much Lingxi cared about him, as long as she was faced with an attack that she couldn't defend against, she would help. However, these 3 dream Lingji were only enough for Lingxi to attack once more. Long Chen really didn't want Lingxi to help him. In these 2 months, I'll try my best not to face any dangerous situations, and at the same time, I need to find more herbs to nourish my soul. Thinking about this, Long Chen felt a headache coming on. Protecting the Yang family, and keeping Lingxi alive, these were the 2 things that he had to accomplish in the near future. Lingxi's current situation is still very dangerous. Looks like I have to spend more effort in this area. This lass, I can't bear to let her leave me. At the end of the day, I, Long Chen, am still too poor. As he gradually realized this, time passed. Long Chen packed some clothes and luggage, and opened the door to his room. Outside, a group of people from the Yang family had been waiting since early in the morning. Looking around, and realizing that Yang Lingqing wasn't around, Long Chen asked hurriedly, "Where did Lingqing go?" Yang Yuntian smiled bitterly and shook his head. "That lass said she was going to prepare a gift, and she hasn't returned yet. If you leave now, I'm afraid she won't be able to send you off. Let's go out first, then talk." Long Chen didn't know what Yang Lingqing was up to. Amidst the Yang family's concern, Long Chen and the others quickly left the Yang family's mansion. At this time, the sun had just risen, and the pale golden sunlight covered the earth, extending all the way to Long Chen's feet. Everyone waited for a while, but Yang Lingqing didn't return. They were all a little anxious, and just as the Yang family's old ancestor was about to tell Long Chen not to wait, suddenly, a horse's neigh appeared at the end of the horizon. Long Chen looked from afar and saw that the last Yang Lingqing was anxiously sitting on a 2-meter-tall horse, and soon appeared in front of everyone. Everyone looked at the tall and strong horse. The horse's entire body was black, and its muscles were strong. Its legs were powerful, and its breathing was thick and strong. There was a long black mane on its neck, and its eyes were arrogant and unruly, with a light red tint to them. There were some black scales on its head, legs, and other parts of its body, and it looked somewhat similar to Long Chen's Dragon Soul transformation. Isn't this a yellow level 5 demonic beast, the black-scaled dragon horse? Long Chen didn't think that Yang Lingqing's gift to him would be this demonic beast, the black-scaled dragon horse. This majestic demonic beast, Long Chen naturally liked it very much, especially the faint murderous and bloody aura on its body, which was very much to Long Chen's taste. However, thinking that Yang Lingqing not only understood Long Chen's taste, but also went into the barren mountain overnight just to tame this demonic beast for Long Chen, everyone looked at Yang Lingqing, dirty and messy, getting off the horse's back, and guessed that she must have suffered a lot. The Yang family had originally prepared a good horse for Long Chen to travel on, but compared to this black-scaled dragon horse, it was far inferior. Yang Lingqing quickly arrived in front of Long Chen. She excitedly looked at Long Chen, and excitedly said, "Chen, this is my gift to you, do you like it?" Looking at this silly girl's beautiful face, there was still some mud that hadn't been wiped clean. Long Chen was very touched. He laughed loudly and pulled Yang Lingqing into his arms, fiercely pinched her cheeks, and fiercely said, "Little girl, how good would it be if you weren't my cousin? This daddy would definitely drag you to bed." Saying such words in front of the Yang family elders, Long Chen's face didn't even blush, but Yang Lingqing was ashamed and angry. She pushed Long Chen away, and hurriedly ran to her father's side. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, she immediately blushed like a ripe apple. "All right, Chen, don't bully my daughter, or I will fight you to the death again." Yang Yuntian laughed. Looking at the black-scaled dragon horse, then at the Yang family members who were reluctant to part, then at the still angry and embarrassed Yang Lingqing, and then at the gentle Yang Xueqing, Long Chen did not say a word and sat on the horse's back. The black-scaled dragon horse was so frightened by his powerful aura that it didn't dare to move. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen waved at the Yang family members, then turned the horse around, and turned back towards Yuanling City. And at this time, the sun suddenly rose, and the bright sunlight completely swallowed Long Chen. Chapter 65. The distance from Baiyang Town to Yuanling City, according to the speed of the black-scaled dragon horse, would take Long Chen about 10 days. He brought enough resources and spent half of the time on the road. Therefore, he didn't enter any towns along the way. 8 days later, a huge city appeared in front of him. The city walls were tall and heavily guarded. Long Chen originally thought he had arrived at Yuanling City, but when he got closer, it was only Yuanyang City, one of the 10 guard cities around Yuanling City. Walking on the streets of Yuanyang City, looking at the dazzling array of goods, as well as the cultivators with deep eyes and great temperament, they were obviously of very high cultivation. This Yuanyang City is 100 times better than Baiyang Town in terms of resources and military power, but it is only a small guard city of Yuanling City. Thinking of this, Long Chen exclaimed. "Ling," she said angrily when she saw Chen Shi's disappointing appearance, "Bumpkin, you've never seen the world. Once you see the cities of the imperial region, you'll know what true greatness is. What is Emperor Domain? I am not telling you." In front of him was a flourishing restaurant. Its specifications were several times better than the most famous restaurant in Baiyang Town, the Rising Sun Restaurant. Long Chen looked at the beautiful building that rose from the ground and clicked his tongue in wonder as he walked into the restaurant. "It's really embarrassing to walk with him," Ling Shi thought to herself. What she didn't expect was that in the eyes of outsiders, only Long Chen walked into this restaurant. As for her, Lingxi, she was just a soul in an ear stud. Soon, a manservant came over. This manservant's eyes were very sharp. With one look at Long Chen's clothes, he knew he was a rich young master from a small town. Although he was a rich young master, he was not in the upper class in Yuanyang City. He didn't even bring a servant, which made him seem even more lowly. Therefore, the manservant's hunched back immediately straightened and his tone became firmer. "Customer, are you here for a meal or to stay?" In Baiyang Town, ordinary restaurants would greet Master Chen with smiles. This was the first time this manservant behaved like this. However, Long Chen knew that his current identity was not very prominent. Keeping a low profile was the way of the king. Therefore, he did not bother with these people and directly said, "Take my horse to feed. Make sure to feed it with the best horse feed. Then bring me some dishes. It is late now, I want to stay." When the manservant saw Long Chen's black-scaled dragon horse, he was shocked. He thought to himself, this bumpkin from a small place can actually tame such a fierce horse. It seems that his cultivation is not bad. I have to be cautious in this restaurant. I can't fail miserably. It's better to serve him well. Thinking of this, he quickly put on a flattering smile and ordered the coachman to take Long Chen's black dragon horse to feed. Then, he led Long Chen to a window seat on the second floor of the restaurant. Long Chen looked out of the window and saw that the coachman had already tied the black dragon horse and was ready to feed it. This was a gift from his sister, Yang Lingqing. Whenever he saw this beast, Long Chen was elated. At this moment, he gave the manservant a series of instructions. In general, he told him to take good care of the black-scaled dragon horse. "Customer, don't worry. Our coachmen are all warriors with extraordinary cultivation. They also have many years of experience in raising demonic horses. Tomorrow, you will see that this black dragon horse is much stronger." The manservant left and soon, the dishes were served. When the table was filled with all the delicacies in Yuanyang City, Long Chen didn't let the manservant leave. "What business do you have with me?" As Long Chen ate, he asked faintly, "Are you familiar with Yuanyang City? Do you know where there are medicines for nurturing the soul nearby?" The manservant stilled and said, "I grew up in Yuanyang City, but I don't know much about spiritual medicines for nurturing the soul." "Customer, you are asking the wrong person." Long Chen frowned. In Lingxi's sword, seeing this guy worrying about her again, Lingxi felt sweet. "Then where do you think I can find this medicine?" The manservant thought and said, "Yuanyang City doesn't have any big stores for spiritual medicines, but I know the Morning Light Business League in Yuanling City. You can get anything you want there. Cultivation methods, spiritual medicines, weapons, and all kinds of mysterious things. As long as you have money, you can buy them. I think you can get as much as you want there." Of course, the manservant sized up Long Chen and emphasized, "The most important thing is still money. If you want to buy something in the Morning Light Business League, you can't buy anything without dozens of divine jades." Looking at him, he definitely thought that Long Chen didn't have much money in a small place like this. Morning Light Business League? Long Chen was too lazy to care about this snob and told him to leave. "Since I'm going to Yuanling City, I'll set my goal on this Morning Light Business League. But I only have one divine jade now. Grandpa did give me some spirit jades, but this amount of money is not enough," Lingxi said in a rare gentle voice. "Hey, what's the rush, don't you still have about 2 months? I, Lingxi, survived in that kind of situation, and I still have you now." Long Chen chuckled and said, "Little she, you're saying such ambiguous words to me. Do you have designs on Laozi? Honestly speaking, are you already head over heels in love with your father's handsome appearance? Are you looking for an opportunity to devote your life to me? Bullshit. This lady doesn't like an ugly monster like you, disgusting." Just as Long Chen and Lingxi were happily chatting, a group of people stopped in front of the restaurant on the street outside. The leader was a majestic young man dressed in a luxurious yellow brocade robe and black high boots. This young man was only about 20 years old, but his expression was cold and his eyes were as sharp as lightning. His every movement exuded the aura of a true upper-class family disciple. The manservant who had just served Long Chen immediately bowed and greeted this noble young master with a fawning expression. The luxuriously dressed young master's expression was very rude, but the manservant's face was still full of fawning. "That manservant, send our horses to be fed. Make sure to use the best grooms and the best horse feed. Also, prepare the best dishes for my young master. If you serve him well, you will be rewarded." Next to the luxuriously dressed young master was a steward with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks. Only then did he lead the luxuriously dressed young master into the restaurant. But at this time, the luxuriously dressed young master's eyes lit up and he lightly said, "Manservant, take me to your stable." The manservant was startled. Although he didn't know what the luxuriously dressed young master wanted to do, but looking at the young master's attitude, he had no reason to refuse even though it was a bit unruly. He quickly said, "Yes, yes, this lowly one will take the young master to the stable right now." The group quickly arrived at the restaurant stable, which wasn't far from Long Chen's window. The luxuriously dressed young master took a glance and took a fancy to a tall and majestic black horse in the stable. This horse had scales on its body, and it was clearly Long Chen's black scale dragon horse. Seeing this black scale dragon horse, the luxuriously dressed young master's eyes lit up, and he said, "This is really a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance without even looking for it. God is really kind to me, Huang Xiang. Old Lu, do you think this is the extremely rare 5th grade yellow rank demonic beast, black scale dragon horse?" The steward Old Lu also sized up the black scale dragon horse for a while, and he clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Sure enough, this horse is extraordinarily majestic, the color of its fur is pure, and the scales are orderly. It really is the best among the black scale dragon horses. Congratulations young master, you actually obtained such a fine horse in Yuanyang City." The other servants also praised one after another. Huang Xiang was also very happy in his heart. He walked forward and was about to tame this fierce horse. At this time, being surrounded by so many people, the black scale dragon horse was quite displeased in its heart. Its pair of eyes swept across the crowd coldly, and its eyes gradually turned blood red. "Little horse, it is fate that you and I met. As long as you listen to this Grandpa Huang will give you good food and drinks." With a face full of excitement, Huang Xiang gradually approached the black scale dragon horse. The servant beside him felt extremely conflicted. He knew that the owner of the horse was Long Chen, but it was obvious that this young master Huang Xiang's background was much higher than Long Chen's, and Huang Xiang was the one who should not be offended, thus the servant quickly made a decision in his heart. He ran up to young master Huang Xiang and said in a flattering tone, "Young master, it seems like you like this horse very much, but this horse belongs to one of our customers. Should I persuade him to give it to you?" Huang Xiang was startled, and his face was filled with displeasure as he said, "So this fine horse already has an owner? Ordinary people will only tarnish this fine horse, but my father advised me to be more reserved when I'm away from home. Old Lu, take out 2 pieces of godly jade and give them to that person." Hearing 2 pieces of godly jade, the servant's eyes lit up, thinking to himself that this young master Huang was indeed from a profound family. Casually taking out 2 pieces of godly jade, Old Lu quickly responded and was about to leave with the servant, but Long Chen had already jumped down from the window. This young master Huang Xiang valued his black scale dragon horse. Long Chen clearly saw it from inside the restaurant. "This Huang Xiang, although he is only a little younger than me, I feel like his cultivation is stronger than grandfather's." Although he was shocked, Long Chen was not afraid. He had always lived in a small place like Baiyang Town, so he had not seen the big world. Now that he saw Huang Xiang, he understood the principle that there was always someone better out there. Seeing Long Chen's arrival, the servant quickly came up to greet him, using his eyes to signal to Long Chen while flattering him, "Dear customer, our young master Huang wants to use 2 pieces of godly jade to buy your horse. You should know that this black scale dragon horse is only a 5th grade demonic beast, it's not even worth half a piece of godly jade, but our young master Huang," the way this servant spoke, it was as if Long Chen had taken advantage of the heavens. As for that young master Huang, he was still looking at the black scale dragon horse in amazement, not even glancing at Long Chen. On the other hand, the housekeeper Old Lu glanced at Long Chen, then immediately expressionlessly took out 2 pieces of godly jade from his cosmos sack and casually threw them at Long Chen. After that, he added, "Take the godly jade and leave quickly." If our young master remembers that such a good horse was ridden by a brat like you, he might even break your leg." After saying that, he did not look at Long Chen again. With two clangs, 2 pieces of pure white godly jade fell to the ground, but Long Chen did not make a move to catch the godly jade. The servant was stunned, then immediately reacted. With a slight hint of blame, he muttered to himself, as expected, "He's not worth much, he can't even catch 2 pieces of godly jade." When the housekeeper old Lu heard the sound of the godly jade falling to the ground, he turned around and carefully looked at Long Chen. When he saw the latter's mocking gaze, he was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. Those who don't know what's good for them usually end up in a miserable state. "Brat, you actually don't understand such a simple principle?" Chapter 66. If he had any other choice, Long Chen wouldn't have offended Huang Xiang. However, young Lingqing had spent an entire night in the great desolate mountain to prepare this gift for him. He simply couldn't allow this person to forcefully buy it. Young Xueqing had said that if he wasn't strong enough, he had to keep a low profile. Long Chen didn't want to have a conflict with Huang Xiang, but he wasn't someone that could be easily bullied. At this moment, the housekeeper, old Lu, was already looking at him with an unfriendly gaze. Long Chen smiled and said sincerely, "To tell you the truth, this horse is extremely important to me, so it's impossible for me to sell it. If this young master really wants it, it shouldn't be difficult to catch another one." If someone wanted to take something that he valued so casually back in Baiyang town, Long Chen definitely wouldn't have hesitated to charge forward. However, now that he was alone and had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders, his current performance could be considered to have matured a lot. However, the more he backed down, the more others would think that he was easy to bully. The housekeeper, old Lu, originally thought that he could easily get rid of Long Chen, lest he dampened his young master's mood. He didn't expect Long Chen to be so tactless. In his heart, he already had killing intent towards Long Chen. At this moment, he gestured to a few guards, and they surrounded Long Chen. The housekeeper, old Lu, said coldly, "Looking at your attire, you must have an insignificant background, but I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. My young master is the direct descendant of the Huang clan of Yuanling County's Huang clan. I'll give you one last chance. Scram immediately. Otherwise, not only you, but everyone related to you will die a horrible death." Long Chen wouldn't be so easily intimidated. He sized up old Lu and made a plan in his heart. The butler and the guards are only around the 7th level of Dragon Vein Realm. They're not my match, but the Huang clan of Huang Cloud City should be real. I can't afford to offend them, and Huang Xiang should be at the 9th level of Dragon Vein Realm. However, no one is allowed to take away Ling Qing's gift. Long Chen's face darkened. He looked at the steward coldly and said, "Everyone, I've said that this horse is very important to me. Are you going to rob it in Yuanyang City?" At this time, many people had already seen the dispute between Long Chen and another group of people, so they all came to watch. When the manservant saw that the idiotic donkey Long Chen actually dared to start a conflict with the other party, the shrewd manservant quickly retreated into the crowd. Immediately, someone asked him what was going on. The manservant sneered and pointed at Long Chen, saying, "This brat is a hothead. That luxuriously dressed young master obviously comes from an illustrious family. He wanted to buy his horse, but he actually refused. 2 divine jades. If it were any other 5th-grade demon beast, it would be enough to buy 100 of them. Don't you think he's stupid?" Seeing that Long Chen was in a bad mood, the passers-by nodded their heads. The manager of the restaurant was a middle-aged man with a long beard. He looked at Long Chen and said, "This should be the first time this kid has left home. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It's good to let him suffer a little and gain some experience. However, if the other party is too heavy-handed, I'm afraid his life will be over." Another guest nodded his head, looking at this kid's clothes, he should be from a small town. He doesn't know how to restrain himself after coming to a big city. If he dies, he can only blame his parents for not telling him how big the outside world is. Long Chen looked young, so he must have some talent. It was a pity that his temper was too bad. Thinking about what would happen next, the surrounding people all shook their heads. However, young Master Huang was obviously an influential person, so they didn't dare to stop him. When Long Chen said those words, the housekeeper, old Lu, was already furious. He was about to make a move, but young Master Huang Xiang had already shifted his gaze from the black scale dragon horse to Long Chen. The satisfied expression on his face instantly turned incomparably gloomy. He separated the guards and quickly arrived in front of Long Chen. The housekeeper, old Lu, quickly said, "Young master, continue watching the horse. There's no need for you to deal with such a small character. This stupid donkey is just a small matter. It's a big matter that he made you unhappy." Huang Xiang looked at Long Chen for a while and said indifferently, "All of you back off. This little fella must be a genius from a small town, so it's normal for him to be arrogant. Didn't I also get here in the past? However, he really isn't someone you small fries can deal with. I want to join the Lingwu family, so I can use him as a practice target. But, young master, if I have to trouble you to deal with this character, it's fine, old Lu. Move aside. I'm not blaming you." Seeing this master and servant chatting among themselves without any regard for him, Long Chen was already infuriated. This black scale dragon horse belonged to him after all. Not only did the other party want to snatch it away, but he was also putting on a condescending attitude. Ever since Long Chen had obtained the dragon jade, his strength had increased step by step, and he had never been bullied like this again. Hence, he sneered coldly. Huang Xiang heard his laughter and turned around to look at him. At this moment, a powerful aura was gradually erupting from his body. Long Chen had originally thought that Huang Xiang was a spoiled brat, but he didn't expect that he was also someone who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. As his aura erupted, a pair of cold, leopard-like eyes stared at Long Chen. Suddenly, a powerful aura was exerted on Long Chen's body. "A mediocre 8th stage dragon vein cultivator dares to spoil my, Huang Xiang's, mood? You've got some guts." Seeing him make a move, Long Chen wasn't afraid at all. He immediately retorted, "My guts are indeed not small. At least 10 times that of your balls." Everyone present could hear the sarcasm in Long Chen's words. Everyone was amused at first, but they were afraid that Huang Xiang's anger would affect them, so they didn't dare to laugh even if they wanted to. When they calmed down, they thought of Long Chen's guts and shook their heads. With this kind of personality, this kid probably won't live for long. Huang Xiang originally wanted to kill Long Chen because Long Chen was too much of a spoiler. However, Long Chen actually dared to reply to him, and even dared to mock him. Huang Xiang was so angry that his eyebrows raised. "Brat, you're courting death." Originally, Huang Xiang didn't want to kill someone in broad daylight, but when Long Chen said those words, Huang Xiang's killing intent towards him was very obvious. The aura of a 9th stage dragon vein cultivator erupted, causing everyone to retreat in shock. This young Master Huang is only 20 years old, but he actually has such a cultivation. He's really a genius. That's right. How can this kid compare to his family background? The waiter of the restaurant looked at Long Chen staggering under Huang Xiang's aura, as if it was within his expectations. When he first received Long Chen, he had already looked down on this fellow from the bottom of his heart. He had stayed in this restaurant for almost 10 years, and his ability to judge people was indeed honed to perfection. He had never made a mistake before. Looking at Huang Xiang, Long Chen was secretly shocked. He had already killed Bai Sheng and Bai Li, who were 9th stage dragon vein cultivators, effortlessly. However, Huang Xiang, who was also 9th stage dragon vein cultivator, was much stronger than the two of them. This guy's family background is better than yours. Compared to him, your Bai and Yang families are practically beggars. For someone like him, there must be countless cultivation techniques in his family. I think he has cultivated a high-grade yellow-class body refining technique, which is much stronger than your star's battle physique. So when you fight later, you have to be careful. Bai Sheng and Bai Li basically can't fight back against him. Lingxi's cautious words made Long Chen cautious as well. At this time, everyone retreated and stared unblinkingly at the scene. Housekeeper Old Lu and the guards were very excited to finally see their young master fight. You're just a beggar from a small place. How would you know what the foundation of a big family is? After saying this, Huang Xiang's figure flashed, and he quickly closed in on Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly narrowed his eyes because he felt that he couldn't grasp Huang Xiang's figure. This is a body refining technique. Your Baiyang town doesn't seem to have such a thing. But fortunately, his body refining technique isn't outstanding. It's only mid-grade yellow class. Listening to Lingxi's explanation, Long Chen also felt a little nervous. He originally thought that Huang Xiang would be easy to deal with like Bai Sheng and Bai Li, but now that he thought about it, he was really wrong. I have the Dragon Soul transformation and this tenfold true Qi, so I don't put many people in my eyes. Even if they are 1 or 2 levels higher than me, I still think that I can win. But now that I think about it, I'm really a frog in a well. In this world, there are many forces that are stronger than the Bai family, and they have much more resources. Even I can challenge those who are a level higher than me, let alone them. Thinking about this, Long Chen already understood that the reason he could defeat Bai Li, who was in level 9 Dragon Vein Realm, as a level 7 Dragon Vein Realm, was not because he was too strong, but because Bai Li's true strength had not reached the standard of a level 9 Dragon Vein Realm martial artist. Huang Xiang, on the other hand, could be considered a true level 9 Dragon Vein Realm martial artist, 1 level higher than Long Chen. Huang Xiang, on the other hand, not only had body refining techniques, but he had also cultivated an advanced yellow-class body refining technique. In front of him, Long Chen basically had no advantage at all. Thinking about this, Long Chen's heart sank to the bottom. However, this did not mean that he was afraid. Huang Xiang's strength had merely risen from being his prey to being an opponent that he could put up a good fight against. As long as it was still an opponent, and not an unrivaled existence, Long Chen could deal with it. Huang Xiang used his body refining technique to close in on him. His footsteps were erratic, making it difficult for Long Chen to grasp his position. The only thing he could think of was to retreat quickly. In the process of retreating, Long Chen decisively used the Dragon Soul transformation that he originally thought he would not have to use. When the blood-red scales appeared, Long Chen's true Qi soared several times. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces were a little sluggish. The waiter looked around and said awkwardly, "It's just a beast soul transformation, nothing to be surprised about." Nothing to be surprised about, the housekeeper, Old Lu, was shocked, but he quickly heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, even level 9 Dragon Vein Realm martial artists have lost to young master, let alone level 8 Dragon Vein Realm martial artists. It's fine, it's fine. Chapter 67. Looking at Long Chen's soaring aura and danger level, the relaxed Huang Xiang's face turned serious. He suddenly stopped and looked at Long Chen with a faint smile. "I thought I could get rid of you easily, but now, you're qualified to let me try out my newly learned combat skill." The people in the restaurant didn't know what Huang Xiang was talking about, but they knew that young master Huang Xiang had a clear grasp of Long Chen's strength. Now that he was going to use his newly learned combat skill, it would only be a matter of minutes for him to take care of Long Chen. Butler Old Lu and the other guards heard this and their eyes lit up. Young master is going to use that combat skill? That's right, that combat skill is extremely powerful. After young master learned it completely, he hasn't experienced it in real combat yet. Since this kid is here, he can be young master's practice. This way, it'll be more convenient for him to enter the Lingwu family. The other guards nodded. Butler Old Lu spoke softly, but Long Chen still heard it. He had vaguely heard that Huang Xiang was going to enter the Lingwu family. This time, he heard it clearly. Is he going to enter the Lingwu family too? Maybe we'll be opponents then. I can take this opportunity to get rid of you. However, thinking of what Huang Xiang said, Long Chen was still uncertain. If it's an advanced yellow-class combat skill, there's no need for him to say it, then, the ballista couldn't stop at all. Looking at Long Chen's serious expression, Huang Xiang smiled sinisterly. You're right. It's a mystic combat skill. You're just a beggar from a small place. I'm afraid you haven't even seen a mystic combat skill before, right? His words were like a hammer hitting Long Chen's head hard. Long Chen suddenly realized that it was a very serious matter. The descendants of these big families naturally have countless combat skill manuals. But my strongest skill is only the dragon seal. How can I have any mystic combat skill? Long Chen knew that the dragon body that he originally thought of as an advantage didn't seem to have any advantage in the face of the opponent's advanced yellow-class body refining technique. 10 times more true qi was only about the same as his opponent's true qi, and compared to him, Long Chen was still lacking a profound rank combat skill. Thinking of this, Long Chen frowned. At this moment, he finally woke up from his arrogance. However, Huang Xiang obviously didn't give him a chance to salvage the situation. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Chen felt a suffocating aura from his body. On Huang Xiang's body, the true energy was frantically rampaging. Soon, Long Chen could see that under Huang Xiang's gloomy preparation, an illusory light wheel quickly appeared in his hands, rotating at a rapid speed. Bursts of light rays attacked towards Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't even stand steadily. However, he didn't show the slightest sign of weakness. Although his opponent did have some advantages over him, a battle wasn't a simple mathematical comparison. At this moment, faced with the powerful threat of the opponent's light wheel, Long Chen didn't retreat. Instead, he suddenly erupted with power and suddenly turned into a bloody light that rushed towards Huang Xiang. This speed was almost the same as when Huang Xiang used his full strength, so when he saw Long Chen like this, even Huang Xiang was taken aback. This kid can actually burst out with the same speed as me. It seems like his true qi is actually catching up to mine. Beast warriors are indeed special. If I hadn't learned this profound rank combat skill, perhaps he would have been able to contend with me. Huang Xiang's impression of Long Chen had changed greatly. Now that he thought about it, although Long Chen's attire and battle formation weren't anything special, he seemed to have some power. Beast warriors weren't something that ordinary people could become. Even if you have some power, even if killing you might cause some trouble, you actually angered me. How would it be Huang Xiang's style if I don't teach you a little lesson? After this move, you better pray for your own good. Thinking of this, Huang Xiang didn't show the slightest bit of mercy. The light wheel quickly formed in his hand, and suddenly, Huang Xiang also rushed towards Long Chen. The light wheel in his hand erupted with a vast aura, causing the passers-by's expressions to change. The waiter of the restaurant looked at this scene in shock and said fearfully, "This young Master Huang is so terrifying. If this move were to hit the restaurant, perhaps the entire building would collapse. That kid just now will die for sure." He immediately looked towards Long Chen, but he didn't expect that at this moment, Long Chen's body would suddenly erupt with a bloody light. He quickly formed a series of hand seals, and as he did so, streaks of dragon-shaped blood-red qi energy formed rapidly. Then, they abruptly turned into the image of a blood-red divine dragon. Instantly, a total of 9 divine dragon images intertwined, roaring as they charged towards Huang Xiang. Looking at Long Chen, Huang Xiang struck out with all his strength. Radiant wheel. The light wheel flew out of his hand and smashed towards Long Chen. At this moment, all the divine dragon images let out a series of angry roars and collided with the light wheel. Taishian Dragon Seal. Two extremely powerful forces swept out in all directions, causing the horses in the stables to scream in fear. The Huang family's steward and guards were also jolted back, their faces pale. On the other side, a few people in the restaurant, because they were closer, were jolted back and forth. The waiter's clothes were even torn, revealing a large patch of his furry skin. However, he didn't seem to feel it as he stared at the scene with wide eyes. What's going on? What just happened? Why does that kid seem to have also used a very powerful move? The waiter had originally thought that the kid was done for. After all, that level of attack was almost enough to destroy the entire restaurant. However, he hadn't expected that Long Chen's move would completely withstand young Master Huang's attack. To him, it was like the heavens had played a joke on him. Even if he can withstand it, I'm guessing he's going to die soon. I don't believe this country bumpkin can still cause any trouble. He kept staring at the scene. Right now, Long Chen and Huang Xiang had collided head-on. Both men were knocked back, leaving a few footprints on the bluestone floor. Long Chen was knocked back 10 meters, and only then did he manage to suppress the rolling blood and qi in his body. However, his arm was still feeling numb. And what caused everyone to be in disbelief was that Huang Xiang also retreated about 5 meters. He also suppressed his surging true qi and looked at Long Chen in shock. Originally, he thought that Long Chen would be seriously injured, but for a moment, he was speechless. The mystic-ranked combat skill, Radiant Will, didn't kill him? How is this possible? Could it be that I still can't unleash the full power of the mystic-ranked combat skill? Thinking up to this point, Huang Xiang couldn't believe it. Dad told me that 80% of the Radiant Wheel is completed, and the remaining 20% will only be completed when I break through to the Divine Core Realm. But, why didn't 80% of the Radiant Wheel kill Long Chen? Could it be that this Long Chen's background isn't any weaker than mine? Looking at Long Chen slowly recovering, Huang Xiang started struggling in his mind. Dad told me not to cause any trouble, and my Radiant Wheel can no longer kill him. If I force myself to use that skill, I'm afraid it will affect my ability to enter the Lingwu family. Fine, I'll let him go today. Even if he's lucky, if he bumps into me in the future, he'll definitely die. If not for the fact that using that skill will consume a huge amount of my yuan energy, this guy would have been killed by now. The waiter thought that even if Long Chen didn't die, he would at least be severely injured after receiving such a powerful attack. But, what he saw was Long Chen standing there without any injuries. Right now, the waiter's mouth was wide open, big enough to fit a fist. He stared at Long Chen with a shocked expression. Right now, his clothes were torn and tattered, and he was the only one who didn't know about it. I didn't expect that there would be a day when my dog eyes would be blind. This guy, he actually has a powerful background? It wasn't just the attendant, all the spectators were stupefied when they saw that Long Chen was actually able to remain standing after being struck by a profound rank battle skill. Especially the housekeeper old Lu, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He rubbed his eyes a few times to make sure he wasn't seeing things, then he stared at Long Chen with a shocked expression. Impossible. The young master is an expert at the 9th level of the Dragon Vein realm. Even the old master said that he was basically invincible in the Dragon Vein realm. Why didn't he kill someone at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm? Long Chen's performance caused everyone's attitude to change drastically. At this moment, everyone was shocked that Long Chen was able to receive Huang Xiang's powerful attack without being injured. They all put Long Chen on the same level as Huang Xiang, so they didn't dare to say anything else. Huang Xiang looked coldly at Long Chen for a while. He didn't kill Long Chen with his previous move, so there was no point in dealing with Long Chen now. As for the black-scaled dragon horse, Huang Xiang lost interest in it after Long Chen ruined Huang Xiang's mood. He liked the horse just because he was interested in it. Huang Xiang glanced at Long Chen once more and shrugged nonchalantly. After that, he left everyone behind and headed for the restaurant. The housekeepers and guards naturally followed him, but when they turned back to look at Long Chen, it was as if they were looking at a dead man. The young master isn't saying anything, which means he's really angry. But why didn't the young master make a move? I don't know either, but this brat is definitely not going to live. Looking at Huang Xiang, who didn't say anything after he blocked the attack, Long Chen didn't know what he was up to. Probably because his strongest move was blocked by you, so he doesn't have the face to stay here any longer. Lingxi said indifferently. But Long Chen didn't think that was the case. He's probably going to participate in the Lingwu family selection and is afraid that he'll be injured here. This brat really knows how to plan, he can even endure this. But I, Long Chen, am I just going to let him bully me like this? That can't be helped. You're not worse than him in any aspect. The only thing you're worse than him in is offensive combat skills. If you get a profound level combat skill, you might not be his opponent. Profound level combat skill, Long Chen squinted his eyes. Flower, VIP, PK. Chapter 68. The sky gradually darkened. Because Huang Xiang was the first to leave, this farce also came to an end like this. In a room in this restaurant, Long Chen was holding an iron plate and carefully examining it. That iron plate was the mysterious iron plate he obtained from the Burning Sky mountain range. It's been a few days since I got this thing, but I haven't had the time to carefully examine it. Little Shi, you tell me, how do I deal with this thing? To be honest, Long Chen felt very uncomfortable that he had lost to Huang Xiang even though they were almost at the same level of strength. In the past, he had always taken advantage of others in terms of combat skills. He didn't expect that this time he would be taken advantage of by others, and it was the other party who took the initiative to humiliate him. Although he didn't say it, Long Chen was still a little unhappy in his heart. Lingxi had always been interested in this iron plate god before, but she didn't have the time to study it. At this time, she came out of Lingxi's sword, and her small body circled around the iron plate on the table. Finally, she sat directly on the table, holding her chin, and frowning. What's wrong? This is clearly an inheritance key, so you can only use it after you find the ruins. But there are faint traces of restriction on it, but it seems like there isn't. Lingxi was thinking with her white tender little face in her hands, so Long Chen didn't disturb her. After a while, Lingxi suddenly said cheerfully, I know, this must be an invisible restriction. What is an invisible restriction? It's a restriction that's harder to detect. But because it needs to be invisible, when setting up the restriction, a very small amount of qi is used. Ordinary people can't detect it at all. There's a restriction in it, I'm still the best. Lingxi rolled her eyes at Long Chen. Long Chen immediately pretended to be flattering and begged, Miss Cece, you see, want me to help you undo it? It's very simple, exchange it with spiritual medicine that nourishes the soul. Long Chen quickly agreed, okay, I'll go to that Morning Light Business League to buy medicine for you when I get to Yuanling City. With Long Chen's assurance, Lingxi snorted and concentrated on breaking her prohibition spell. Originally, she liked to fool around, but after entering the state of work, she immediately became incomparably serious. Long Chen did not dare to disturb her, so he took advantage of this time to cultivate. After about a quarter of an hour, a small light array appeared on the iron plate. Seeing the appearance of this light array, Long Chen knew it was almost done. Because it's an invisible restriction, the amount of true qi used is small, so it's relatively easy to break. I can solve it in a moment. In the process of carefully breaking it, Lingxi pouted and looked at Long Chen proudly, as if she had vented her anger. Indeed, at the wedding banquet of the Bai and Yang families, Long Chen had said harsh words to her once. In the process of fighting for the drifting god fruit, it made her feel that she was a person who was greedy for life and afraid of death. At this time, she wanted to prove to Long Chen that she was still very useful. If you dare to say nonsense to me in the future, I won't help you with anything. Okay, I know I was wrong. It seemed that Lingxi was very relaxed. Soon, her eyes lit up, and she quickly returned to Lingxi's sword. Last time when she broke the restriction on the dragon seal, Lingxi had just finished and quickly returned to Lingxi's sword. It was the same this time. When the restriction is opened, I don't know what will happen. That thing that burst out in an instant might cause a shock to my soul, so I have to come back immediately. At this time, Long Chen's whole body and mind were focused on the iron plate. The iron plate suddenly burst into flames, and the sandalwood table was suddenly burned into a big hole, and the flames were still spreading out. Long Chen's heart tightened. If this iron plate burst out in the burning sky mountain range again, the entire Yuanyang city would probably be finished. But fortunately, the flames had only spread for about half a meter, and it had already stopped. The original iron plate was wrapped in a burning ball of fire that was about half a meter in diameter, and then it floated in the air. Just as Long Chen wanted to know what was going on, a vague human face suddenly appeared in that ball of fire. Suddenly, a powerful and mysterious aura acted on Long Chen's body. The human figure in the flame just glanced at Long Chen, and then immediately disappeared, but his voice remained in Long Chen's ears, echoing continuously. You can even find the invisible restriction, consider yourself lucky. I hope you won't ruin this deity's inheritance. This old voice gave Long Chen a creepy feeling, but fortunately, the voice quickly disappeared, but Long Chen's heart was full of doubts. Why would there be a human face in this flame? Maybe it's the person who left the ruins, or maybe he died long ago, but he was able to leave his mark on an iron plate. It seems that he was quite good when he was alive, Lingxi said solemnly. Just as Lingxi finished speaking, there was a change in the flame. When the human face disappeared, the flame slowly retracted, and the blazing flame gradually turned into flame filaments. Then, in front of Long Chen's surprised eyes, they were all attached to the mysterious iron plate, and actually turned into small words completely formed by flames. These flame words were only the size of an ant, and there were at least a few thousand words densely attached to the iron plate. However, strangely enough, Long Chen could clearly see each and every word. This is actually a cultivation technique. There was some surprise in Lingxi's voice. Long Chen had originally been extremely lacking in this thing, and he hadn't expected to find it on this iron plate so quickly. The words on the iron plate kept flashing, and Long Chen quickly memorized all the words in his head. Middle grade combat technique, Sky-Burning Demon Sun Fist. When he recalled this name, Long Chen was first stunned, but then his face was filled with surprise. At this time, the flames on the iron plate had already gradually dissipated, and the iron plate had once again returned to its original appearance. Long Chen stored it in his cosmos bag. Long Chen slowly opened his eyes and smiled. Sky-Burning Demon Sun Fist, it came at the right time. Everything is divided into yin and yang. Yang is fire, and yin is water. Sky-Burning Demon Sunday Scarlet flames burn the sky, and Demon Sun penetrates the earth. This Sky-Burning Demon Sun Fist is much stronger than the Dragon Seal, and even stronger than Huang Xiang's Radiant Wheel. If my guess is correct, the Radiant Wheel is only a low-grade middle-grade combat technique. It can't compare to the Sky-Burning Demon Sun Fist, which is considered a powerful existence even among middle-grade combat techniques. Long Chen carefully recalled the meaning of the Sky-Burning Demon Sun Fist, and faintly said, "Little Shi, who do you think left behind this inheritance?" It seems like this Sky-Burning Demon Sun Fist is the weakest skill among all his combat skills, but it's already extraordinary. Lingxi curled her lips and said, "How would I know? But this Sky-Burning Demon Sun Fist is really good. Wait until you find his ruins, you'll be able to get even more things." Really? When Long Chen thought of Huang Xiang, who had relied on his battle skill to defeat him, a cold smile immediately appeared on his face. Wait until I learn the sky-burning demon sun fist, let's see if you still dare to take my black-scaled dragon horse. Long Chen was very clear about his current strength. He was currently at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm, but with the evolving God fruit, as long as he broke through to the 9th level of the Dragon Vein realm, he would be able to break through to the Divine Core realm. At that point, his strength would increase by more than 100 times. Together with this middle-grade sky-burning demon sun fist, my strength, he recalled the reason why he came to Yuanling City. Right now, the Yang family was still living under the shadow of the Sacred Red Blood Church, and the Sacred Red Blood Church had an Earth Core warrior. Once they were discovered, the entire Yang family would face the possibility of being destroyed. For Long Chen, Yang Xueqing, Yang Lingqing, and the others were people he would protect with his life. My current strength is far from enough. From today onwards, becoming stronger is my only mission. The Sacred Red Blood Church is infamous, they won't show any mercy to the Yang family. Thinking about the Sacred Red Blood Church, Long Chen felt like there was a huge mountain pressing down on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. Every part of his body was restless. Becoming stronger was like a tumor deeply rooted in his heart. The most important thing right now is to participate in the Lingwu family selection, and I must pass it. I am now at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm, but as long as I display the strength of a 9th level Dragon Vein, should be able to enter the Lingwu family. That Huang Xiang also wants to enter the Lingwu family. That son of a bitch, you better pray that you meet daddy. After thinking so much, Long Chen saw that there was still a long time before daybreak, so he closed his eyes and started to study the sky-burning demon sun fist in his mind. At this moment, the dragon jade in his sea of consciousness was emitting a misty light. Strands of gray light were swimming around. Long Chen immediately felt that his perception was incomparably strong. When he read those cryptic words, he felt as if he could read them without any obstruction. With this mysterious dragon jade, what combat skill in this world can stop me? The night passed quickly. Long Chen cultivated to the point where he forgot to eat and sleep. Soon, the sky was bright, and it was almost noon. Only then did Long Chen put down the sky-burning demon sun fist. Scarlet flame burning sky, so this is what it looks like. After stopping cultivating, Long Chen was still a little reluctant to leave. It's only 2 days from Yuanling City. I think you should hurry over. You still haven't gotten the spirit herbs that you owe me, humph. Seeing Lingxi's cute pout, Long Chen laughed bitterly and said, "All right, my great aunt, I will go serve you immediately." After walking down the restaurant, Lingxi suddenly said, These people are looking at you so strangely." It was only after Lingxi said this that Long Chen noticed that everyone in the restaurant was avoiding his gaze. This was especially true for the manservant who had been completely naked yesterday. When he saw Long Chen, he immediately ran away crying for his father and mother. Long Chen immediately grabbed his collar, and just as he was about to question him, the servant cried out with snot and tears, "Master! Master, it has nothing to do with me. Your horse was killed by young Master Huang, it has nothing to do with me." "What?" Long Chen's face immediately turned green. This week, the new book is ranked 6th, and next week, top 3. What does everyone think? Flowers must be sent. Chapter 69. Long Chen rushed into the stable and saw the black-scaled dragon horse lying on the ground, coughing up blood. It looked powerlessly at Long Chen. One look was enough to tell that its internal organs had been seriously injured. It was just barely hanging on to its last breath. Seeing his beloved horse in pain, Long Chen's eyes gradually turned red. Huang Xiang, his fists were clenched so tightly that the veins on his arms were exposed. The people who had followed him out of the restaurant saw him like this and immediately became silent out of fear. As Long Chen watched the black-scaled dragon horse make its final struggle despite its internal injuries, Long Chen recalled the scene when Yang Lingqing had given him the black-scaled dragon horse. That girl had risked her life and fought for an entire night in the Great Barren Mountains. She had been covered in dirt to give this black-scaled dragon horse to Long Chen. Long Chen had been taking good care of this horse these past few days, afraid that it would be injured, but now, thinking of Huang Xiang's cold smile, Long Chen's heart was filled with murderous intent. This is the first gift that Ling Qing has given me. It is also the most important gift I have received in my life, other than the dragon jade that father gave me, but, thinking of that silly girl, Yang Lingqing, Long Chen's heart was filled with guilt. Ling Qing, I did not protect the gift you gave me. I have let you down, but I will take revenge for it. Raising his head and looking in the direction of Yuanling City, Long Chen's eyes gradually revealed a cold light that was like the edge of a sword. Huang Xiang, I originally didn't want to kill you, but since you want to die, then don't blame me. Long Chen walked closer to the black-scaled dragon horse. Seeing its pained expression, Long Chen could not bear to see it. He gently slapped it to death to prevent it from continuing to suffer. Looking at the black-scaled dragon horse that he had been with for a few days, Long Chen shook his head and sighed. He then turned back and grabbed the waiter from the restaurant. He said coldly, I will give you 300 spirit jades. Bury my horse outside the city. I will return to Yuanyang City. If I find that my horse was not buried well, I will take your life. Seeing Long Chen's fierce gaze, the waiter's legs trembled in fear. He hurriedly said, This little one will definitely bury it. 300 spirit jades was enough to bury this black-scaled dragon horse dozens of times. After giving his instructions, Long Chen did not stay in Yuanyang City and directly chased after Huang Xiang's group. They were heading towards Yuanling City. Hey, do you want to rob and kill them on the way? Long Chen sneered, Don't worry, I will not be rash. I will not make a move before I have the confidence to kill him. I just happen to not know where the Lingwu family is. With Huang Xiang around, I will be able to save a lot of time. Seeing that Long Chen did not lose his reason because of hatred, Lingxi heaved a sigh of relief. She scolded, That fellow is really a big bastard. Does he have to destroy things that he can't get? If I recover my strength, I will definitely chop him into pieces to take revenge for my little black. I think he doesn't need to be called Huang Xiang at all. He might as well be called shit. Lingxi had been quite fond of the black-scaled dragon horse these few days. Seeing the black-scaled dragon horse die so tragically, she was also quite angry in her heart. At this moment, she even scolded such vulgarities. Long Chen only walked out of the restaurant when it was almost noon. As for that young master Huang Xiang, he did not know how long he had been gone. However, Huang Xiang was riding a horse. Long Chen was now bursting out with full speed towards Yuanling City. His speed was several times faster than Huang Xiang's speed. Time gradually passed. The originally 2-day journey only lasted for 1.5 days. Long Chen saw the figures of Huang Xiang and his group from afar. However, what entered his eyes was also the magnificent and huge legendary Yuanling City. When he saw this city, Long Chen was completely stunned. He raised his head and carefully rubbed his eyes to confirm that what he saw was indeed a vast and boundless city and not a mountain range. Yuanling City was hidden in the clouds and he could only vaguely see a few corners. But just this alone, Long Chen was completely shocked by the size of Yuanling City. Long Chen once heard from Chen Xiongzhou that from the east of Yuanling City to the west of the city, it was about 1,000 miles. From this, it could be seen how big this Yuanling City was. No wonder it can accommodate a population of 100 million. This Yuanling City is actually so huge. Even the previous Yuanyang City was like a chicken in front of this Yuanling City. It was not worth mentioning at all. At this moment, Huang Xiang's group had already moved towards the city in the clouds. Long Chen did not dare to delay and hurriedly followed. At this time, there were many people entering and exiting the city. As far as Long Chen's eyes could see, it was densely packed with people, and most of them were cultivators. Even experts who were far stronger than Long Chen and made Long Chen feel suffocated could be seen everywhere. Long Chen suddenly felt like a sheep entering a herd of tigers. Yuanling City is such a terrifying existence. My strength right now is number 1 in Baiyang Town, but when I came to Yuanling City, I am at the bottom of the bottom. It seems that mother's teaching me to be low-key is not without reason. Long Chen was not discouraged by seeing so many experts. First, he thought that he would reach this level sooner or later. Second, among these experts, the stronger they were, the older they were. Long Chen saw an old man walk past him. That kind of terrifying feeling was even more terrifying than Mo Xiaolang back then. With your current age and your strength, you are considered above average in Yuanling City. That Mo Xiaolang's age, compared to his age, should be considered top-level talent. You are still a bit far from that level. Growing up in a small place like Baiyang Town, he had only cultivated for a short period of time. It was already very good to reach above-average talent. Long Chen also knew that haste makes waste, so he was not in a hurry. This time, I came to Yuanling City mainly to solve the problem of the Scarlet Blood sect. If there is a chance in the future, and the Yang family is safe, I will come to Yuanling City. This is probably my, Long Chen's, heaven and earth. Following Huang Xiang, looking at all kinds of people and buildings, Long Chen walked into Yuanling City. Although this was the outskirts of Yuanling City, the buildings here were grand and tall. The scale had completely surpassed Yuanyang City. In Yuanling City, almost all the elites of Yuanling County are gathered. So it is not strange that the overall strength is so strong. 100 million people stayed in a city, but it did not feel crowded. It could be seen how big Yuanling City was. To Long Chen, this was simply a small country. The Lingwu family could actually manage such a large piece of land without any accidents. It could be seen how strong the Lingwu family was. Joining the Lingwu family is good for me. Long Chen was familiarizing himself with Yuanling City as he followed Huang Xiang far behind. At this time, Huang Xiang was in a Hongxing restaurant that was much larger than the restaurants in Yuanyang City. Although it was much larger than Yuanyang restaurant, it was only a low-level restaurant in Yuanling City. Old Lu, what do you think will happen to that brat? Huang Xiang was enjoying the delicacies of Yuanling City, then he turned to the respectfully standing housekeeper Old Lu. That housekeeper Old Lu immediately replied, "What else can he do? That brat doesn't have much money on him. Losing a horse at once, he will definitely cry. Huh, who told that little person to be so stupid? My young master kindly gave him 2 pieces of god jade, but he was stupid and didn't appreciate it. Young master teaching him a lesson is something he should do." Huang Xiang was very comfortable listening to this and nodded. Then he said, "When I enter the Lingwu family, you can return to Huangyun City. You have served me well these past few days, my father will reward you well." "Yes, yes." Thinking about rewards, housekeeper Old Lu's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, "Young master has gone to the Lingwu family. With young master Fei Yang around, we can be at ease." "Oh right, I heard from master that young master has gotten himself a high position in the Lingwu family, and his cultivation has improved a lot. He has reached the early mortal core realm, right?" Huang Xiang nodded his head and said, "My brother's talent is almost the same as mine. When I reach his age, I will also reach the early mortal core realm, and I might even be able to surpass him and reach the high mortal core realm. Young master's talent, we admire you from the bottom of our hearts." Looking at Huang Xiang, who was listening to his men's flattery with a relaxed expression, Long Chen sneered and said, "Laugh all you want now, but when the Lingwu family selection begins, I will make you lose miserably. Right at this moment, Huang Xiang said, my brother is in the Green family, which is one of the outer families of the Lingwu family. This time, the Qingyang Hall of the Green family is selecting new members, that's why my father sent me here. My brother is also in the Qingyang Hall, so I will definitely enter the Lingwu family. When the Qingyang Hall is selecting new members, there are only about 50 people participating each time. The chance to enter the top 10 is a piece of cake for young master. Entering the top 10? Long Chen frowned, but he quickly relaxed his brows. The chance to enter the top 10, even this Huang Xiang isn't worried about it, let alone me. But in the Qingyang Hall of the Green family, there is this Huang Xiang's brother, and he is at the early Mortal Core realm. Looks like before I reach the Mortal Core realm, I won't be able to easily kill Huang Xiang and avenge the black-scaled dragon horse. A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Long Chen understood this. Very quickly, Huang Xiang finished his meal and said, Yuanling City has Lingwu City and Yuan Emperor City, two great inner cities. Let's go to Lingwu City now. It's almost time for the selection, we have to hurry up. Otherwise, it won't be good if Big Brother scolds me. After so many years, I heard that my brother's temper has become a lot more violent. After saying that, the group quickly headed towards the legendary Lingwu City. Long Chen quickly followed. It seems like the location of the selection is not Lingwu City. Only after we pass the selection and become an official member of the Lingwu family can we live in Lingwu City. Living in Lingwu City is such an honor, but today, I, Huang Xiang, have finally gotten my chance, the Green family. Green family? I heard that the Lingwu family has 4 inner families and 9 outer families. I guess this Green family is one of the 9 outer families. Chapter 70. The outpost of the Lingwu family's Qingyang Hall is right in front of me. I'm finally here. Huang Xiang revealed a relaxed smile when he saw the huge cyan building in front of him. Soon, he was received by the guards and entered the building. As for his servants, after saying their goodbyes, they left in high spirits. Long Chen looked at the tall building but didn't enter immediately. Huang Xiang had just arrived, so he didn't want to meet him immediately. I'll give you a surprise when the selection starts. How can I take this lying down after you killed my horse? Long Chen waited outside for a while before realizing that a few more people had entered. They were all at the 9th level of the Dragon Vein realm, and they weren't too old either. Even the youngest among them was around the same age as Long Chen. It seemed like these people's talents weren't too far off from his. Even so, they were just ordinary outsiders after entering the Lingwu family. This showed how powerful the Lingwu family was. Now that Long Chen saw the building and the people inside, he felt a bit of pressure. In front of the Lingwu clan, I actually feel like I'm just an ant. However, Long Chen didn't lose his fighting spirit. On the contrary, the stronger the environment, the more his fighting spirit would be stimulated. Long Chen had initially thought that only those at the 9th level of the Dragon Vein realm would be able to enter. However, he suddenly realized that a burly man at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm had actually been able to enter after transforming into his beast soul. It seems like the requirement for a beast warrior is only at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm. The heavens are really helping me. After waiting for a while, Long Chen finally entered. The elder guarding the entrance saw him from afar, and his eyes narrowed when he saw Long Chen's age. Give me your basic information. Follow these. The white-haired elder pointed at a wooden board with some simple information written on it. Long Chen glanced at him and said, My name is Long Chen, 16 years old today. I come from the Yang family of Whiteyang Town in Yuanling County. My cultivation level is at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm, but I am a beast warrior. Beast warrior, this was something that Long Chen and Lingxi had already discussed a long time ago. The people here simply didn't know what a dragon warrior was. Long Chen was repeatedly misunderstood as a beast warrior, so he simply regarded himself as a beast warrior. Oh. Hearing that he was a beast warrior, the white-haired old man studied Long Chen for a moment before asking, "What is your dragon vein realm beast soul?" "Subterranean blood lizards." The old man nodded and said, "A beast soul that's 5 ranks above. Not bad. Show me your beast soul transformation." Long Chen didn't waste time and quickly used the dragon soul transformation. Immediately, pieces of fine scarlet dragon scales and blood-red sharp bone spurs gradually appeared, transforming him into a completely different appearance. Seeing this fierce transformation, the old man was clearly a little surprised, and there was some doubt in his eyes as he said, "How can a subterranean blood lizard have such a dense blood aura? I'm afraid you've obtained a beast soul that's about to evolve into a blood lizard king. You're quite lucky." Long Chen could only nod and ask tentatively, "May I ask if I can pass?" The old man smiled faintly, looked at Long Chen for a while, then handed a green wooden token to Long Chen and said, "Take this green wooden token. As long as you pass the selection, you'll be a member of our Green Clan. The Azure Sun Hall will be selecting 5 people this time, but I don't think your chances are high." Long Chen was startled. Only then did the old man smile brightly and said, "So you need to work harder." Only then did Long Chen nod. Under the guidance of a young man behind the old man, Long Chen circled the building a few times before arriving at a side room. After choosing one of the rooms, the young man said to Long Chen, "It's already late today. Spend the night here first. When the sun rises tomorrow, someone will naturally take you to participate in the selection." Long Chen nodded and thanked that person, then opened the door and walked into the side room. He didn't expect that there would be another person inside. Long Chen was startled at first, then he understood. It seems that their rule is that 2 people stay in one room. As soon as Long Chen walked in, that person immediately raised his head and looked at Long Chen. This was a somewhat unkempt young man, about 20 years old. He was very thin, but his eyes were indeed looking around with a bright smile on his face. When he saw Long Chen, he immediately came forward and said warmly, "Are you also here to participate in the selection of the Lingwu family?" "Huh, me too, I'm Lu Fengfeng. What's your name?" Long Chen saw that although this guy was friendly, his eyes were obviously a greedy person. However, Long Chen didn't want to clash with him, so he smiled and said, "I'm Long Chen." "Long Chen? You look so young, but you're already at the 9th level of the Dragon Vein realm?" "I'm a beast warrior, but I'm only at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm." Lu Fengfeng made a comparison and knew that Long Chen wasn't a match for him. He immediately lost interest. Long Chen saw that he wasn't paying attention and said a few more words before falling silent. "Brother Long Chen, it's not that I want to criticize you, but if I were a beast warrior, I would definitely come after reaching the 9th level of the Dragon Vein realm. That way, my advantage would be obvious. You're just here to go through the motions. The selection of the Lingwu family is extremely dangerous. If you lose your life, it won't be worth it." Lu Fengfeng put on the airs of a big brother and began to lecture Long Chen righteously. Long Chen didn't comment and just smiled faintly. Seeing that Long Chen still didn't listen to him, Lu Fengfeng was a little angry. However, he couldn't do anything to Long Chen, so he said coldly, "You probably don't know, right? This selection of the Lingwu family doesn't care about life and death. Someone investigated and found that the death rate is at least 1 in 5, and the serious injury rate is 2 in 5. I think you have an 80% chance, Sai." Seeing that this guy seemed to know everything, Long Chen didn't agree with his words, but he wanted to find out more information from him. Thus, he pretended to be very scared. In fact, he was already cursing in his heart. "Whether I participate in the selection or not is none of your goddamn business. Not in Baiyang Town, but in Yuan Spirit City, where experts were everywhere, Long Chen felt that even vulgarities were enough to annoy him. Living like this wasn't his style. Big brother Lu, you know so much about the selection. Are you from Yuan Spirit City? Lu Fengfeng said proudly. I grew up in Yuan Spirit City and have been here for 20 years. Thus, I know everything that happens here very well. Looking at your attire, you must be from some small town, right? Those places are really poor to the point of death. Every one of them is a frog at the bottom of a well. I once went to a small town. The people there actually thought that the 9th level of the Dragon Vein realm was the strongest in the world. What a joke. Lu Fengfeng's saliva flew everywhere as he spoke with passion. When he saw that Long Chen's face was a little impatient, he secretly sneered and said in his heart, this brat obviously came from a small place, but his eyes are really arrogant. Tomorrow, you will know what it means to suffer. There is always a mountain beyond a mountain, a sky beyond a sky. Big brother Lu, I came from afar. As the host, why don't you tell me about Yuan Spirit City? There was a trace of impatience in Lu Fengfeng's tone. He tidied up his disheveled hair, taking out a bronze mirror and looking at himself. He struck a few poses, and after confirming that he really was handsome to the point of dropping dregs, only then did he calmly say, Yuan Spirit City is actually just like this. There's nothing worth talking about. You all think it's very big, but I think it's normal. Then how is Yuan Spirit City divided, and what factions are there? Long Chen resisted the urge to vomit and asked. With this Lu Fengfeng's character, he really couldn't stand it. It was fine if he looked down on him, but wasn't this too pretentious? Yuan Spirit City is divided into 4 regions according to north, south, east, and west. The Lingwu family's spirit martial city is in the East Spirit region. We are also in the East Spirit region now. The other 3 regions are the West Spirit region, South Spirit region, and North Spirit region. As for the factions in Yuan Spirit City, everyone knows that the Lingwu family is the ruler of Yuan Spirit County. However, in the West Spirit region, Yuan Emperor City is ruled by the Beast Spirit Palace. Its strength is also on par with the Lingwu family. As for you, if I were a beast martial artist, I would normally go to Yuan Emperor City. Why would I go to Spirit Martial City? Yuan Emperor City is the heaven of beast martial artists. Long Chen was shocked when he heard this. He only knew that the Lingwu family was the number 1 family in Yuan Spirit County, the number 1 faction. However, he didn't expect that there was another faction that could contend with them. Based on Lu Fengfeng's words and the fact that the Lingwu City and Yuandi City were at odds with each other in the Yuan Spirit City, the Lingwu City and Yuan Emperor City had both taken the initials to form the name Yuan Spirit City. In other words, the Beast Soul Hall of Yuan Emperor City was on the same level as the Lingwu clan. I indeed only know about the Lingwu family and not the Beast Spirit Palace. However, since I am here, I am not going to leave. Seeing that he was still unafraid of death, Lu Fengfeng said indifferently, forget it, I won't nag you. You should be careful in this selection and protect your life and foundation. When you reach the 9th level of the Dragon Vein realm, I suggest you go to the Beast Spirit Palace. That is where beast martial artists should go. Long Chen didn't want to disrespect the other party, so he nodded and said, if I can't enter the Lingwu family this time, I will go to the Beast Spirit Palace. Lu Fengfeng nodded and said, I see that you are still young, so I don't want you to take the wrong path. If you can understand my painstaking efforts, it will be good. Long Chen didn't think that he had any painstaking efforts. He was just bragging about his authority and knowledge. That's right, Big Brother Lu, do you know about the Scarlet Blood sect? Long Chen originally wanted to get information about the Scarlet Blood sect from Lu Fengfeng, but he didn't expect this guy to be stunned and say, what sect? I haven't heard of it. It is probably a small faction. Only people from small places like you would be scared by these small factions. Let me tell you, Yuan Spirit City has a total of 3 major factions. They are the Lingwu family and the Beast Spirit Palace. Of course, there is also the Morning Light Business League. The Morning Light Business League's influence is spread throughout the southern and northern spirit regions. They can even be found in the eastern and western spirit regions. The Morning Light Business League is inferior to the Spirit Martial City and Yuan Emperor City in terms of martial strength, but they have a lot of resources and wealth. Morning Light Business League? Long Chen really didn't expect that this Morning Light Business League was actually such a huge existence. It will be updated at midnight every day. Next week, on the 15th, the most important moment of this book will arrive. I hope that after the 15th, those who finish reading at midnight will give me fresh flowers. If you have spare money, you can help me out. You can PK on the mobile network. Thank you. This book really needs each and every one of you in order to go further. Chapter 71. At Lu Fengfeng's place, Long Chen got some news about the Morning Light Business League, but Lu Fengfeng had already impatiently gone to cultivate. Although Long Chen did not like Lu Fengfeng from the bottom of his heart, he still admired him for reaching the 9th tier of the Dragon Vein realm at such a young age. In the process of cultivating the Devil Yang Blazing Fist again, the night passed quickly. The Lingwu family selection was about to begin. Early in the morning, there were already people welcoming them. One by one, the young experts of the 9th tier of the Dragon Vein realm walked out of the rooms. They sized each other up. Most of these people came from the other small forces in Yuanling City, and they were arrogant since young. However, after entering the Lingwu family, they all became much more restrained. Long Chen saw Huang Xiang in the crowd with a relaxed and proud expression. However, Huang Xiang did not see Long Chen. He looked excitedly among the people who came to lead the group. When he found a man who looked similar to him, but was slightly more mature and had a cold expression, Huang Xiang's face was instantly filled with joy, and he approached that person. "Brother," Huang Xiang called out softly as he approached that man. That man only nodded to him, then looked coldly at the group of about 50 people and said, "Participating in the Lingwu family selection, you are responsible for your own life and death. If you regret it, you can still leave now. Those who do not wish to leave, follow me to the training field." After that, he called out to the other members of the Lingwu clan and walked in front. Huang Xiang immediately followed him excitedly. As for Long Chen and the others, they also followed. Everyone here was a competitor, so there were very few people who could chat with each other. The atmosphere was even filled with the smell of gunpowder. In this roundabout building, Long Chen silently followed the others. Lu Fengfeng was right next to him. She clicked her tongue as she looked at Huang Xiang, who was in front of her, and said, "If I were to encounter this Huang Xiang this time, it would be tragic. That invigilator Huang Feiyang seems to be his biological brother. In addition, his own strength is one of the best among the 50 of us." Really? Seeing Huang Xiang arrogantly walking in front, although Long Chen did not show it on his face, when he thought about the black-scaled dragon horse that Ling Qing had gifted him, waves of killing intent burst forth from his heart. "If I don't teach you a good lesson, I won't have the face to go back and see Ling Qing. Who cares who your brother is? What can he do to me if I defeat you fair and square?" Of course, Lu Fengfeng couldn't hear his thoughts. When he saw that Long Chen did not say a word after hearing Huang Xiang's name, he thought that he was frightened, so he said, "Don't worry, you can't even pass the first test, you won't be able to meet him." Hearing the words first test, Long Chen raised his head and asked, "Do you know anything about the selection process?" Lu Fengfeng looked at Long Chen as if she was looking at an idiot. She was speechless. "You are really?" Everyone in Yuanling City knows that there are 2 stages in the Lingwu family selection. "You don't know?" Long Chen shook his head. Lu Fengfeng's face was full of pity. After a long time, she shook her head and sighed, "Fine, since you and I are in the same room, it can be said that we are fated to meet. I'll tell you, the first of these 2 tests is against the steel puppet. What are the details? In a moment, we will see a place with a total of 10 dark corridors. Each corridor is only 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide, but it is more than 500 meters long. There are many steel puppets everywhere, and when you enter the dark corridor alone, the steel puppets will attack you. But I guess you don't know what steel puppets are." Long Chen said, "I really don't know. Brother Lu, please tell me." After coming to Yuanling City, Long Chen knew that his strength was still at the bottom. Therefore, the boldness and arrogance he showed in Baiyang town was much more restrained. These were all taught to him by Yang Xueqing. Right now, he was enduring. When he could finally amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, his true nature would naturally be revealed. Seeing that Long Chen didn't know, Lu Fengfeng's expression was as if he had already expected it. He said, "This steel puppet. In any case, you can just treat it as a creature that can attack but has no intelligence. Little brother Long Chen, I will give you a piece of advice. If you find that you really can't deal with the steel puppet, don't go too deep. At that time, you can still escape from this end. If you go 100 meters deep, no one will know if you die inside." Long Chen smiled faintly and declined to comment. He continued, "Then, how does Brother Lu pass the test?" Lu Fengfeng smiled proudly and said, "Don't think that there are more than 50 of us. After the first stage, there will only be 10 people left. Why? Because after we kill the steel puppet, we can obtain the steel heart in its chest. Only the 10 people with the most steel hearts can enter the second stage. Your big brother Lu has studied this for so many years, and passing the first stage is as easy as taking something from my pocket." "Oh, right, you don't have a Cosmos bag, do you?" He could tell at a glance that Long Chen wasn't from Yuanling City. If it was a small town, no one would know what a Qiankuan bag was. Therefore, Lu Fengfeng pretended to be in a difficult position and said, "Without a Qiankuan bag, you can't take away many steel hearts. But this is also good. You can go back and break through to the 9th layer. When you go to Yuan Emperor City, you will have a better chance." Long Chen knew what he wanted to know. Hearing this guy's noisy appearance, Long Chen didn't like him from the bottom of his heart. However, he was too lazy to argue with him and just walked away in silence. Seeing Long Chen like this, Lu Fengfeng only thought that he was disappointed. Shaking his head, Lu Fengfeng turned his attention to the others and sized up these competitors. It seems that the quality of the competitors this time is very high. Other than you, there really aren't many soft persimmons that are easy to bully. Amidst Lu Fengfeng's clamor, everyone soon arrived at the place that Lu Fengfeng mentioned. In front of Long Chen was a small mountain. At the foot of this small mountain, there were dozens of caves. At this moment, the caves were all locked with iron doors. When these people arrived here, there were already people opening the caves. At this moment, the leaders of the Lingwu family stood on top of the tall rock. One of them was Huang Xiang's brother, Huang Feiyang. Only then did Long Chen take a closer look at this Huang Feiyang. He realized that this person's expression was cold and silent, but his eyes were very terrifying. It seemed that he was a ruthless character. If he were to provoke him, he was afraid that there wouldn't be any good days in the future. However, I have to avenge Little Black's death. At this moment, another young expert from the Lingwu family swept his cold gaze over everyone. Instantly, Long Chen felt a chill in his heart. I think everyone knows the rules of the Lingwu family. Our Green Clan's inspection rules are also based on the rules of the Lingwu family. There are steel puppets in these caves. Now, all you have to do is to enter these caves. Whoever can pass through these caves and obtain enough steel hearts will be qualified to enter the second round of the assessment. However, I still have to remind you that once you enter this tunnel, there's no need to talk about life and death. All of you must be prepared to die. I won't waste any more time. Since you've come here, there's no chance for you to back out. Everyone, go in now, we'll be waiting for you on the other side of the tunnel. Long Chen stared at these people coldly and thought to himself, these young men aren't that old, but I'm afraid they are all at the mortal core realm. That Huang Feiyang is at the initial success stage of the mortal core realm, and I'm sure the others aren't too bad either. This is just one of the clans of the Green Clan in the Lingwu family, and geniuses like this are everywhere. Long Chen, the things you have are much better than them. As long as you have enough time, you'll be able to surpass them very soon. Just like now, you just need to improve a little bit more, and then you'll be able to catch up to them with the help of the evolution fruit. Lingxi's words reached Long Chen's ears. At this time, Long Chen had already been led to one of the caves. More than 50 people were assigned to their own caves. The tense atmosphere gradually spread. Standing in front of the cave and listening to the sharp sound of metal rubbing against each other, most people felt their scalps go numb. At this moment, Long Chen had no idea where the noisy Lu Fengfeng had been sent. Suddenly, he felt a gaze closing in on him. He turned his head and saw that Huang Xiang, who was not far away, had already noticed him. Just as Huang Xiang was about to unleash his fists and kicks, he suddenly noticed that Long Chen was standing not too far away from him. He was taken aback, thinking that he was seeing things. However, when Long Chen turned around, he confirmed that it was indeed Long Chen. After the shock, he felt a rare sense of satisfaction. He thought to himself, it's really this guy. In Yuanyang City, he made me lose face. Initially, I only killed his horse because the selection of the Lingwu family was imminent. I didn't expect him to participate in the selection. I can only kill you along the way. If you want to blame something, blame it on your bad luck. Thinking of the second round, Huang Xiang thought of himself. He could let Long Chen see who was more powerful, and he suddenly felt a little excited. The opponent for the second round seems to be arranged by my brother. Let's see how you'll die when I face you directly. Thinking of this, Huang Xiang was secretly pleased. Previously, because of the selection of the Lingwu family, he was forced to let Long Chen go. This made him feel very uncomfortable for the next few days. If he didn't teach Long Chen a good lesson, he wouldn't be able to get rid of this tangled feeling in his heart. Now that Long Chen was here, he could solve this knot in his heart, and everyone would be happy. However, I don't know if this guy can pass the first round. Forget it. Even if he dies in there, even if he deserves to die. I, Huang Xiang, will not hold a grudge against a dead man. Looking at Huang Xiang's changing face, which finally turned into a malicious smile, Long Chen was secretly on guard. What is this guy planning? Since he couldn't figure it out, Long Chen naturally didn't want to think about it. The most important thing now was to pass the first round. If he had to face Huang Xiang in the selection, I'll definitely destroy this guy. At this moment, Huang Feiyang glanced at Huang Xiang and smiled faintly. Open the iron gate. First round, begin. Next Monday, support me if you're a brother. If you like this book and want me to continue writing, please support me. Chapter 72. Under everyone's nervous gazes, the door of the tunnel that hid the steel puppets gradually opened. In front of everyone's eyes, a dark hole appeared. It was filled with a murderous aura, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Seeing the pale faces of these rookies, Huang Feiyang smiled coldly and said in a clear voice, "Remember this clearly. You can only stay here for an hour at most. After an hour, if you haven't come out, no matter how many steel hearts you obtain, it won't count because you won't be able to come out. After an hour, we will close the metal door. At that time, regardless of whether you are dead or not, we will think that you have died inside. If you want to come out, wait for the Lingwu family's next selection." Huang Feiyang smiled coldly and thought to himself, wait for the next selection, you will all become skeletons. At this time, Long Chen's gaze was focused on the tunnel. There was indeed no aura of life inside, but there was a murderous aura. There was a faint sound of metal colliding. Just from the sound alone, Long Chen could hear how sturdy these steel puppets were. Under normal circumstances, an hour's time is more than enough to pass 500 meters. But with these steel puppets blocking the way, it looks like it won't be easy to kill as many steel puppets as possible and obtain more steel hearts within the allotted time. While Long Chen was thinking, Huang Feiyang had already announced the start of the test. The 50 people with Long Chen all rushed into the tunnel to avoid wasting time. Little Shi, what do you know about these steel puppets? These puppets are unique martial artist craftsmen. They use talisman arrays to accelerate their growth and divine jade as energy supply. You don't have to worry, these steel puppets are only the lowest level of puppets. In this round, you still have a great advantage. Long Chen revealed a puzzled expression and asked, why do you say that? These are simple steel puppets. Although they have strong bodies, they can't use any battle skills. The main problem is that there are so many of them. If you use battle skills to deal with them, you'll exhaust your true energy sooner or later. But if you have some physical strength to support you, you can save a lot of energy. You've cultivated the star battle body before, and now that your body has been tempered by 1,000th of the dragon blood, your dragon soul transformation is almost equivalent to a high-level yellow-class body refining technique, or even stronger. Long Chen's eyes lit up with joy. Xiaoshi, are you saying that as long as I obtain more blood essence, my body will become infinitely stronger? Theoretically, yes. When you can fully utilize all the essence blood of inheritance, your strength in this aspect will be a bonus. Of course, there will be many unexpected benefits, just like the blood and chi refinement and dragon soul transformation. In Long Chen's Sea of Knowledge, there was still 999% of the essence blood of inheritance that was being suppressed by the mysterious dragon jade. Long Chen knew that in the process of becoming stronger, he would certainly explore the effects of the essence blood of inheritance step by step. After obtaining all the essence blood of inheritance and cultivating to the extreme, I can transform into an ancient divine dragon. Will I transform into one of the 10 ancient ancestral dragons, the ancient blood spiritual dragon? While such thoughts were swirling in his mind, Long Chen had already entered 30 meters into the tunnel. At this point, his vision was already a little dim, but fortunately, the range of the tunnel was several times wider, just right for fighting. Long Chen vaguely felt that the killing intent was approaching him. 10 meters in front of you, there are already 4 steel puppets awakening because of your approach. They're coming. With Lingxi's reminder, several forces suddenly burst out from the dark tunnel and stabbed toward Long Chen. Long Chen was already ready. At this moment, he had completely transformed into the dragon soul transformation. The fine and complete blood-colored dragon scales were used for defense, while the bone spurs on the elbows, knees, shoulders, and spine, as well as the sharp claws were all means of attack. Sharp claws nearly 10 centimeters long had appeared on Long Chen's fingers. Each of them was like a blood-colored dagger. If he were to fight against a human, he could directly stab it into the chest and pull out the heart. In a moment, I will directly enter the second stage. Many people will fight with these steel puppets. In order to obtain more steel hearts, they will consume a lot of vital energy, which will lead to a great loss in the second stage. But I have Lingxi, so I will try my best to use my strength. I don't believe that I can't deal with a few iron lumps after being tempered by the essence blood of inheritance. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen was engaged in close combat with a steel puppet. In the process of fighting, Long Chen quickly saw the appearance of this steel puppet. It was a humanoid puppet made entirely of steel. Of course, Long Chen didn't know what kind of metal it was made of, but it was abnormally hard. This steel puppet was more than 2 meters tall, and its arms and legs were very thick and strong. It possessed great strength. There were also several black runes on its body. When it attacked, the runes gradually flashed. From what Long Chen could see, the center of the runes was its heart. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against metal rang out in the tunnel. At this moment, Long Chen had already exchanged blows with a steel puppet. He was secretly shocked. The strength of this steel puppet seems to be between the 7th and 8th tier of the Dragon Vein realm. There are at least 100 steel puppets in this tunnel. No wonder they said that someone would die inside. Long Chen let out a roar and didn't stop at all. After he blasted the steel puppet away with a punch, he relied on his speed, which far surpassed the steel puppet's, to suddenly press forward and crash into the steel puppet's body, instantly causing it to be thrown off its feet. My guess was right. This steel puppet's defense and strength are among the best, but its speed and agility aren't very good. After refining the body, one's agility was greatly increased. When his shoulder slammed into the steel puppet, Long Chen discovered that the bone spurs on his shoulder had already pierced several large holes in the opponent's body. However, this did not affect the movement of the steel puppet at all. However, this was not Long Chen's main attack method. After knocking the steel puppet over, Long Chen's claws suddenly stabbed into the center of the rune. Long Chen's claws erupted with all his strength and pierced deeply into the heart of the steel puppet. Yes, hold that hot thing and pull it out. Following Lingxi's instructions, after Long Chen's claws pierced into the heart of the steel puppet, he quickly felt a hot stone inside and pulled it out without hesitation. In the process of twitching, the originally ferocious steel puppet suddenly let out a human-like scream and begged. Long Chen had hit its Achilles heel. He would not show any mercy to such a lifeless thing. He immediately withdrew and flew away. At this moment, the steel puppet suddenly fell to the ground powerlessly, motionless. One heart of steel. Long Chen roughly glanced at the heart of steel in his hand. He could only find that it was a warm, jade-like stone that contained extremely rich heaven and earth aura. However, the heaven and earth aura of this heart of steel also carried some other aura. He immediately put the heart of steel into his cosmos sack. At this time, the remaining 3 steel puppets had already made clanking sounds and rushed toward Long Chen. You have great strength, but your movements are so stiff. How can you be a match for me? Based on the experience of killing the first steel puppet, Long Chen faced these steel puppets. 3 of them attacking me at the same time is indeed a bit of a hindrance. I can't display my full strength, but... In a flash, Long Chen appeared behind one of the steel puppets. The steel puppet suddenly turned around and punched at him. However, Long Chen was like a gecko that stuck to its body. His claws directly pierced the steel puppet's back and grabbed a piece of heart of steel. At this time, the other 2 steel puppets had just turned around. Lingxi is right. I have a strong and flexible body and sharp claws. In this stage, I will have a great advantage. As for the others, they don't have a tempered body, so they don't dare to rashly clash with the steel puppets. They can only attack with combat skills. However, it's very difficult to hit the steel puppet's only vital point. So they can't be faster than me. Thinking of Huang Xiang, Long Chen's eyes turned cold. This Huang Xiang has cultivated an advanced yellow-class body tempering combat skill. As long as he has a sharp blade, it will be very easy for him to kill this steel puppet. No wonder he would spend time practicing body tempering combat skills. So it turns out that he has someone in the Lingwu family who knows how to take advantage of them. Using the same method, the other 2 steel puppets also fell at Long Chen's feet. At this time, the sound of the fight had already alerted the other steel puppets. Be careful, all the steel puppets nearby are coming towards you. Long Chen nodded and said, I have to run to the other end of the passage in half an hour. It seems that it's more suitable for me to kill over there. When it's about time, it'll be convenient for me to go out. Thinking up to this point, Long Chen had already begun to rapidly advance towards the depths of the tunnel. After killing a few steel puppets, Long Chen had gradually grasped the knack of dealing with them. He knew how to deal with the steel puppets more efficiently, especially when he rammed and clawed at the beginning and circled and clawed at the second time. Both were extremely successful. Just by relying on these two moves, Long Chen was able to deal with the increasing number of steel puppets that appeared along the way with ease. When he walked into a vast hemispherical space, Long Chen already saw a similar steel door. However, this space was filled with steel puppets. Long Chen's eyes swept across and found that there were at least 100 of them. The Lingwu family is really generous, using so many steel puppets to entertain one person. There are more than 50 of us here, so how many steel puppets will there be? On the way here, I've already obtained 28 steel hearts. There's still about half an hour left. There's more than enough time. I'll go on a killing spree among these steel puppets and also train my close combat skills. In the battle with the steel puppets, Long Chen also realized that he was still lacking in close combat. On the path of cultivation, he could be considered to have become a monk halfway through. When he was young, he had participated in body honing and practiced body honing boxing every day. However, he had put it aside for a long time, so he had forgotten some basic movements. Now that there were so many steel puppets, it was the perfect target for him to practice. Therefore, Long Chen was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. He turned into a red phantom and killed crazily among the steel puppets. Long Chen was so excited that he did not pay attention to the time until Lingxi suddenly said, "Hey, there's not much time left. Do you want to go out?" Long Chen stopped and checked his Qiankuan bag. He smiled bitterly and said, "There are a total of 105 steel hearts. I wonder if I can make it into the top 10. Notice, on the 15th of next Monday, which is tomorrow, the first page of this book's website will be pushed for 3 days. Together with the fantasy channel's chief editor's big picture recommendation, it's the best time for this book to make it into the list of new books. I hope my brothers can send flowers to me on Monday. 1 flower is equivalent to 10 hits. Sincerely, thank you. Stamp, VIP, PK, if you can, please send some. I hope my brothers can support this book at this critical moment. I will repay you with better plots and more updates. I won't stop updating. Thank you. Chapter 73. In the stronghold of the Qingyang Hall of the Green Clan, one of the 9 foreign clans of the Lingwu family, there was a training mountain. There were dozens of steel gates on both sides of the mountain. In the shade of the mountain, there was an open square. At this moment, there were a few people sitting on a row of chairs, looking at the training mountain with cold eyes. Originally, there was no movement on the training mountain, but after half an hour, the steel gates were slowly pushed open. One by one, people with messy clothes and some even heavily injured came out of the steel gates. When they saw the sunlight outside, no matter how heavily injured they were, they all looked excited. At this moment, Huang Feiyang saw that more than 10 people had come out. He immediately raised his eyebrows and said to a young man beside him, "Go and feed the heavily injured people the cloud grass to let them recover." The young man quickly agreed. Huang Feiyang then turned his gaze to a young man sitting beside him and smiled, "Brother One, half an hour is up, right? The people this time are not bad." About 20 people came out, and more than 10 people over there quit. In other words, only a dozen people died. Wen Ye glanced at the people who had already come out and said, "There's only a little bit of time left. Once the time is up, lock the door directly. By then, even if they didn't die, they will die. It's not that easy to enter the Lingwu family." "Oh right, Brother Huang, that younger brother of yours is not bad. It seems that he isn't injured. Maybe his result will be the best. As for the others, they are more or less injured." Speaking of Huang Xiang, Huang Feiyang said proudly, my younger brother's character is similar to mine since young. Tough and hard-working. I think his future achievements will be similar to mine. Wenya nodded and pondered for a while before saying, it's about time. Can we lock the steel gates now and count the steel hearts? Huang Feiyang looked at his younger brother. At this moment, Huang Xiang gave him a reassuring look, so he smiled and nodded. Huang Xiang looked at the 20 people who had passed the test one by one. When he didn't see Long Chen, he frowned. I think he did well in Yuanyang City. He was able to resist my brilliant wheel. It doesn't make sense that he couldn't pass the first test and died in there. But at this moment, the Lingwu family had already started to seal the iron gate. Huang Xiang smiled helplessly and said, Huang Xiang, oh Huang Xiang, you overestimate others. Your opponents are the geniuses from the 4 inner families of the Lingwu family. A small character from a small place isn't worth your time at all. Only then did Huang Xiang shift his gaze to the experts of the Lingwu family. He no longer thought about Long Chen. In his opinion, it was normal for Long Chen to die in there. At this moment, Lu Fengfeng looked around and realized that Long Chen hadn't come out yet. He immediately sneered, it's fine if you're smart enough to leave first. If you die in there, then you can only blame yourself for not listening to your brother's advice. You can't blame others. I know you'll die in there with your personality. Lu Fengfeng was very satisfied when he thought about the steel heart he had obtained. There are a total of 23 steel hearts. It should be enough for me to enter the top 10, right? Lu Fengfeng couldn't help but gasp when he thought about the terrifying steel puppets in the tunnel. If he hadn't prepared well, he might have died in there. But I've already used up half of my vital energy. I'm afraid the second test won't be easy. Lu Fengfeng sized up the people around him and saw that everyone was basically in the same miserable state as him. He immediately felt better and thought to himself, these people are about the same as me. I still have a chance. At this moment, Huang Feiyang had already stood up and was about to announce the end of the first test. Suddenly, one of the sealed doors was blasted open. The person who was about to lock the door was pushed back a few steps and looked inside with a gloomy expression. No one would have thought that someone would actually come out at the last moment. With such a big commotion, everyone's attention was immediately drawn over. At this moment, that person's figure gradually appeared in the dark tunnel. When everyone saw that the person who came out was actually an unfamiliar young face, they were a little stunned. However, to Huang Xiang and Lu Fengfeng, this shock wasn't just a little bit. Lu Fengfeng was a little speechless as he watched. He couldn't wrap his head around this for a moment. After a while, he finally accepted this reality. What dogs hit luck? He actually escaped at the last moment by a fluke? With his appearance, I reckon that he wouldn't be able to get a few steel hearts. It's useless for him to come out. He originally had this thought in his heart, but after seeing that Long Chen was actually somewhat unharmed, he couldn't explain why it was like this, so he frowned and said, could it be that there were only a few steel puppets in that tunnel? When he saw that it was Long Chen who appeared, Huang Xiang's eyes suddenly became a lot colder. However, he changed his mind and said, someone who can take one of my moves should have this level. Since you didn't die inside, that's even better. In a while, you will know that you are dead. I hope that the steel heart in your hands can enter the top 10. Just as he came out, he saw that there were already so many people gathered together. Long Chen was shocked and hurriedly joined the team. He thought to himself, damn it, I was actually so engrossed in killing. If I was any slower, it would have been in a tragedy. Facing Huang Xiang's murderous gaze, Long Chen smiled coldly at him. Seeing that Long Chen still dared to show off to him, Huang Xiang laughed involuntarily and said to himself, is it because I killed your horse? What is there to be angry about? When I kill your people, you will know that everything is a small matter. Long Chen had just joined the crowd. At this time, everyone saw his appearance clearly and didn't have much interest in paying attention to him. At that time, Lu Fengfeng ran over and patted Long Chen's shoulder and said with a smile, "Good boy. You didn't disappoint my expectations of you. You came out alive, very good. How many steel hearts did you get?" Looking at this person, Long Chen could only shake his head with a wry smile. Lu Fengfeng looked as if she had expected it and encouraged him, "It's okay. Even if you didn't get the steel heart, it's not a big deal. At least you are not injured. You still have a chance in the next selection of Yuan Emperor City." In the process of Lu Fengfeng's endless chatter, Huang Xiang and Long Chen's cold gaze was seen by Huang Feiyang. Huang Feiyang frowned and stared at Long Chen. He thought to himself, Xiang has a conflict with this boy? Good boy, you know that I am here, but you still dare to offend my Huang family. You really have some guts. He originally wanted to announce that Long Chen was disqualified from entering the second round because of a slight delay, but at this time, Wuxia, who was next to him, announced first, "Okay, now the time is just right. You guys line up and offer up your steel hearts one by one." Since Wuxia had taken the lead, Huang Feiyang couldn't refute him. He could only think, "Fine, even if you can enter the top 10, I will make you feel better later." He sat down and flipped through Long Chen's information from a register on the table. Long Chen, from Baiyang Town's Yang family. Beast Warrior, Dragon Vein Realm Level 8. Dragon Vein Realm Origin Beast Soul is an underground blood lizard. At this level, Xiang actually couldn't kill him. Seeing that Xiang's years of cultivation has fallen behind. At this time, Wuxia was already recording the number of steel hearts one by one. Chen Wenlong, 18. Qing Shui, 29. Xiao Yan, 8. About 20 people passed by Wuxia one by one and took out the steel hearts from their cosmos sacks. Then, they waited anxiously. Lu Fengfeng patted Long Chen's shoulder and said, "You wait here, I will go hand in the steel hearts first." Soon, his results were out. Lu Fengfeng, 23. Lu Fengfeng walked in front of Long Chen proudly and said excitedly, "So far, my steel heart is ranked 9th. I see that the remaining people, except for Huang Xiang, are all heavily injured. I see that this time, my steel heart is actually ranked 10th. Heaven is really helping me." As he spoke, Huang Xiang had already given Long Chen a provocative look and walked towards Wuxia. Wuxia looked at his good brother's younger brother and immediately revealed a warm smile. He said, "You are Huang Xiang? Come, hand over your steel heart and let us see it." Huang Feiyang looked at his younger brother with doting eyes. He said, "Back then, I obtained 58 steel hearts, and your brother Wuxia obtained 67, which was even better than me. Now, the highest is 41. Xiang, do you have any hope of getting first place?" Huang Xiang smiled confidently and said, "You guys just have to count." As he spoke, a large pile of steel hearts came out from his cosmos sack. This large pile of golden stones made the other martial artists suck in a breath of cold air. Wuxia and Huang Feiyang also revealed praising gazes. Lu Fengfeng's face was a little pale. He said, "I still underestimated this Huang Xiang's ability. This steel heart, there are at least 60. This way, this Huang Xiang is ranked first, and I will be ranked 10th. But luckily, I can enter the second round." Wuxia counted for a while and immediately grinned. "Good lad, not bad indeed. 68, one more than I had back then." Huang Feiyang saw his younger brother had such achievements and felt very comforted. He nodded at Huang Xiang. At this time, Huang Xiang's mouth moved. Huang Feiyang looked at Long Chen who was not far behind him and immediately knew what Huang Xiang meant. Hence, he nodded. Only then did Huang Xiang leave. At this time, those seriously injured martial artists who were still recuperating with elixirs came one by one. As Lu Fengfeng expected, their results rarely exceeded the number 10. Looking at the back, Lu Fengfeng grinned. Just 10th. That was really close. Seeing his face full of joy, Long Chen felt a little helpless. Because at this time, only his own steel heart had not been handed over. Seeing Long Chen suddenly walk towards Wunya, Lu Fengfeng was stunned and thought to himself, could it be that this lad can still obtain the steel heart? Tomorrow is Monday. Seriously seeking support. This book is about to face the most crucial battle. I hope everyone can support me. In order to thank all of you, there will be 3 chapters tomorrow. 2 chapters will be updated at midnight, and 1 chapter will be updated at noon. A total of 10,000 words. If there is anything, send it over. Chapter 74. Tell me your name. Wunya glanced at Long Chen, then lowered his head and fiddled with the pen in his hand. Long Chen. Wunya nodded and found Long Chen's name on the list. Then he said plainly, take out the heart of steel you obtained. Long Chen nodded. He knew that Huang Feiyang was looking at him coldly, but he was not moved at all. Now there was only Long Chen left. If there were no surprises, then the top 10 had already been decided. Lu Fengfeng was lucky to enter the top 10. At this moment, his face was filled with excitement as he looked at Long Chen. He was looking forward to seeing if Long Chen could take out one. As for Huang Xiang, his gaze was slightly more serious because he hoped that Long Chen would enter the top 10. That way, he could vent his anger. I hope you can obtain more than 23. Even if he obtained 23, Long Chen was younger than Lu Fengfeng. Because of this factor, Lu Fengfeng would still be eliminated by Long Chen. After Wunya gave the order, he carefully looked at the cosmos bag that Long Chen took out. At this moment, hearts of steel appeared in Long Chen's hand. When Lu Fengfeng saw those hearts of steel, his eyes widened. I can really obtain hearts of steel, and there are more than 10 of them. This, he was originally shocked enough, but when he saw that there was still an endless stream of hearts of steel coming out of Long Chen's cosmos bag, his relaxed expression became more and more tense, and his body began to tremble. When the number of hearts of steel on the table had clearly exceeded 23, Lu Fengfeng's face turned pale as he stared at Long Chen's back. His eyes slowly turned blood red. Long Chen, this is impossible. He is just a country bumpkin from a small place. How can he defeat me, who grew up in Yuanling City? Lu Fengfeng's eyes were filled with disbelief. He rubbed his eyes hard, but he couldn't change the fact. When they saw that Long Chen's heart of steel had exceeded 23, Wunya and Huang Feiyang were a little surprised. They looked at Long Chen's expression and became more cautious. Huang Xiang finally heaved a sigh of relief and sneered to himself, if he exceeds 23, he will enter the second stage. You're courting death, so don't blame me. However, Long Chen's heart of steel was still increasing. Only then did everyone notice the situation, and their jaws dropped. Especially after Long Chen's heart of steel was close to 50, everyone's eyes were dull. Even Wunya and Huang Feiyang's eyes changed a lot when they looked at Long Chen. As for Huang Xiang, his brows gradually furrowed. He had originally thought that the title of first place would definitely belong to him. But now, it seemed that there was a possibility that he could be surpassed. When he thought that he might lose to Long Chen, Huang Xiang suddenly became angry. He had already tolerated Long Chen once. If Long Chen didn't know what was good for him, his murderous intent would only get heavier and heavier. Not bad, kid. Seeing that the heart of steel was close to 60, Wunya also smiled at Long Chen. Huang Feiyang's face was indifferent. At this time, Long Chen's heart of steel was still increasing. The others were already numb, and Lu Fengfeng felt dizzy. As for Huang Xiang, he clenched his fists because at this time, Long Chen's heart of steel was almost about to surpass him. And in the next moment, he had already surpassed him. Huang Xiang's face suddenly turned red. He stared at Long Chen, who took his first place. Hatred was already growing in his heart. This time, you must die. If you don't die, I'm afraid I won't be able to live comfortably for the next year. No one who offends me can escape the fate of death. Everyone looked at Long Chen in shock. When Long Chen put away the Qianquan bag and saw the pile of heart of steel in front of him, which was even taller than Huang Xiang, everyone looked at him differently. Wen Ye smiled brightly and said, "A total of 75 heart of steel. This is the best result in this selection. But you are a beast warrior, so your body is more advantageous. This result is not surprising. In the past, as long as beast warriors entered, their results were usually very good. In fact, Long Chen had actually obtained 105 heart of steel. He had already obtained first place, so he just kept some casually. When Wen Ye announced Long Chen's heart of steel, Lu Fengfeng could no longer stand and fell to the ground. At this time, it was very clear who was in the top 10 of the first round. Long Chen was the well-deserved first place, Huang Xiang was second, and Lu Fengfeng was squeezed out of the top 10. Being out of the top 10 actually meant that one had lost the qualification to participate in the Lingwu family selection. Therefore, Wen Ye glanced at them coldly and said in a cold voice, "Those who did not enter the top 10, leave now. The next time the Lingwu family takes in outsiders, you will still have a chance." Lu Fengfeng, who was dizzy, was carried out of the place. Before he left, he was still staring at Long Chen, not understanding why this had happened. There were exactly 10 people left among the warriors who came to participate in the selection. Rest for a while. Soon, the second round of the assessment will begin, and that is, Wen Ye glanced around, and then he said indifferently, "Fight in pairs. Our rules are very simple. When the time comes, we'll divide all of you into 5 groups, and 2 people from each group will fight against each other. Whoever wins will become a member of my Lingwu clan. Do all of you understand?" Long Chen and the others quickly nodded. At this time, Huang Xiang's gaze was all on Long Chen. Even Wen Ye could feel the violent aura from Huang Xiang. He frowned and looked at Huang Feiyang's indifferent face. He didn't say anything and said directly, "Your opponent will be announced in 15 minutes. Get ready first." In the middle of the square, there was a large-scale martial arts arena. It seemed that this was where the battle would take place. At this time, Huang Feiyang and the others were discussing while Long Chen and the other 9 people were hurriedly healing themselves and preparing for the next battle. Long Chen had nothing to prepare. He looked at Huang Xiang and saw that Huang Xiang was also looking at him. The murderous intent in those eyes was extremely obvious. "You persistent fly, you're finally going to meet your end today," Huang Xiang said coldly. "Io, little yellow dog actually spoke human language. You scared me." Long Chen's tone, which was disguised as a woman, disgusted the people around him. However, to Huang Xiang, it was a great insult. He immediately clenched his fist. If it wasn't for the Lingwu family, he would have already rushed up to take Long Chen's life. When you hear who your opponent is later, you probably won't be able to laugh anymore. Lingwu family, this is my world. Why are you here to join in the fun? While everyone was resting, a quarter of an hour quickly passed. At this time, Wen Ye and the others had already arranged the opponents for the 2 battles. Long Chen instantly felt that Huang Feiyang and Huang Xiang were looking at him with malicious intent. Looking at Huang Feiyang, Long Chen more or less knew the result. As expected, when they announced it, Long Chen realized that his opponent was Huang Xiang, and it was the last battle. Should this be Huang Xiang's request? I took first place from him. Does he hate me to the core now? Looking at Huang Xiang, who was looking at him smugly, Long Chen sneered in his heart. When the time comes, I'll show you who is stronger. At this time, under Wen Ye's arrangement, there were already 2 strong men in the 9th level of the Dragon Vein realm fighting. They were both in the same realm as the Yang family patriarch and the others, but in reality, they were much stronger than the Yang family patriarch and the others. The people in Yuanling City, even in this small corner, are not simple. Looking at these people fighting, Long Chen also gained some knowledge. Time passed gradually as they fought. Soon, 4 out of the 5 spots to enter the Lingwu family had been selected. As for the last spot, it would be decided between Long Chen and Huang Xiang. At this time, everyone looked at Long Chen and Huang Xiang. Huang Xiang smiled faintly at Long Chen and took the lead to enter the arena. Outside the arena, Wen Ye looked at the confrontation between Huang Xiang and Long Chen, then looked at Huang Feiyang, who had a cold expression on his face. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. This Long Chen is a good seedling, but he should never have offended Huang Xiang. Now, no matter how talented he is, he's finished. If the deacon finds out that I cheated, it'll be a tragedy for me. Originally, the arrangement of these duels was very particular. It was decided according to the ranking of the first round. The first place would fight against the 10th place, the second place would fight against the 9th place, and so on. Generally speaking, the more Iron Heart one obtained in the first round, the stronger one would be. Therefore, the top 5 of the Iron Heart would usually be able to enter the Lingwu family. However, because of Huang Feiyang, Long Chen and Huang Xiang fought. Any one of them could have entered the Lingwu family, but only one of them could enter now. Although this Long Chen can obtain more Iron Hearts, his foundation isn't as deep as the Huang family's. That black-grade combat technique alone is enough to make Long Chen suffer. Wen Ye thought to himself as he looked at Long Chen with some regret. Then, he announced the official start of the battle. Huang Xiang smirked. Brat, the taste of the Wheel of Radiance is still vivid in your mind, right? Fine, I'll let you relive it today. I don't believe that you can block it once, let alone twice. Long Chen's aura continued to rise. Very quickly, he used the Dragon Soul transformation under everyone's shocked gazes. The scales and bone spurs on his body made everyone frown. Long Chen gradually clenched his fists and smirked. Since I can block that kind of attack once, I can block it twice. Is that so? Huang Xiang smirked as he used the Wheel of Radiance once again. Just like the previous time, a powerful aura surged from his body and pressed down on Long Chen. The same attack is completely meaningless to me. Just like the previous time, Long Chen also dashed towards Huang Xiang. Streaks of divine dragon images were shot out frantically as the attack whizzed towards Huang Xiang. Wheel of Radiance. Taishian Dragon Seal. This collision caused Wen Ye and Huang Feiyang's expressions to change. Huang Feiyang was in disbelief when he saw that the superior yellow-grade Taishian Dragon Seal was actually able to resist the Huang family's black-grade combat technique. Wen Ye bitterly smiled as he shook his head and said, "This Long Chen has truly surprised me. However, if it's only at this level, he will not be able to escape death today." Chapter 75. The two energies collided with each other, and the most shocking thing was that Long Chen actually used a yellow rank combat skill to forcefully block Huang Xiang's mystic rank combat skill. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. At that moment, Long Chen and Huang Xiang were forced to retreat again and again. It was not easy for the two of them to stabilize their footing. As for Huang Xiang, he discovered that the distance he had to retreat this time was almost the same as Long Chen's. In other words, Long Chen had made enough progress in the past few days. For Huang Xiang, having such a person become his opponent was a very unpleasant thing. His face suddenly became ferocious, and he roared at Long Chen, "Long Chen, you've really angered me. I swear, you must die this time." Long Chen didn't say anything. When Huang Xiang killed his black-scaled dragon horse, Long Chen had already sentenced him to death in his heart. Outside the arena, Wuxia and Huang Feiyang looked at each other when they saw that Long Chen had actually used the profound dragon seal to completely block Huang Xiang's will of light, and it looked like they were evenly matched. "Brother Huang, this kid is not simple." Huang Feiyang sneered and said, "So what if he's not simple? Doesn't offend the Huang family still have to die?" Xiang told me that he has already mastered that skill. Although he's not familiar with it yet, it's more than enough to deal with Long Chen. That skill? Wuxia thought about it and finally remembered what Huang Feiyang said. He smiled bitterly and said, "Indeed, under the wheel of death, it's impossible for this kid to survive. You can only use the wheel of death when you've just broken through to the mortal core realm, but I didn't expect Huang Xiang to be able to use it when he's only at the 9th level of the Dragon Vein realm." Huang Feiyang nodded and said, "In order to catch up to me, Xiang has been working very hard in secret. I'm happy for him too." In the field, the Wheel of Radiance was once again ineffective against Long Chen. Huang Xiang was initially enraged, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled coldly. He attacked Long Chen while sneering, "You can deal with the Wheel of Radiance, but I'm afraid that you won't even have a corpse left. Brat, don't blame me after you die. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck for encountering me." Sensing the change in Huang Xiang's aura, Long Chen was secretly startled. An attack even stronger than the Wheel of Radiance? Long Chen knew just how strong the Radiant Will was. Last time when he fought against Huang Xiang, he had been defeated by this profound tier battle skill. But after obtaining the mid-grade Mystic Heaven-Burning Demon Yang Fist, "You have an even stronger battle skill, but so do I, Long Chen. This time, let's see if you're stronger, or if I, Long Chen, am stronger." At this time, Huang Feiyang's gaze froze and he smiled. Xiang is really going to use the All-Heaven Death Wheel. As soon as Huang Feiyang's voice fell, Huang Xiang sneered. Suddenly, his body surged crazily, as if it had turned into a whirlwind, spinning rapidly around him. In just an instant, a faintly discernible black and white light wheel with countless tadpole-like runes formed on Huang Xiang's body. What attacked Long Chen was an overwhelming, suffocating aura. Feeling the opponent's extremely powerful aura, Long Chen was not discouraged. This move is actually more than 10 times stronger than the Wheel of Radiance. At this time, Huang Xiang's usual cold face changed. His entire person seemed to have turned into the ruler of heaven and earth. Under his control, the powerful peak attack gradually approached Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly felt that his body could not move. That illusory runic light wheel is actually so powerful. But, only you can have a profound tier battle skill, but I can't. When this thought appeared in Long Chen's mind, the blood-red true energy in his body suddenly erupted, as if it was burning. An invisible wave of air appeared on Long Chen's body, as if there was an invisible flame burning on his body. Everyone present immediately felt the temperature soar. It was already late autumn, but because of the existence of Long Chen, the surrounding temperature was much hotter than in summer. "This is..." Wuxia and the others were a little shocked. At this time, Long Chen's eyes opened abruptly. However, there seemed to be a burning flame in his blood-red pupils. A huge, blazing aura emanated from his body. In the eyes of everyone, Long Chen seemed to have turned into a masculine boulder that was bursting with endless sharpness. Waves of heat rushed towards everyone. At this time, everyone was shocked to see a blood-red flame rapidly forming in his right fist. The blood-red flame vibrated slightly, causing Long Chen's body to tremble slightly. It was obvious that Long Chen was not very proficient in using this move. However, compared to him, Huang Xiang was in a worse state. The black and white runic light wheel trembled even more, so much so that Huang Xiang could not control it at all. Die! All-Heaven Death Wheel. Completely unable to control it, Huang Xiang could only let his All-Heaven Death Wheel attack Long Chen as soon as it formed. Right now, Long Chen's aura was no weaker than his opponent's. By the time the blood-red flame had completely covered Long Chen's fist, Long Chen's gaze turned cold as he watched Huang Xiang's all-heaven death wheel fly towards him. Suddenly, he dashed forward and threw a punch. Boom! Suddenly, a blood-red flame burst out and engulfed the all-heaven death wheel. Sky-burning Devil Sun Fist. Sky-burning Scarlet Flame. Long Chen's attack soared to the extreme. Originally, it had been able to fend off the all-heaven death wheel. However, when it really erupted, the majestic true qi instantly soared several times. The originally extremely dazzling all-heaven death wheel had completely dimmed at this moment. Very quickly, it was completely shattered by Long Chen's violent, direct, and masculine punch. Long Chen's crazed roar directly shook Huang Xiang to the point that he was completely dumbfounded. That violent attack instantly sent Huang Xiang flying. The surging force destroyed his body. Immediately, Huang Xiang spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and miserably fell to the ground. His entire face was already covered in black blood. His clothes had also been burned by Long Chen's attack. Huang Xiang's entire body was charred black, and the smell of cooked meat wafted through the air. The source of the smell was, of course, Huang Xiang's convulsing body. Huang Xiang's body was in so much pain that his blurred vision happened to meet Long Chen's. When he saw that Long Chen was unharmed, but he was in such a miserable state, he felt like he was dreaming. He couldn't believe it. Coupled with the endless pain in his body, Huang Xiang immediately foamed at the mouth and fainted. He simply couldn't believe that his proudest move had been completely defeated by Long Chen in a head-on battle. Moreover, it had been a complete defeat. He had always mocked Long Chen for being from a small place and not having any good combat techniques. However, the sky-burning Devil Yang fist that Long Chen had just used was like a huge slap to his face. The remaining 8 martialists sucked in a deep breath and kept quiet out of fear when they saw Huang Xiang's current state. They were all rejoicing that they hadn't become Long Chen's opponent. Otherwise, the ones lying on the ground right now would be them. Wen Ye's lips and teeth were also trembling when he saw this scene. He stared in shock at Long Chen, who was still standing. Long Chen was trembling, unable to utter a single word. He broke the Huang family's all-heaven death wheel? How is this possible? He's only at the 8th stage of the Dragon Vein realm. Could it be that this Long Chen is really such a genius? At this moment, after using the sky-burning Devil Yang fist, Long Chen felt like his entire body had been sucked dry. His entire body was filled with a sense of exhaustion. The sky-burning Devil Yang fist was a mid-grade mystic combat technique, and he was only at the 8th stage of the Dragon Vein realm. Using this combat technique that was normally used by Earth Core warriors, of course it would consume a lot of energy. Right now, Long Chen was actually just an arrow at the end of its flight. He had just defeated Huang Xiang in such a state. Before he could even heave a sigh of relief, Long Chen already knew that something bad was about to happen. Just as he had expected, when he had just defeated Huang Xiang, a huge aura suddenly erupted from not far away. This was an aura that Long Chen couldn't resist at all. In an instant, it arrived beside Long Chen. Right now, Long Chen only had a little bit of true energy left in his body. It wasn't enough to resist this attack at all. Even if he was in peak condition, he still wouldn't be able to block this person's attack. This person was Huang Feiyang. When he saw his younger brother being beaten up so badly, his eyes immediately turned red. Basically, he immediately attacked, and even when you couldn't stop him. The attack from Shui Yuanzi had caused Lingxi to use up 3 Dream Lingxi. Therefore, the only thing Long Chen could do at this moment was to use his own hand to hold on to Lingxi's sword tightly. Lingxi was in Lingxi's sword, and she was so anxious that her face had turned pale. However, Long Chen's entire ear was covered by Long Chen's palm. If she wanted to release Lingxi's sword, the price would be to pierce through Long Chen's palm. She couldn't let Lingxi hurt Long Chen. Therefore, with just this moment of hesitation, she had already lost the chance to save Long Chen. Huang Feiyang's attack had already appeared in front of Long Chen. In Lingxi's sword, Lingxi was already in tears. "Bastard, take your hand away. Take it away." Despite her heart-wrenching screams, Long Chen didn't have any reaction. She knew that Long Chen clearly knew that she could only live for a few more months. If Lingxi attacked at this time, she probably wouldn't be able to survive. Long Chen would rather die than for her to die for him. Ever since Lingxi made a move during the fight for the Empyrean fruit, Long Chen already had a plan in his heart. He knew that if there wasn't enough medicine in the future, he wouldn't let Lingxi make a move. Therefore, he thought of using his palm to cover his ear. At this moment, Long Chen only had time to cover his ear before he was sent flying by Huang Feiyang. This was the first time that Long Chen faced an attack head-on after his dragon soul transformation. He originally thought that he would definitely die, but after taking Huang Feiyang's punch head-on, he realized that although his wound was in severe pain and his body felt like it was falling apart, he was still some distance away from death. The resistance of this dragon scale is actually so strong? This unexpected gain made Long Chen very surprised. However, Huang Feiyang's punch still made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, his internal organs were already seriously injured. Crashing to the ground, Long Chen realized that his limbs were already stiff. Although Huang Feiyang didn't kill him instantly, at least he had already completely lost his combat power. As long as he did it again, he would definitely die. At this time, Huang Feiyang was already flying towards him at high speed. Recommended on the front page, recommended by the Fantasy Channel's chief editor. Begging for flowers, help me charge into the rankings. Thank you, brothers. Just a little bit from you and I will be able to charge into the new book's rankings. In addition, friends who have the phone network and have the means, if you like this book, then throw some PK. If you're reading in the middle of the night, after reading, you can throw flowers after 12:20. All kinds of thanks. These are really important to me. Writing a book isn't easy. I hope everyone can support me. Chapter 76. Long Chen has violated the rules of the competition. I hereby announce that he has lost the right to enter the Lingwu family. Huang Feiyang's voice could be heard faintly. He had suffered a powerful blow from Huang Feiyang, but he was lucky enough not to die. However, Long Chen wasn't happy at all. At this moment, Huang Feiyang wouldn't let him go. Under Huang Feiyang's attack, Long Chen's arm had been shaken off his ear. Lingxi could come out at this moment. Instantly, Long Chen's eyes widened and he roared, "Lingxi, go back. Otherwise, I'll hate you until the day I die." At this moment, Lingxi's sword had already moved. Although she heard Long Chen's anxious words, Lingxi didn't listen to what he said. To her, Long Chen was on the brink of death. This was the only thing that existed in her mind. "Lingxi, I beg you to listen to me, okay?" Long Chen's heart-wrenching voice didn't make Lingxi turn around. At this moment, Huang Feiyang had already arrived in front of Long Chen. His eyes were bloodshot. Without saying a word, he attacked Long Chen again. At this moment, Lingxi's sword was about to leave Long Chen's ear and block in front of Long Chen's eyes. At this critical moment, a cold female voice was heard. Huang Feiyang, who was originally on Long Chen's body, was instantly sent flying. He took a few steps back and looked at the person with a pale face. He, who was originally full of anger, was shocked when he saw the person. He quickly said, "Disciple Huang Feiyang greets the deacon." Wenya, who was at the side, also bowed to the person. Long Chen did not know who it was that had arrived. However, he had already recovered a little and was able to stand up with some difficulty. As for Ling Shi, who was originally about to make a move, she heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Long Chen was suddenly saved. She did not make any further movements. "Go back and see how I'll deal with you." After scaring Lingxi fiercely, Long Chen endured the pain in his body and crawled up with his teeth clenched. Although his body couldn't support it, Long Chen still looked at the person. Under everyone's gaze, a group of people walked towards them. These people had an extraordinary aura and seemed to be much stronger than Huang Feiyang and Lingxi. Especially the woman in the middle, who made Long Chen squint deeply. Among the group of young men, this woman was particularly eye-catching. She wore a red dress, and her facial features were exquisite and charming. Her skin was as white as snow, and she had a sweet smile on her face. As she walked, she revealed her ample curves and graceful figure. All of these attracted the gazes of men. When the 8 martialists saw such a beauty, they immediately swallowed their saliva and widened their eyes. Among the beauties that Long Chen had seen, Lingxi and Yang Lingqing were slightly inexperienced. However, this woman was indeed a completely different type. Her every move, every frown, and every smile emitted a mature, intellectual, and elegant charm. Ordinary men couldn't resist it. The term exceptional beauty appeared in Long Chen's mind. However, his entire body was in so much pain that he didn't have the mood to tease this woman. Furthermore, the other party's abnormal strength wasn't something that he could tease now. Hence, Long Chen instantly pretended to be an injured and innocent young man. He bit his lips and stared coldly at Huang Feiyang. Long Chen was originally delicate and pretty. Coupled with his current innocent look, there was a tinge of arrogance in his innocence. This immediately attracted the attention of the beautiful woman. Long Chen was only 16 years old. He still had the appearance of a young man. Furthermore, there was fresh blood at the corner of his mouth. When the woman saw this, she instantly frowned. It seemed that she felt a little heartache. Very quickly, she shifted her gaze to Huang Feiyang. Her beautiful face looked at Huang Feiyang with a faint smile. She said, "Huang Feiyang, explain. What kind of show are you putting on?" This woman's voice was thin and charming. When Long Chen heard it, he felt a burning sensation in his heart. However, when he remembered that Lingxi was still living in his ear, he was instantly like a deflated balloon. He didn't dare to look at her again. Her tone was completely indifferent, but Huang Feiyang knew that this kind of Lord Warden was the scariest. He hurriedly said sincerely, "Lord Warden, it's like this. Originally, these two people had a final battle to decide the last person to enter the Lingwu family. However, this young man named Long Chen was ruthless. He had clearly defeated his opponent, but he still pursued relentlessly and wanted to kill his opponent. This action violated the rules, so I feel that he should be disqualified and expelled from this place." "Oh." The woman's beautiful eyes sized up Long Chen. She smiled faintly as if she didn't care. She said, "Huang Feiyang, tell me. Since when did our Lingwu family have this rule of not killing people? Have you forgotten? We encourage killing people." Hearing what she said, Huang Feiyang's expression changed. He was about to refute, but he didn't expect that the woman would suddenly look at him. Huang Feiyang instantly felt like he was suffocating. His face was deathly pale, and he couldn't say another word. Long Chen was also secretly shocked. This woman was at most 27 or 28 years old, but her cultivation had already reached a realm that Huang Feiyang couldn't reach. Long Chen was previously shocked by her moving beauty, but now, he was also very impressed by her cultivation. "That person is your younger brother, right?" Her voice was like a venomous snake that entered Huang Feiyang's ears. Huang Feiyang's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't dare to say a word. His face gradually paled, and his body also started to tremble. This woman's smile was very seductive. That kind of faint seductive charm made people feel like they couldn't stop. However, to Huang Feiyang, it was like a nightmare. You still dare to mess around under my, Lu Lan's, hands? Huang Feiyang, aren't you afraid of going to the Star Devil prison? This suppressed voice scared Huang Feiyang silly. Seeing Huang Feiyang's trembling appearance, Lu Lan straightened her back and giggled. She was extremely flirtatious. She waved her hand and said, "I'm joking. I was just scaring you. Alright, don't do it again. Understand? You guys can scram now." Wenya originally didn't even dare to breathe loudly. When Lu Lan said this, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly pulled Huang Feiyang, who was still in a daze, and said, "Thank you, Lord Deacon, for showing mercy. We will leave now." Lu Lan didn't care about them anymore. Instead, she said to a young man beside her, "Huang Feiyang is useless. Make arrangements for these 5 clansmen who just entered. At the same time, teach them some necessary knowledge. Most importantly, they still have to know the rules of the Lingwu family. Understand?" That person hurriedly nodded and said, "Yes, Deacon Lu." Lu Lan nodded. Then, her coquettish beautiful eyes shifted towards Long Chen. She smiled sweetly and said, "Take care of that brat for me. Tonight, I will go look for him alone." After she finished speaking, she led the group of people and left. Looking at her departing figure, Long Chen's originally tense heart finally relaxed. However, the look of hatred that Huang Feiyang gave Long Chen when he left just now made Long Chen remember it in his heart. "I've just come to Yuanling City and I've already made such a great enemy. I really have too much free time. However, in the future, I have to be very careful in this Lingwu family." At this time, the man who stayed behind examined Long Chen's group of 5. After paying attention to Long Chen for a while, he then said, "My name is Gan Lin. The Lingwu family is equivalent to a large sect. We are all under Deacon Lu's tutelage. In the future, you can just call me Senior Gan. Understand?" Long Chen and the others nodded. Gan Lin saw that they were obedient and was very satisfied. He said, "Aren't you going to introduce yourselves?" The 5 of them immediately reported their names and families. Long Chen also repeated the information that he filled in for the Lingwu family. Hearing that Long Chen actually came from a small town in Yuanling County, Gan Lin immediately revealed a look of surprise. He praised, "I saw your battle just now from afar. You're so young and from a small place, yet you're able to have such accomplishments. I, Gan Lin, am somewhat impressed by you." Being low-key was the way to go. This senior Gan Lin was easy to approach, and he even answered a lot of questions for Long Chen, so Long Chen decided to try his best to have a good relationship with him. He quickly said, "I've had some encounters, but it's mostly because I've been cultivating hard since I was young." Long Chen's answer was neither servile nor overbearing, and he didn't say, "I don't deserve it." Gan Lin was very satisfied with him. He patted Long Chen's shoulder and smiled. "Since you've joined the Lingwu family, work harder in the future. This is the real battlefield. Those with real talent and perseverance are destined to shine here. Those who are lazy and rely on their families and parents will all die miserably in the Lingwu family, just like that kid you just defeated." Then, he looked at the others and said, "Now, I'll bring you to the Lingwu city. At the same time, I'll also give you your identity jade plates and tell you a lot of things. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll explain it to you, just in case you make a mistake and lose your life." Long Chen nodded like the other 4, then, under Gan Lin's lead, they headed towards the Lingwu city. That was the real base of the Lingwu family. Looking at Gan Lin's tall figure in front of him, thinking of Xiao Lang and Lu Lan, Long Chen thought a lot. This Lingwu family is my real world. From Lu Lan and Gan Lin's words, I can roughly understand how fierce the competition in the Lingwu family is. The place I've joined is called the Qingyang Hall, and that Deacon Lu is obviously a big shot in the Qingyang Hall. That's why his strength is so terrifying. The Qingyang Hall is only a part of the Green Clan. Aside from the Green Clan, there are 8 other clans, the real Lingwu family, and the 4 inner clans. Long Chen was speechless. When I was in Baiyang village, I've only heard of the Lingwu family's name, but I didn't know they were so terrifying. Compared to them, the Scarlet Blood sect is really nothing. However, the Scarlet Blood sect is related to the survival of the Yang family. If I don't increase my strength quickly, the Yang family will be finished. Long Chen felt endless pressure. Following Gan Lin, about an hour later, he suddenly turned around and said, "We've arrived at the Lingwu city." Chapter 77. When Long Chen raised his head, he saw a vast city in front of him. This was a white jade city. The city walls were tall, and the buildings inside the city walls were all white like jade. Under the sunlight, the buildings reflected a dazzling light. Luckily, he had already seen Yuanling City, so Long Chen was not surprised by the size of this city. However, the city in front of him was like a huge and orderly white cloud. Long Chen was shocked by its magnificence and beauty. The other 4 had seen Lingwu City before, but today they could finally live in it, so they were very excited. Looking at the 5 young men, Gan Lin smiled and said, "All right, follow me inside now. Once we have settled down, I will introduce you to the Lingwu family." Under Gan Lin's lead, Long Chen and the others entered Lingwu City. In Long Chen's eyes, Yuanling City was synonymous with wealth, and this Lingwu City was the cream of the crop. No wonder it could become the mayor's mansion of Yuanling City. Lingwu City is also divided into the outer city and the inner city. The outer city is divided into 9 areas, which are the bases of the 9 foreign families. Our Green family is in the middle of the Green region, and the place you are at now is the Green region. The gate that you just passed through is the gate that belongs to our Green region. While walking, Long Chen saw warriors passing by from time to time. Some of them were at the 9th level of the Dragon Vein realm like them, but most of them were at the Mortal Core realm or even higher. In a place where almost everyone was stronger than him, Long Chen had to restrain his temper. From what he had seen before, the Lingwu family was not as peaceful and harmonious as it seemed on the surface. Under this tranquility, there was an undercurrent of killing intent. Long Chen was secretly shocked. In this scary place, looks like I, your father, will have to live like a grandson with my tail between my legs. Thinking about this, Long Chen felt so depressed that he wanted to escape. However, Long Chen had spent so much effort to enter Lingwu City, and now was the time to show off his skills. It would be a pity if he left now. Moreover, Long Chen was not someone who was afraid of challenges, so he decided to stay. Now that I've joined the Lingwu family, I'm a member of the Lingwu family. In a bit, I'll ask about the Scarlet Blood sect and see if there's any way to deal with them. Along the way, people would greet Gan Lin from time to time. When they saw Long Chen and the others, they immediately sized them up and said with a smile, "Another rookie? Your Qingyang Hall is going to be lively for a long time. I hope these little bastards won't cause you any trouble." Long Chen secretly remembered their words. Very quickly, Gan Lin brought them into a large courtyard. This courtyard was very large, and there were at least 100 rooms. At this time, Gan Lin turned around and said, "This area is our Qingyang Hall's territory, and this courtyard is under the jurisdiction of Deacon Lu. It's called the Green Willow House, and we are all disciples under Deacon Lu. Now, I'll arrange a place for you to stay, and then I'll explain to you about Lingwu City." It was currently daytime, and they could see that there were very few people in the courtyard. Gan Lin was very familiar with this place, so he quickly turned into a row of small rooms. Pointing at the exquisite rooms, he said, this is where you fourth-rank disciples live. From now on, the 5 of you will live here. Once you become third-rank disciples, you will leave. Now, each of you choose a room and register it. I'll be waiting for you in the martial practice hall." Listening to Gan Lin, the other 4 immediately went to choose their rooms. Long Chen felt that any room was fine, so he casually looked at the number on the door, and then directly followed Gan Lin into the martial practice hall for the 4th-rank disciples. Gan Lin already knew that Long Chen had followed them, so he walked to the chair in the front and sat down. Then, he looked at Long Chen for a while, and said, "Sit here first. When they arrive, I'll tell you all about the Lingwu family. If you have any questions, you can ask them all at once." Long Chen nodded, and there was nothing to say, so he sat down on the side. Very quickly, the other 4 people arrived, and they all looked a little excited. Seeing the longing on their faces, Gan Lin shook his head, but Long Chen's indifferent expression made him very satisfied. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he nodded, and said, "First, I'll tell you the nature of the Lingwu family, and what we need to do daily. If you have any questions, you can ask me." Everyone nodded obediently. Although it wasn't intentional, the strength of the Lingwu family still left a pressure in their hearts. The Lingwu family is one of the 2 major forces in Yuanling County. Because they have always been at an advantage in the recent battles with Yuan Emperor City's Beast Soul Palace, they have been the city lord's office of Yuanling City for over 100 years. Gan Lin smiled, and continued, "Beast Soul Palace walks the path of elites. The people of our Lingwu family are basically more than 10 times that of them. There are more than 20,000 registered people in total, and about 2,000 of them are inner people of the Lingwu family. Our outer family has a total of 9 major clans, which are divided into red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, silver, and gold. Each clan has about 2,000 outer family members, but the first thing you need to know is that although the number of cyan clan members and inner family members are equal, the inner family members are the real Lingwu family members. You have become the outer family members of the Lingwu family, so you must first understand the most important thing, and that is, we are just the thugs of the Lingwu family, and we are their subordinates. So, we must absolutely not have a conflict with them, or else no one will feel sorry for us if we die." At this point, Gan Lin's eyes were cold, and Long Chen and the others were shocked. Hearing the word subordinates, Long Chen frowned and asked, "In other words, we have to do whatever they say, even if they send us to our deaths?" Gan Lin said indifferently, "Don't be too pessimistic. The outer family members of the Lingwu family can develop to this level, and we haven't betrayed them. This means that the inner family members are still very good to the outer family members. Of course, the premise is that you can't have a conflict with the inner family members. Think about it, even in a normal family, the subordinates don't dare to have a conflict with the master, right?" From Long Chen's understanding, the inner family members were the masters, and all the outer family members were just subordinates. At first, Long Chen was very unconvinced, but when he thought about the Lingwu family, it was his platform to soar, and his current strength was still at the lowest level. The Lingwu family is so powerful, letting me be their subordinate is already giving me face. Moreover, from what Gan Lin said, as long as I am obedient and contribute more, it seems like there are many benefits. I am a man who knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Why would I be afraid of the inner family?" At this time, Gan Lin swept his gaze over them, and his eyes revealed a look of reverence. He said, "When I said what I just said, I didn't mean to make you feel hostile towards the inner family. To tell you the truth, although the inner family members are about the same number as the green family, their overall strength is stronger than the 9 outer families combined. In a sense, the inner family is the guardian of the outer families. We work for the inner family, and the inner family provides us with sufficient resources and a strong backing. We are like vines, and they are the tree trunks. Without the support of the tree trunks, the vines can only fall to the ground. Of course, among you, if any of you display heaven-defying talent, you might even have the opportunity to be directly recruited into the inner family. It's not like there hasn't been such a precedent in history. When he said the last point, most of Gan Lin's attention was on Long Chen. In his opinion, Long Chen was the one with the most potential among the five, but when he thought about the extremely harsh conditions, Gan Lin could only smile helplessly. Long Chen was very interested in entering the inner family, so he hurriedly asked, "Senior brother Gan, what kind of talent is considered heaven-defying talent?" Gan Lin smiled bitterly, "I'm not sure about this, but there are tens of thousands of young people in the outer family, and only a few of them can enter the inner family for further training every year. You can imagine, if it's your age, you should at least be at the Earth Core stage." Long Chen was speechless when he heard this. At my age, an Earth Core stage. Just how many monsters are there in the Lingwu family? I'm known as a peerless genius in Baiyang Town, but here, I'm nothing. This huge pressure didn't pressure him, instead, it became his motivation and passion. Thinking that he might be able to rise step by step in the Lingwu family, Long Chen was filled with fighting spirit. Looking at Long Chen's slightly heated eyes, Gan Lin was about to tell him to give up, but then he thought, forget it, I shouldn't discourage him now. In the future, when he stays in the Lingwu family for a long time, he will naturally know that there are some things that can't be done with human strength. He remembered that he was like this in the past, arrogant, thinking that he could enter the inner family, but in the end, he kept hitting the wall and got heavily injured. Only then did he put away his thoughts and focus on training. It's good to be young. It wasn't that Long Chen didn't understand what Gan Lin meant, but he wasn't someone who would be easily defeated just because he was underestimated. At this time, Gan Lin continued, I won't tell you about the inner family's power for now. In the 9 outer families, there is a supreme ruler, we call him the Great Elder. Under the Great Elder of the Green family, there are a total of 8 founding elders, who are in charge of the 8 halls of the Green family. Our Qingyang Hall is under the jurisdiction of one of the founding elders, his name is Lu Yuan. Under the founding elder of Qingyang Hall, there are a total of 5 deacons, and each of the 5 deacons is in charge of around 50 people. We are under the jurisdiction of Deacon Lu. Do you understand this system? Gan Lin's explanation was very logical. How could Long Chen and the others not understand? However, such a strict system still made Long Chen's scalp numb. Under this clear system, he always felt that there were countless people pressing on him. This feeling made him very uncomfortable, but in fact, he didn't have the strength to resist. Without waiting for Long Chen and the others to digest, Gan Lin continued, right now, we are all disciples. Dragon Vein warriors are also classified as rank 4 disciples. Those who have just entered the Mortal Core realm are rank 3 disciples, those who have just entered the Mortal Core realm are rank 2 disciples, and those who have reached the Advanced Mortal Core realm are rank 1 disciples. I am currently a rank 1 disciple. As long as you reach the Earth Core realm, you will be the official manager of the Lingwu family. Those with a high cultivation level can directly become the outer deacon of the Lingwu family. The strength of our Qingyang Hall is much weaker compared to the other outer families. Among the people under Deacon Lu's jurisdiction, there are less than 10 rank 1 disciples, and there are only 4 Earth Core warriors, including Deacon Lu. Long Chen asked, Senior Brother Gan, may I know why the disciples are divided into ranks? Gan Lin looked at Long Chen with an approving gaze and said, this is related to the thing I'm going to tell you next. That is, what are you all doing in the Lingwu family? The second day has arrived, the flowers are ready, hurry up and send them over. Chapter 78. Long Chen was actually confused about this. He only knew that the Lingwu family was the biggest power in Yuanling County, so he came to Yuanling City and joined them. In fact, everyone in Yuanling City vaguely knew about this problem. So when Gan Lin mentioned this, only Long Chen looked confused. Gan Lin knew that Long Chen wasn't from Yuanling City, so he purposely explained in detail. As everyone knows, the Lingwu family is the mayor's office of Yuanling County. We manage the entire county. In all the counties and towns in Yuanling County, we have the county mayor's office and the town mayor's office. These are all the subordinate forces of the Lingwu family. Just like the Yang family that Long Chen is from, it seems to have just become the town mayor's office of Baiyang Town, right? Long Chen nodded. Indeed. Gan Lin continued, Yuanling County is so big. There are countless things that happen every day. For example, robberies by horse gangs, etc. When the local town mayor's office can't solve it, we, the outsiders of the Lingwu family, will be needed. Hearing Gan Lin's words, Long Chen finally understood. The Lingwu family was a government, and the outsiders were their claws and teeth. They used force to maintain the stability of the government. Gan Lin looked outside and narrowed his eyes. The Green family is responsible for the peace of an area in Yuanling County. In the Green region of Lingwu City, there is a huge building. We call it the Martial Arts Hall. The Lingwu family has a strong intelligence network. Basically, there will be countless missions appearing in the Martial Arts Hall every day. As long as you are an outsider of the Lingwu family, you can go to the Martial Arts Hall to accept the mission. Once you complete the mission, you will be rewarded. Of course, the family will also take the initiative to assign missions for you to complete. You level 4 disciples must complete at least one level 4 mission every month. Otherwise, you will be kicked out of the Lingwu family. So on and so forth. Level 3 disciples must complete one level 3 mission every month. Some missions are mandatory and cannot be avoided. However, don't try to resist. You have to know that in the Lingwu clan, your efforts will be rewarded. Our Lingwu clan has an endless amount of resources, cultivation techniques, divine weapons, and elixirs. However, only those who have contributed to the Lingwu clan will be able to obtain them. Within the Lingwu clan, the prices of items are not the same as those in the outside world. Divine jades cannot be used to obtain items from the Lingwu clan. If you want something, you have to use your contribution points to exchange for it. Every time you complete a mission, there will be a specialist who will evaluate your contribution points. In the Lingwu clan, the most important data is contribution points. Every item is priced with contribution points. The more contribution points you have, the Lingwu family, the more items. The Lingwu family is rich in resources. It's not much worse than the Morning Light Business League. Also, it's much cheaper to get things from the Lingwu family than to exchange for divine jade outside. Long Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. While he was impressed by the Lingwu family's rich resources and strength, he thought of the medicine for nourishing the soul. Such a huge family must have this kind of medicine. As long as I make contributions to the family, will I be able to get those medicines? Won't I have to work hard to raise money? Long Chen was pleasantly surprised by the contribution point reward system. In fact, even in the Yang family, as long as one made contributions to the family, he would be rewarded. However, that was not a system. It was only according to the Grand Elder's thoughts. The others had no autonomy at all. However, in the Lingwu family, it was different. Such a huge system could make anyone work hard for what they wanted. Long Chen secretly praised, this Lingwu family is indeed extraordinary. As outsiders, we are not loyal enough to join a foreign family, and we don't do our work well. However, with this kind of method, don't we still work hard every day to complete missions? At this time, Gan Lin asked, the 5 of you, do you understand what I'm saying? Long Chen and the others nodded. Then, one of them asked, Senior Brother Gan, how do we record our contribution points? Gan Lin was stunned. Then, he smiled and said, yes, I actually forgot about that. He took out a white jade token from his Qiankuan bag. Instantly, a wave of spiritual energy rushed toward him. This token was actually made of divine jade. This is the identity jade token that every member of the Lingwu family must have. You can see the rune on the back, right? It records your identity, strength, origin, and other information. Of course, the most important is contribution points. So, when you want to accept missions or exchange items, you only need to show the identity jade token. Normally, you only need to calm down and place the identity jade token in your palm. Touch it with your vital energy and you will be able to get the information in the token. Such a magical item made Long Chen admit that he was really the frog at the bottom of the well that Lingxi spoke of. He was very interested in this identity jade token and asked, "When will we get this jade token?" Gan Lin smiled and said, "Someone is already making it. It will be delivered in a while. As long as you get the jade token, you will be a true member of the Lingwu family. Normal forces in Yuanling City will not dare to fight with you openly." The Lingwu family had a strong foundation. The hierarchy was clearly defined. It was like a country. Right now, Long Chen and the other 4 young men were still feeling great waves in their hearts. Looking at the pressure these 5 young men were feeling, Gan Lin shook his head and didn't say anything. After a while, he said, "You have to remember these few important places. The first one is the Skill Exertion Hall. It is the place where you accept and submit missions. The second one is the E-Treasure Pavilion. It is the place where you can exchange items. You can go to these 2 places now. As for the third one, you can only enter it after you break through to the Divine Core Realm." Training ground? This aroused Long Chen's interest. He hurriedly asked, "Senior disciple Gan, may I know what this training ground is?" The fact that Long Chen was interested in this proved that he had a strong desire to improve himself. Looking at this young man with a fiery gaze, Gan Lin thought to himself, he is only at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm, and he is able to use a mid-mystic combat skill. Basically, no one in the Green family can do this. The deacon has been paying a lot of attention to him, and he has a strong desire to improve himself. I hope he can still maintain this desire after a year. Therefore, Gan Lin smiled and said, "All right, I'll tell you about it first. The Lingwu family has a minor universe world, and all the entrances to this world are located in Lingwu City. Each of the 9 outer families has an entrance to a training ground, and the name of this training ground is called the Heaven Martial Realm." Looking at their blank expressions, Gan Lin smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that you still don't know what a minor universe world is? For example, the space inside the Qiankuan bag in your hands does not belong to our world. You can understand the minor universe world as a huge Qiankuan bag. It does not belong to our world, but it is indeed a small space attached to our mainland. The Heaven Martial Realm is about the same size as Yuanling City, and there are all kinds of demon beasts living in it. Also, the demon beast's reproductive ability is frighteningly fast. You can probably understand that us Lingwu clan, other than accepting missions, usually spend our time in cultivation. Cultivation alone is not enough to improve our strength, so we need to fight with demon beasts for training. As for the Sky Martial Arts Realm, it is the heaven of training for us Lingwu clan. Right, I forgot to tell you one thing." Seeing their expectant looks, Gan Lin then said, "The demon beasts in the Heaven Martial Realm have a very large reproductive ability, and there are even 9th-level mystic rank demon beasts. So, with your strength, you can kill as many Heaven Martial Realm demon beasts as you can. The beast cores, beast souls, and beast corpses you obtain can all be contributed to the clan at the E-Treasure Pavilion in exchange for contribution points, which can be used to exchange for other items. For example, a few days ago I killed a 3rd-level mystic rank demon beast and used its beast core and beast soul to exchange for a beginner mystic rank elixir. Isn't this Baiyang Town's barren mountain?" Long Chen secretly said in his heart. Long Chen had never heard of a minor universe world before, but what Gan Lin said made Long Chen understand. Lingxi said that this dragon sacrificial continent is so big, so it's normal for a few lumps to grow on it and give birth to a few minor universe worlds. At this time, Lingxi's voice came, a small place like this also has a minor universe world? That's really strange. Long Chen, if there's a chance, let's go in and take a look. A woman's curiosity was something a man couldn't understand, so Long Chen could only agree. Little Shi, have you seen a lot of minor universe worlds? Lingxi blinked her eyes and said, it's everywhere we go. Long Chen's confidence took a hit, and he didn't dare to ask any more. In Long Chen's eyes, the spirit martial city was a huge existence. The forces here were intertwined, and it was beyond his imagination. As for Lingxi, where did she come from? While Long Chen was shocked by Lingxi's background, Gan Lin thought he was shocked by the heaven realm. Therefore, he patted Long Chen's shoulder and said with a smile, don't worry, once you break through to the mortal core realm, you'll be able to find a new source beast soul in the heaven realm. At that time, all the people under Deacon Lu will be able to help you. Every time a beast warrior broke through to the next realm, they would be able to absorb a new beast soul and turn it into their own source beast soul. Long Chen knew about this, but Long Chen wasn't a beast warrior, and he had never absorbed any beast souls before. Therefore, when he was about to break through to the mortal core realm, he didn't know how to explain it. But he wasn't in a hurry. Thank you, senior disciple Gan. I'll definitely work hard and break through to the divine core realm. With the God evolution fruit, as long as he broke through to the 9th level of the dragon vein realm, he would be able to break through to the divine core realm. Right now, Long Chen was facing two pressures. One was the Red Blood Holy Church, and the other was the Lingwu family. Both of these factors required him to have enough strength to withstand the trials and tribulations. If the heaven realm is really like what Gan Lin said, and there are countless demon beasts in there, then I'll be able to cultivate my blood alone, and my strength will definitely skyrocket. Also, I can exchange beast cores and beast souls for contribution points. This Lingwu family is really the best place for me. Right at this moment, a man appeared outside the door. Chapter 79. When he saw this man, Gan Lin's pupils shrunk. He said indifferently, Feng Wutian, the identity jade plates have arrived? Long Chen also looked at the man who suddenly appeared outside the door. This man was about 20 years old, maybe even younger than Gan Lin. However, his strength seemed to be even stronger than Gan Lin's. Under the gaze of Long Chen and the others, this handsome man named Feng Wutian walked into the training hall. Without saying anything, he took out 5 identity jade plates and left. When he left, he stared at Long Chen with a cold gaze. Long Chen immediately felt a chill run down his spine. This made him suck in a breath of cold air. After Feng Wutian left, Gan Lin asked with concern, Long Chen, are you all right? Long Chen nodded his head and asked, Senior disciple Gan, I've never met this Feng Wutian before, why does he seem to be so hostile towards me? Gan Lin shook his head with a bitter smile and said, Feng Wutian is the most talented man under Deacon Lu. He's 19 years old today, and he's already at the peak of the mortal core realm. I'm afraid it won't be long before he breaks through to the earth core realm. It's best not to become enemies with someone like this. But let me tell you something, Huang Feiyang used to follow Feng Wutian everywhere, and he could be considered his follower. Today, Deacon Lu punished Huang Feiyang because of you, and this Feng Wutian treats you. A black line appeared on Long Chen's forehead. Because of the horse that Ling Qing had given him, he had become enemies with Huang Xiang. Because he had injured Huang Xiang, Huang Feiyang wished for nothing more than to kill him. And because Huang Feiyang had received punishment, he had even provoked Feng Wutian, a genius that even Long Chen could not compare to. Thinking about this, Long Chen couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. I can't even deal with Huang Feiyang, and now this Feng Wutian has appeared. the cold look in Feng Wutian's eyes when he left made Long Chen very unhappy. However, he knew that his strength was inferior to Feng Wutian's, and his life was nothing in Feng Wutian's eyes. Therefore, the only thing Long Chen could do now was endure. Wait till the day I become strong. As long as you offend this daddy will definitely teach you a lesson. Long Chen's eyes emitted an ominous glint when he thought of this. Seeing Long Chen's expression, Gan Lin shook his head and said, "Don't be too rash. Don't mention Feng Wutian, you're not even a match for Huang Feiyang. They're all disciples of Deacon Lu, so it's best if you don't get into conflict with them. Feng Wutian's potential is greater than yours, and Deacon Lu likes him very much. When the time comes, Deacon Lu might personally cripple you. So I advise you to be more obedient and apologize to them. This is not impossible, after all, a man should know when to yield and when to stand tall." Gan Lin's words were like a hammer hitting Long Chen's head. He bit his lips. He knew that for the sake of the Yang family, all he could do now was endure. Seeing that Long Chen was fine, Gan Lin didn't think too much about it. He distributed the identity jade token to each person one by one, and then said, "Follow the method I just explained to you, and try this identity jade token." Long Chen received the jade token that was the size of a palm. There was a strange rune carved on the front of the jade token, and the words, Long Chen, were embossed on the back. It was extremely exquisite. Long Chen held the jade token and used his true qi to sense it. As expected, a piece of information flowed into his brain. Name, Long Chen. Affiliation, Outer Green Clan, Qingyang Hall. Strength, Dragon Vein Stage 8. Martial Artist Type, Beast Warrior. Dragon Vein Stage Source Beast Soul, Yellow Rank 5 Demonic Beast, Underground Blood Lizard. Origin, Yang Family of Baiyang Town, Yuanling County. Contribution points, 0. This data will change according to your personal changes at any time, Gan Lin explained. Only then did Long Chen put the identity jade token into his Qiankuan bag. With this token, he was officially a member of the Lingwu family. At this point, Gan Lin had almost finished explaining everything he wanted to. He looked at them with a faint smile and said, "In 5 days, you will receive your first mission. This mission is especially important to all of you. When the time comes, all of you must do your best to complete it." "Is it that urgent?" Long Chen thought that they would have to rest and recuperate. After all, they had just passed the selection, and everyone was injured to a certain extent. Take Long Chen for example. Huang Feiyang's punch had made him completely lose his combat strength. Now that he was sitting here, he was just forcing himself to hold on. Gan Lin nodded and said, "This is your first trial, and also the time to show your loyalty to the Lingwu family. I know that you are all injured, and I am also prepared." Gan Lin took out a few spiritual herbs from his Qiankuan bag and said, "This is the high-grade yellow rank cloud grass. It has the effect of nourishing internal organs and healing external injuries. It is enough for you to recover to your peak combat strength in 5 days. This is the first reward for you after you join the clan." With this cloud grass, Long Chen's worries were gone. He took the cloud grass like the others and put it into his Qiankuan bag. At this time, Gan Lin took out a piece of parchment from his Qiankuan bag and said with a smile, "Every clansman will receive a reward when they join the clan. They are a low-grade mystic rank combat skill and 10 pieces of divine jade. I will give the divine jade to you later. You can choose a combat skill from this list first. As for the specific information about the combat skill, you can ask me." With that, Gan Lin handed the parchment to one of the clansmen, and then took out 50 pieces of divine jade from his Qiankuan bag and distributed them to Long Chen and the others. Long Chen's current wealth was only 11 pieces of divine jade. Normally, a cultivator who had just entered the mortal core realm would not have more than 100 pieces of divine jade. The Lingwu family is really generous. A high-grade yellow-grade cloud grass, 10 pieces of divine jade, and most importantly, a low-grade mystic rank combat skill. Long Chen was secretly shocked. Soon, with Gan Lin's explanation, the other 4 clansmen found suitable combat skills. The parchment was then handed to Long Chen. Long Chen glanced at it and found that the names of the combat skills were all awe-inspiring. There were fist skills, finger skills, seal skills, claw skills, leg skills, and even sword skills. Among the offensive combat skills, I have the mid-grade mystic rank Burning Devil Yang Fist. If I get another low-grade mystic rank offensive combat skill, it should not be of much use. Thinking of this, Long Chen skipped over the entries and went straight to the bottom. Finally, he found a movement combat skill called Dragon Roaming Ninth Heaven Steps. Long Chen asked, "What about this Dragon Roaming Ninth Heaven Steps?" Long Chen already had a mid-mystic level battle skill, so when he chose a movement battle skill, Gan Lin wasn't surprised at all. Instead, she looked as if she had expected it. Among the low mystic level battle skills, the Dragon Swimming Steps of the 9 Heavens is very famous. In battle, when you use the Dragon Swimming Steps of the 9 Heavens, your body will be like a water snake in the water, fast and erratic, making it difficult for the enemy to track you. If you use it with a powerful attack battle skill, it will definitely have a powerful effect. Your beast spirit body is very tough. It is very suitable for the Dragon Swimming Steps of the 9 Heavens. Seeing that Gan Lin gave this Dragon Roaming 9th Heaven Step such a high evaluation, Long Chen made a prompt decision and said, "Then I will choose it." Gan Lin was happy for Long Chen that he was able to choose something that suited him. Now that he had explained everything that needed to be explained and given everything that needed to be given, Gan Lin stood up, stretched his waist, and said, "I've taken up too much of your time. Hurry back to your residences to treat your injuries and familiarize yourself with your new cultivation technique. I live in the first-rank disciple district of Green Willow House. If you need anything, you can find me." After that, Gan Lin left without hesitation. The rest of them were in a hurry to go back, so they just greeted each other and immediately returned to their rooms. Ordinary people can't enter the rooms of the Lingwu family disciples, but this door can be opened with an identity jade plate. Opening the door, Long Chen saw the exquisite and elegant decorations inside, and his eyes widened. This Lingwu city was indeed rich in resources. It was just a place for a level 4 disciple, but it was so luxurious. As soon as the door closed, Lingxi immediately flew out from the Lingxi sword. Seeing the room that was as white as jade, she immediately smiled and walked around. Finally, she comfortably nestled on the bed and said, "Finally, I see a place that I'm slightly satisfied with. From now on, this is my territory." Long Chen teased, "Little she, you should be my place, right? Don't you think it's a bit inappropriate for a man and a woman to sleep on the same bed?" Lingxi immediately jumped up and looked angrily at Long Chen. She scolded, "Despicable lecher, dream on. I don't want to sleep with you. From now on, I'll sleep on the bed, and you'll sleep on the floor." Long Chen laughed dryly and ignored her. After walking a few steps, he found that there was actually a basement inside. The layout of this basement was actually a practice room. After Long Chen came here, he sat down on one of the praying mats and said to Lingxi, who was still playing happily on it, "Hey, you play there. I'm going to heal." To be honest, the punch that Huang Feiyang gave to Long Chen today had already caused his internal organs to shift. If it wasn't for his amazing perseverance, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. And Gan Lin also saw that he had such perseverance, so he praised him even more. Taking out the cloud grass, Long Chen examined it for a while and found that the medicinal smell of the cloud grass was much stronger than the mountain demon ginseng. No wonder it's a high yellow rank medicine. After crushing the cloud grass and swallowing it, a cool stream of energy immediately warmly nourished his body. Long Chen secretly circulated his true qi, allowing it to work together with the medicinal power of the cloud grass to heal his wounds. In less than a quarter of an hour, Long Chen found out that his body's recovery ability was really strong. Injuries that others would need 5 days to heal could be healed in just 1 day. Opening his eyes, Long Chen's eyes were filled with a cold light. Huang Feiyang, this punch today, I'll return it to you 1 day. Although the gap was there, it wasn't something that couldn't be made up for. Wait until I break through to the mortal core realm, then I'll combine it with the Devil's Sun Burning Fist and the Dragon Soul Transformation. Long Chen knew that Huang Feiyang hated him to the core. Both of them were in this green willow house. If Long Chen didn't kill him, then one day he would kill Long Chen. Soon, the night fell. At this time, there was a sudden knock on the door. Lingxi's eyes revealed a look of disgust, and she said, "It's that stinky woman looking for you." "Which one?" Long Chen didn't understand why Lingxi's face was so ugly. "It's that Lu thing from the day, coming here in the middle of the night, really shameless. On the 3rd day of this week, I've stabilized at 2nd place on the new books list, second only to President Ao's Realm Emperor. This is my most awesome result. Thank you for your support, I hope you continue to send flowers and so on." Chapter 80. Hearing Lingxi's words, Long Chen finally remembered who the person was. When Lingxi returned to Lingxi's sword in a sullen mood, Long Chen obediently opened the door, and his face was instantly filled with amazement. Under the moonlight, Lu Lan was wearing a black muslin dress, which faintly revealed her graceful curves. A pair of watery eyes stared at Long Chen with a flirtatious gaze, causing Long Chen's mouth to go dry. He made up his mind to pretend to be an innocent young man in front of the other party, so he pretended to be sluggish and asked in a daze, Lord Deacon." Seeing Long Chen's stupidity, Lu Lan giggled and said in an extremely seductive manner, "Long Chen? What, I'm not welcome to go in? That's not very convenient." Long Chen said, but his heart didn't mean it. Lu Lan didn't answer him. Instead, she stretched out her smooth arm and gently pushed the door open, pushing Long Chen inside. Then, with a bang, she closed the door and looked at Long Chen with her beautiful eyes. Seeing Long Chen's dazed expression, Lu Lan was finally amused by him. She laid down on a recliner and looked at Long Chen with a smile. Her exposed curves caused Long Chen's eyes to stare straight at her. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore. The main reason I came here tonight is to let you get to know me. Don't let your imagination run wild. I've already been to the other four's rooms, that's why it's so late when it's your turn." Long Chen pretended to be pure while secretly sizing up this plump beauty. As a deacon, this girl's strength must be at the top of the Earth Core realm. The reason why Huang Feiyang is so afraid of her must be because she's very powerful. I can't be fooled by her current appearance. Long Chen secretly thought about these things, but he still said, "I wonder why Lord Deacon is looking for me? I just want to get to know you. Also, do you have any enemies you need to deal with?" Long Chen's eyes widened. This was why he came to the Lingwu family. During the day, Long Chen saw that Gan Lin didn't tell him, so he didn't rush to ask. It seemed that what Chen Xiongzhou and Chen Xiongzhou had said was true. The Lingwu family indeed had a lot of power. Even if it was someone from another clan, they could still help them clean up their enemies. After hesitating for a bit, under Lu Lan's charming gaze, Long Chen said, "There is, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church." Hearing the Scarlet Blood sect's name, Lu Lan frowned and shook her head. "How did you become enemies with the Scarlet Blood sect?" Hearing that Lu Lan knew of the Scarlet Blood Church's existence, Long Chen was overjoyed. However, he was still very cautious as he said, "One of the Scarlet Blood Church's protectors went to Baiyang town and wanted to ally with the Bai family to exterminate my Yang family. I killed that protector, so if the Scarlet Blood Church knew that I killed him, the Yang family would be finished. So that's why you came to the Lingwu family?" Lu Lan immediately saw through his intentions. Long Chen nodded. I wonder if the Lingwu family can help me? Long Chen looked at Lu Lan expectantly. Lu Lan suddenly laughed and shook her head. You're a rank 4 disciple right now, and you need to use an Earth Core warrior to clean up your enemies. That's already over the limit. Also, your contribution points and the potential value I've given you aren't enough for the Lingwu family to help you clean up the Scarlet Blood Church, so, Long Chen's face immediately darkened. Looking at this seductive woman, Long Chen couldn't feel happy. Over the limit? The Lingwu family still has potential value. I used a mid-mystic class combat skill in front of them, but the potential value I received isn't enough to deal with the Scarlet Blood Church. The survival of the Yang family was what Long Chen cared about the most right now. He couldn't deal with the Scarlet Blood Church by himself, so he could only ask for help from the Lingwu family. But obviously, he didn't have the power to ask the Lingwu family to make a move. Lu Lan stood up from the chair and slowly approached Long Chen. Immediately, an intoxicating fragrance wafted towards Long Chen. When Long Chen raised his head, Lu Lan was already half a meter away from him. Her snow-white chest was right in front of Long Chen's eyes, completely at his mercy. Long Chen's eyes became hot, and then the pain from his ears caused his entire body to turn cold. Long Chen knew that his aunt was angry, and the consequences would be dire. He hurriedly looked away, not daring to look at Lu Lan again. Seeing Long Chen's expression, Lu Lan couldn't help but laugh. This little newbie is actually a gentleman. How interesting. But this cruel Lingwu family isn't a place a silly kid can survive. Today, let me teach you what cruelty is, she thought like this and calmly said, Long Chen, if you want the Lingwu family to help you, then let me give you some advice. Disciple rank, contribution points, and potential value are all very important. With your current appearance, I can't see where your potential is, so let me remind you that if you want to stand out, you need to work hard. The Lingwu family doesn't need trash. Although Lu Lan's tone was very cold, Long Chen could hear the decisiveness of the Lingwu family, even cold-blooded. Everything here was a transaction. If you wanted the family to do something for you, it was very simple. Take out your contribution points or your potential. If you think my potential isn't enough, then I'll let you see where my potential is. Long Chen already knew that there was no such good thing in this world, nor was there anything that could be done so easily. Since it wasn't enough for the Lingwu family to make a move against the Scarlet Blood Holy Church, Long Chen still had a lot of room to improve. He didn't believe that he couldn't succeed. Patting Long Chen's shoulder, Lu Lan's eyes met Long Chen's. Her voice was like an ant crawling into Long Chen's ears. Long Chen, in the Lingwu family, you only need to remember one thing, and that is core strength. If you can display your core strength, then money, cultivation techniques, elixirs, weapons, and even women, they will all be yours. When she mentioned women, Lu Lan let out a fragrant breath that blew onto Long Chen's face, instantly causing little Long Chen to become restless. But immediately, the pain in his ears caused Long Chen to wake up. At this moment, Long Chen finally understood how bitter it was to meet Lingxi. However, the core strength was something that Long Chen had memorized. Relax. Lu Lan saw that this little rookie did not have any guts and did not have the mood to tease him. She took a few steps back and combed her hair before saying, the Lingwu family has a strong information network. I'll help you pay attention to the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's movements. If there's any news, I'll tell you. Although she could not help him eradicate the Scarlet Blood Holy Church, this was still not bad. Long Chen felt a bit of gratitude in his heart, so he said, then this little brat will thank Lord Deacon. Lu Lan nodded and walked towards the door. Before she left, she turned to look at Long Chen and smiled sweetly, little Long Chen, in 5 days, you have to do your best for your first mission. Regarding your performance, the family will give you a proper evaluation. Just as Lu Lan left, Lingxi charged out from the Lingxi sword. Her eyes stared at Long Chen as she angrily pouted, looking like she wanted to eat Long Chen. Long Chen gave an embarrassed smile and said, "About that, I want to go take a look at the 9 Heavens dragon roaming steps." Lingxi angrily glared at him, but did not say anything. Long Chen quickly slipped into the basement and patted his chest as he thought to himself, "I just took a few glances, but this little girl is really angry. She's too scary." Seeing that Long Chen had quickly slipped away, Lingxi let out a snort. Her pocket-sized body landed on the bed that belonged to her. She lowered her head, and her eyes, which were originally filled with anger, suddenly became incomparably dazed. She stretched out her hand to caress the bedding, but it no longer had the same feeling as before. The soul sense of touch was still a level lower than the body's. Endless grievances welled up in her heart. Lingxi still had the urge to cry. She looked in the direction of Long Chen and muttered, as expected, "He still likes a girl with a body. That's right, if I'm like this, I'm not even human. I can't give him anything." Gritting her teeth, Lingxi was at a loss for a long time. After a long time, she sighed and carefully thought back to what had happened to her in this period of time. "With the way I am, no matter if I live or die, I won't have any results with him. I'd better not let my imagination run wild. He also has his own life, and I can't restrict him anymore. Staying by his side and being able to protect him a few more times, this kind of feeling is actually quite good." Lingxi raised her head and looked at the snow-white ceiling. "Father, Mother, you must protect me. I really want to see you again." Thinking of her own father and mother, if she still had tears, they would definitely be welling up in her eyes at this moment. "Little she, look at your silly resentful look. Is there something on your mind? Tell me about it." Long Chen suddenly appeared beside the bed, leaning against the wall and looking at her with a grin. Seeing his funny look, Lingxi's depressed mood instantly disappeared. She felt that she had made a big fool of herself and quickly changed her expression. Flustered, she glared fiercely at Long Chen and said fiercely, "Scram, you're a bad person. I don't want to talk to you." Long Chen sat down on the edge of the bed. At this moment, he suddenly became mature. His expression was serious and affectionate. He stretched out a finger and gently placed his palm in front of Lingxi and said in a serious tone, "Touch your finger to mine." "What?" Lingxi didn't know what he was doing and looked at him suspiciously. "Touch it for me." Seeing that Long Chen had become serious, Lingxi snorted. She stretched out a small but crystal clear finger and gently placed it on Long Chen's index finger. Then she immediately retracted it and opened her eyes wide to look at Long Chen. Her cute appearance didn't make Long Chen laugh. He suddenly asked, "Do you feel the warmth of my body?" Long Chen suddenly asked this question. Lingxi was stunned and then nodded blankly. Long Chen smiled and retracted his finger. He said, "I have a wish. I want to help you recover your body. Tell me how to do it. I also want you to have this warmth." Long Chen's serious expression and his words were firmly engraved in Lingxi's mind. This suddenly made her feel a little lost. She knew that he must have seen her disappointed expression. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly said these words. Lingxi was so moved that she was about to cry again. "Tell me quickly, don't waste time." Seeing Long Chen's fierce expression, Lingxi hurriedly said, "As long as there is a 9 Heavens immortal fruit, I can recover." Hearing that this was actually possible, Long Chen was very happy and hurriedly asked, "This 9 Heavens immortal fruit, where can I get it?" Lingxi shook her head bitterly and said, "Don't think about it for now. Even if you become the strongest in Yuanling City, you won't be able to touch it." Lingxi's identity was mysterious. Long Chen had long expected that she would need such a high-level item. After a moment of silence, he smiled faintly and said, "Lingxi, I will go to the Morning Light Business League tomorrow and find you medicine to nurture your soul. Ask for flowers." Chapter 81. The next day, Long Chen asked Gan Lin about the location of the Morning Light Business League and left through the Green Clan's gate in Lingwu City. Long Chen wanted to go out as soon as he arrived at the Lingwu family. Gan Lin was confused, but since Long Chen insisted, there was nothing he could do. In 4 days, your first mission will be issued, so you just have to go and come back early. Long Chen nodded and said, I'm just going to find some things. It won't take much time. Usually, I can come back today. The Morning Light Business League was the largest trading place in Yuanling City. Long Chen didn't have the Lingwu family's contribution points yet, so he couldn't get anything from the Lingwu family. Also, most warriors would go to the Morning Light Business League, so Gan Lin didn't mind. He just felt that Long Chen was about to receive a very important mission, so he should deal with it seriously. This Morning Light Business League is actually so big. There are hundreds of strongholds in Yuanling City, and there's a small stronghold 3 miles away from Lingwu City's Qingyu City Gate. But this small stronghold is already as big as Green Willow Lodge. After coming to Yuanling City, the opponents Long Chen encountered had completely risen to a whole new level. The remaining 3 Dream Lingji weren't enough for Lingxi to fight for Long Chen once, so Long Chen went to the Lingwu family to find medicine to nourish her soul on the second day. This girl will fight whenever she sees me in danger. I can't stop her. I'd better get more medicine to prevent her from losing her life. Long Chen's comprehension ability was very good. Following Gan Lin's instructions, he was able to quickly find the location of the Morning Light Business League branch even though he wasn't familiar with the people of Yuanling City. In the middle of the bustling market, the dark blue building was the Morning Light Business League. This was the first time Long Chen had seen such a huge trading ground. It was of a much higher grade than Baiyang Town's martial artists' market. There were many people going in and out of the Morning Light Business League. Long Chen wasn't considered outstanding, so he quickly entered the interior of the Morning Light Business League. Wow, so many good things. Inside the Lingxi sword, Lingxi let out a sound of admiration. Long Chen also carefully looked at the dazzling array of goods in the numerous cabinets. Although he wasn't sure of the quality, just by looking at the quality and price, Long Chen knew that these were all good things. Earth Twister Root, 3 pieces of Divine Jade. Cloud Grass, 2 pieces of Divine Jade. Blizzard Ganoderma, 35 pieces of Divine Jade. Long Chen's gaze swept across the medicines one by one. In this area, as far as his vision could see, there were spiritual medicines. It seemed that this was the spiritual medicine area. That Blizzard Ganoderma is only a mystic beginner-level spiritual medicine, but it actually costs 35 pieces of Divine Jade. It's really expensive. I only have 11 pieces of Divine Jade on me now. Since he was so poor, Long Chen could only smile bitterly. Do you feel the existence of the spiritual medicine? Don't worry. Lingxi was interrupted by him and was a little annoyed in her heart. There are so many spiritual medicines here, and the smell is so mixed. I need to carefully distinguish them. Long Chen shrugged, then looked at the people coming and going, and thought to himself, there are basically no weaklings here. Sure enough, in Yuanling City, my strength is completely at the bottom. I can't go on like this. If I suddenly die, when I go to hell, my father will definitely make me die without descendants. In this Morning Light Business League, there were many customers, but obviously, there were people maintaining order in the league. There were also some service personnel. At this time, a cold and arrogant girl with an outstanding figure saw Long Chen looking around, and walked up to him and said, "Customer, what do you need help with?" She was just a service personnel, but her cultivation was actually at the 9th level of Dragon Vein Realm, a little higher than Long Chen. Long Chen somewhat admired her, but when he saw the contempt in the girl's eyes, his admiration for her disappeared. "I'm indeed looking for something, but I'm not sure if you have it in your shop." Long Chen was only at the 8th level of Dragon Vein, but he looked like a rich young master. The girl felt disdain in her heart, and the impatient expression on her face was obvious. She stared at Long Chen in a provocative manner and said, "What do you need?" "All the items in the Morning Light Business League are rare and precious, and I don't think ordinary people can afford their prices." For the sake of Lingxi, Long Chen didn't want to argue with her. "I need medicine to nourish my soul." The girl was startled for a moment, then she smiled and said, "Those things aren't cheap, are you sure?" She looked at Long Chen from top to bottom. No matter how she looked at him, she couldn't believe that Long Chen could afford a lot of money. Divine jade was a common currency among divine core warriors, and no matter how she looked at it, Long Chen was someone who used spiritual jade. "Let me make this clear, all our items are priced with divine jade, not spiritual jade." This girl was aggressive, and she seemed to want a foot after giving her an inch. Long Chen cursed her a few times in his mind, then he said with an angry tone, "I know, just lead the way. You damned bitch, if it wasn't for my Lingxi's treasure, I would have dragged you out and stripped you in public." Long Chen cursed in his mind, but his expression was calm, as if he was neither happy nor sad. The girl stared at Long Chen for a while longer. Because of her duty, she had no choice but to lead the way for Long Chen. But in her mind, she was thinking, where did this bumpkin come from? If he can't afford the money later, I'll see how embarrassing he'll be. She was already in a bad mood today, and when she bumped into Long Chen, this bumpkin, the annoyance in her heart became even worse. Under the girl's guidance, Lingxi finally became excited. She said with a soft voice, "Long Chen, I can feel it, it's an early mystic soul-bearing fruit." Long Chen was really excited when he heard this news. He had been worried about Lingxi's safety, but now, it looked like he could finally relax. Soon, the girl brought him close to the soul-bearing fruit, then she stared at Long Chen with a mocking expression. Long Chen took a closer look, and he was instantly dumbfounded. Because, the price of the soul-bearing fruit was 100 divine jade. Merely an elementary profound rank spirit herb required 100 divine jades, and this price was considered very high. Long Chen only had 11 divine jade with him, how could he afford it? This was the first time that Long Chen felt the bitterness of not having money in front of a woman. "When I spent lavishly in the jadeite jade pavilion, did I ever think that I would be so poor one day?" Lingxi's face fell when she saw the price. It was obvious that she was looking forward to this soul-bearing fruit, but it was a pity that Long Chen didn't have much money. Long Chen thought that early mystic soul-bearing fruit was about the same as those rubrics. "Forget it, Long Chen, we'll come back when you have money, there's no rush." She couldn't get what she wanted, so Lingxi pouted and looked at the spirit-bearing fruit with tears in her eyes. Then, she said something that she didn't mean. Seeing the bitter look on Long Chen's face, the woman had already predicted this would happen. A look of mockery appeared on her face as she calmly said, "I've already said it before. How could a country bumpkin like you afford elixirs? Do you still remember the way out? Forgive me for not seeing you out." With that, she didn't even bother to look at Long Chen and walked away with her head held high. Just then, Long Chen called out, "Wait!" The girl turned around and looked at Long Chen with disgust. Long Chen already said, "Can I exchange for Morning Light Business League items with other items?" Long Chen had always been a person who would do something if he wanted to do it, especially since he had promised Lingxi. He couldn't just let it go like this. Even if he didn't want to lose face in front of Lingxi, he couldn't be a coward at a time like this. Hearing Long Chen say exchange, the girl said in annoyance, "What do you have to exchange for the soul-bearing fruit? If you have it, take it out and let me see. Don't waste my time, I still have to entertain other guests." Long Chen's eyes narrowed. To be honest, seeing this girl's expression and words, Long Chen already had murderous intent towards her. However, since leaving Yuanling City, he constantly reminded himself to endure. A man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. Therefore, for Lingxi, he once again endured and then took out a heart of steel from his Qiankuan bag. Ling Shi originally thought that he was going to exchange the evolving god fruit, and she immediately became anxious. Only after seeing the heart of steel did she heave a sigh of relief. Pursing her lips, she looked at Long Chen, who was standing outside of Ling Shi's sword. She was extremely moved. She knew that Long Chen was a proud person, but he was so humble right now. It was mostly because he wanted her to live well. This bad person, why is he so good to me? Lingxi couldn't understand. The girl glanced at the heart of steel and sneered as expected, "You want to use this broken stone to exchange for the soul-bearing fruit? Boy, do you want to make me laugh to death? Country bumpkins are country bumpkins, you really have no knowledge at all. Aoshue. How can you say that?" At this time, a low voice sounded. Long Chen and Aoshue both looked to the side. An old man with white hair and a youthful face walked over quickly. He was even more robust than many young people. Seeing her, Aoshue's expression changed and she quickly said humbly, "Greetings, Chief Steward." The old man called Chief Steward snorted coldly at Aoshue, then looked at Long Chen and took the heart of steel from Long Chen's hand. After looking at it for a while, he quickly asked excitedly, "I am Zhao Tianfang. May I ask, is this the heart of steel from the Lingwu family's steel puppet?" He didn't expect there to be someone who knew. This old man's cultivation and status were much higher than Aoshue's, and he was also very approachable. Seeing that he was easy to talk to, Long Chen nodded and said, "Indeed." As soon as he said that, Zhao Tianfang asked in a low voice, "How many more of this heart of steel do you have?" Long Chen didn't understand why the other party valued this heart of steel so much. However, this thing was useless to him and he urgently needed money, so he said, "I still have a lot." Hearing this, Zhao Tianfang smiled brightly and patted Long Chen's shoulder a few times. He said, "Young man, can we talk in private?" Talking in private meant that there was hope. Naturally, Long Chen was willing. He looked provocatively at Aoshue and then left with Long Tianfang. When Aoshue saw that the chief steward valued Long Chen so much and Long Chen's smug look, she was so angry that her face turned red. Her originally fair and tender face was about to burst from the swelling of her veins. She felt as if she had been slapped in the face. This kid is really looking for a beating. I hope I don't see you again. Daily at midnight, 3000 plus updates on time. Looking for flowers. Chapter 82. Why is this old man interested in the steel heart? As he followed Zhao Tianfang forward, Long Chen kept thinking about this question. The steel heart is from the Lingwu family, and since he knows this, he also knows that I'm from the Lingwu family. But with the strength of the Morning Light Business League, there's no need for him to be so enthusiastic about me. As if sensing Long Chen's doubts, Zhao Tianfang turned around at this time and said with a smile, "Young man, I do want to buy your steel hearts, but you don't have to worry. I will never reveal our transaction, and the steel heart is useless to you." The steel puppet was not strong, and if anyone had a surplus of the steel heart, it could easily be spread, so Long Chen was not worried that he would reveal the secrets of the Lingwu family. Although this old man valued the steel heart, Long Chen found that his whole heart was on him. Soon, they arrived at a private room. "This is our VIP room, please take a seat." It was not far from the outside, so Long Chen was not worried that this old man would have any nefarious thoughts about him. He went straight to the point and said, "Elder Zhao, why did you invite me here?" Zhao Tianfang smiled brightly and said, "No reason. How many steel hearts do you have? Take them all out and I will give you a suitable price." Although the steel heart contains the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, warriors cannot absorb it at all, so it's useless to you. Ling Shi had also mentioned this before. Long Chen had only mentioned them today to test his luck. He did not expect to meet Zhao Tianfang. He was not in a hurry to take out the heart of steel. Instead, he asked, "How much is a heart of steel worth?" "I will give you the limit of what I can bear, 3 pieces of celestial jade." Zhao Tianfang poured a pot of tea and handed a cup to Long Chen before drinking it himself. Then he said, "To be honest, this steel heart is something I want to acquire myself. It has nothing to do with the Morning Light Business League, so I can't give you a higher price." Back then, Long Chen had obtained 105 steel hearts, and he had handed over 75 of them. So, there were only 30 left. According to Zhao Tianfang's price, he could sell them for 90 divine jades. In other words, after buying a spirit carrier fruit, Long Chen would once again become a super pauper. Long Chen also wanted to bargain, but the other party spoke resolutely, and this result was also beyond his expectations, so he said, "All right then. How many iron hearts do you have left?" Zhao Tianfang was obviously very concerned about this. Long Chen was a little puzzled. 30 in total. Zhao Tianfang's expression tightened, then he stared closely at Long Chen. 75 plus 30, that's 105. To be able to obtain 105 iron hearts at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm, you can be considered the highest level among the outsiders of the Lingwu family. Back then, that person only had 102 iron hearts, but he was only 10 years old at the time. Hearing the number 75, Long Chen knew that Zhao Tianfang knew everything about him like the back of his hand. This old man asked about my iron heart, so it turns out that he has an ulterior motive. What he cares about isn't the iron heart at all, but me. Seeing the look in Long Chen's eyes, Zhao Tianfang knew that he already knew his goal. He did not mince words, but looked at him with admiration. "To tell you the truth, I have my own information network about the Lingwu family. As for you, a new member of the clan, we also have our own understanding and location. But the number of iron hearts you obtained is actually 105, which is quite shocking. Elder Zhao, are you trying to poach me?" Long Chen looked at him with a faint smile. Zhao Tianfang laughed heartily. "Seems like you're indeed a smart person. I'll cut to the chase. Join the Morning Light Business League, and I promise you, you'll receive much more attention and training than the Lingwu family. After all, there are too many geniuses in the Lingwu family. You'll only be silent there forever." Zhao Tianfang's words contained his intimidation as a powerhouse, and it had a certain deterrent effect on Long Chen. But Long Chen was not scared out of his wits because of this. The Morning Light Business League is not bad. Maybe it can help me eradicate the Red Blood Holy Church, but to leave the Lingwu family just like that. Thinking of this, Long Chen smiled faintly. "Elder Zhao, you must be joking. I've just become a member of the Lingwu family, and now I'm going to join the Morning Light Business League. Would you want someone with such an unstable position? Aren't you worried that I'll join other forces under the same circumstances one day?" Zhao Tianfang was stunned by Long Chen's words, and then he said confidently, "I believe that no one can offer more conditions than the Morning Light Business League." Long Chen waved his hand and said firmly, "Long Chen is very grateful for Elder Zhao's appreciation of me today, but Long Chen doesn't want to be called a fence-sitter, so let me go back and think about it for now. How about that? If I'm really fated with the Morning Light Business League, I'll naturally join Elder Zhao's side," Long Chen said decisively. Zhao Tianfang also knew that haste makes waste, so he could only smile bitterly. "If that's the case, Long Chen, come here often in the future. We have plenty of time. If you think that the Lingwu family is really not a good fit for you, the doors of the Morning Light Business League will always be open for you." Zhao Tianfang's eyes were sincere. Long Chen did struggle in his heart for a while, but he still couldn't abandon his heart, so he could only refuse for now. "Then Long Chen thanks Elder Zhao." Zhao Tianfang nodded. "No problem. Oh right, why did you come to the Morning Light Business League to exchange for the steel heart?" "I want a spirit-bearing fruit." Zhao Tianfang laughed heartily. I'll ask Aoshue to give that one to you. Long Chen shook his head. Elder Zhao, I'm not a member of the Morning Light Business League yet. As the saying goes, I don't deserve a reward without doing anything. So, I want to buy this spirit-bearing fruit on my own first. I'll give you these 30 steel hearts and 10 pieces of sacred jade. Zhao Tianfang's eyes darkened. I'm giving it to you as a friend. It has nothing to do with the Morning Light Business League. Can't I do that? Long Chen wasn't intimidated. He smiled faintly. Elder Zhao, to be honest, I really appreciate your appreciation. But no matter what, you're still representing the Morning Light Business League. If you want to give me something, wait until I've decided to join the Morning Light Business League. How about that? Zhao Tianfang looked at Long Chen for a while and thought to himself, this kid's talent is not bad, and he has many secrets on him. Moreover, he is calm and courageous, and has a firm belief. He is a rare talent. If I were to be too impatient with such a person, it would only arouse his disgust. So, he took Long Chen's things and nodded. Since you insist, I'll do as you say. Elder Zhao, do you have any other soul-nurturing medicines? This type of medicine is basically useless if it's a low-grade one. High-grade ones can indeed increase a person's intelligence and comprehension, but it varies from person to person. Generally speaking, it's very rare. I only have one spirit carrier fruit here, but if you need it, I'll send someone to inform you when I have new stock. Long Chen nodded. Thank you, Elder Zhao. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Alright, I'll ask Aoshue to give you the spirit carrier fruit. The two of them walked outside. The woman named Aoshue was waiting outside. As soon as she saw Long Chen, a look of disgust appeared in her eyes. Under Zhao Tianfang's orders, although she was unwilling, she still gave the spirit carrier fruit to Long Chen. She also followed Zhao Tianfang's orders and sent Long Chen out of the Morning Light Business League. After getting the benefits of the Morning Light Business League, you're just going to leave like this? Aoshue seemed to be talking to herself, but her words had already reached Long Chen's ears. Who said I'm going to pat your butt? You really don't know shame. I'm the one who's going to dirty my hands. After saying that, Long Chen quickly left the Morning Light Business League under Aoshue's furious gaze. Xiao Shi, look at how angry that bitch is. Doesn't she look like she's covered in cow dung? Ling Shi burst into laughter and scolded with a smile, you're really bad. She just said a few words about you and you angered her to this extent. She deserves it. The two of them were very excited after getting the spirit carrier fruit. Long Chen could be considered to have experienced many things, but he was still young and had the temperament of a teenager. He was also a little happy after getting the spirit carrier fruit. The two of them quickly headed for Lingwu City. Around noon, they returned to the Green Willow Lodge in the green region of Lingwu City. As soon as they returned, Long Chen found Gan Lin still waiting for him in the martial hall. Did you obtain 105 hearts of steel? Gan Lin asked expectantly as soon as they met. Long Chen immediately calmed down. Seeing him like this, Gan Lin immediately laughed and said, you really know how to hide your abilities. If it wasn't for the fact that we discovered that there were 30 more steel puppets that died in the tunnel that you passed through, I wouldn't have known. But these are all past achievements. I'm here to tell you something else. Gan Lin quickly skipped over the matter of the steel hearts. Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. It's a good thing he didn't ask father for it, otherwise I'd be finished. This steel heart doesn't seem to be worth much. It seems that Zhao Tianfang used 3 pieces of divine jades to buy it from me just to win me over. Long Chen put down the matter of the steel hearts and asked, I wonder what senior apprentice brother Gan wants to tell me. Gan Lin sat on the chair and said, Deacon Lu told me to tell you that the Scarlet Blood Holy Church hasn't made any moves against Baiyang Village, so you can go complete your first mission without worry. But Long Chen, hearing this news, the stone weighing down on Long Chen's heart finally disappeared. But Gan Lin's made his heart jump again. There are still 4 days before your first mission. Your mission hasn't been confirmed yet, but Deacon Lu seems to want Huang Feiyang and Wunya to lead you on your first mission. They will be your assessors, when the time comes. Chapter 83. Hearing the name Huang Feiyang, Long Chen couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Huang Feiyang hates me to the core, but this Lu Lan put me together with him. What's the meaning of this? Does she want me to die? Thinking about how that enchanting beauty would treat him like this, Long Chen couldn't understand it. He furrowed his brows. But Long Chen, you don't have to worry too much. The examiners don't have the right to do anything to you. The Lingwu family's information network is very powerful. As long as you are careful, they won't dare to do anything to you in public. Long Chen wasn't afraid of Huang Feiyang. He just couldn't understand why Lu Lan's actions were so cruel. Senior disciple gone, if there's nothing else, I'll go back and prepare. Gan Lin nodded his head and said with a regretful expression, it's useless for me to plead for Deacon Lu's decision. Go back and prepare. Let's see if you can escape this disaster. Only then did Long Chen leave. Looking at Long Chen's back as he left, Gan Lin shook his head and sighed, 105 hearts of steel, that's even more than the number 1 outsider genius, Mo Xiaolang. But what is Deacon Lu thinking? What a pity. Although Long Chen had left, he didn't walk for long. He heard Gan Lin's sigh. He had heard the number 102 from Zhao Tianfang, and now he heard himself comparing it with someone else. And that person's name was Mo Xiaolang? Long Chen had come to the Lingwu family partly because of Mo Xiaolang. Back then, Mo Xiaolang had asked him to break through to the mortal core realm before he could come to the Lingwu family. But because of family matters, Long Chen had come here earlier. He had just familiarized himself with the Lingwu family, so Long Chen hadn't had the time to look for Mo Xiaolang. However, from what Gan Lin said, he should know where Mo Xiaolang was. Thinking of that young man, Long Chen smiled evilly. He suddenly turned around and went back to the martial arts hall. Gan Lin looked at him in confusion. Why did you come back? Senior brother Gan, I want to ask you about someone. Do you know where Mo Xiaolang is now? Long Chen went straight to the point, but when the name Mo Xiaolang came out of Long Chen's mouth, Gan Lin's expression changed. Shut up. Long Chen was stunned. His gaze turned cold as he asked, why? Gan Lin saw his expression and said coldly, Long Chen, I don't care what relationship you have with him, but in this Lingwu family, you better not ask anyone about him. There is no such person in our Lingwu family. When Gan Lin said this, Long Chen was even more confused. However, looking at Gan Lin's serious expression, he knew the seriousness of this matter. He nodded and said, I understand. After saying that, he left the martial arts hall and returned to his residence. Little Shi, what do you think is going on? Lingxi was also confused. I don't know either. Didn't that guy say he was from the Lingwu family? And he seemed to be doing well? Why does he feel like a stray dog now? I can't even say it. Long Chen frowned and said, at that time, he said he had something important to do at Yuanling City. Did something happen? Oh, that's right. Ling Shi suddenly thought of something and said, it feels like he's being despised by everyone, and he's called the number 1 genius of the outer races. Could it be because he betrayed the Lingwu clan? Long Chen thought about it and felt it was possible. With his personality, he wouldn't have done this. However, if someone pressured him, this might happen. Yes, just like that stinky woman. Thinking of Lu Lan, Lingxi's face flushed red. At first, she pretended to be a good person. Then, she made you do a mission with that stinky yellow thing. Isn't this clearly trying to kill you? Long Chen, why don't we also go to the Morning Light Business League? Maybe we can even meet Xiao Lang. Long Chen shook his head. Let's not do this first. We're just guessing. Xiao Lang is much stronger than me. I can't help him even if I want to. I think I should just focus on cultivation. As for the first mission, a cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. My patience is something they can't imagine. I don't believe I can't kill him. Huang Feiyang. Long Chen's sudden fierceness scared Lingxi. At this time, Long Chen took out the spirit-containing fruit from his universe bag. Go refine it. I'll take a look at Demon Sun Burning Fist and Dragon Swimming Nine Heavens. I have to make use of these few days. Early in the morning on the fourth day, Gan Lin knocked on Long Chen's door and said, "The mission has been issued. This is a rank 3 mission. Huang Feiyang and Wuxia are the main force. Long Chen just needs to follow them and learn. Try your best to perform well. They will be your examiners. Their evaluation of your performance will be an important basis for you to receive the kind of training from the Lingwu family in the future." Long Chen cursed inwardly, bullshit. Even if Huang Feiyang didn't manage to kill him in this mission, his evaluation would only be the worst. I don't know what the hell that little girl is doing. What can these two guys test out for me? I think there's an 80% chance that they'll try to kill me during the mission. Long Chen thought as he followed Gan Lin. The location of your mission is Yen Luo Town. The mayor of Yen Luo Town reported yesterday that a lot of young girls have gone missing in Yen Luo Town, including the mayor's daughter. The killer comes and goes without a trace. He should be a warrior who has just broken through to the mortal core realm. The mayor of Yen Luo Town can't handle him, so we will have to rely on the three of you. Just as Long Chen remembered Gan Lin's words, he arrived at the backyard of the Green Willow House. Long Chen heard that there were a lot of demon beasts being kept here. Just as he arrived, he saw a rock with a wingspan of 15 meters lying on the ground, staring at the group coldly. This is a rank 7 yellow rank demon beast, wind-splitting divine rock. It comes and goes without a trace, and its speed and endurance are extraordinary. It is the most common mount in the Lingwu family. Suddenly seeing Long Chen, the wind-splitting divine rock shrunk back. It looked at Long Chen with a puzzled look, and within the puzzled look, there was also a hint of respect. Did you sense the trace of dragon aura on my body? Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. Then, he saw the two men next to the wind-splitting divine rock. They were Huang Feiyang, who was smiling at Long Chen, and Wuxia, who had a serious and calm expression. Although Huang Feiyang was smiling, the killing intent within his smile couldn't be concealed. Lu Lan didn't come. You're finally here? Huang Feiyang took a few steps forward and looked at Long Chen like an elder. He clicked his tongue and said, "Not bad, kid. This time, your senior brother Wuxia and I will be your examiners. As long as you perform well and don't cause any trouble, I will give you a high score." "Right, Wuxia." Wuxia forced a smile. Huang Feiyang looked at Gan Lin again and said, "Senior brother Gan, you should go back first. We will take good care of this little guy. I guarantee that when we come back, I will raise him to be fat and healthy. What a disgusting fellow. If I catch you, I'll spank you until your buttocks are facing the sky." Lingxi followed Long Chen for a period of time. She didn't learn anything, but she learned quite a lot of vulgar words. However, Huang Feiyang's current appearance indeed made Long Chen very unhappy. Seeing the situation, Gan Lin warned Long Chen for a while, then looked at Huang Feiyang and said coldly, "Junior brother Huang, our Lingwu family has quite a lot of eyes and ears in Swallow Luo Town. If things aren't easy to handle, inform the family earlier." When Gan Lin said eyes and ears, he was actually warning Huang Feiyang. If Huang Feiyang publicly made a move against Long Chen, there would definitely be news that would spread to the Lingwu family. At that time, no matter how much power Huang Feiyang had, he would still be finished. Huang Feiyang understood Gan Lin's words, but he pretended not to understand and said with a clear laugh, "Of course. I guarantee that junior brother Longchen won't be hurt." Gan Lin knew that he could only help Longchen up to this point. He looked at Longchen again and said, "The time has come. You guys can go." Huang Feiyang called out to Wuxia and Longchen and went towards the wind-splitting divine rock. At this time, Wuxia took out a jade-green whistle and blew a very strange tone. The wind-splitting divine rock immediately became docile and lowered its body, allowing Huang Feiyang and Wuxia to jump onto its back. Longchen was very daring. Although he had never ridden on this giant bird before, he still climbed up without a frown. Under Wuxia's control, the wind-splitting divine rock let out a low cry and suddenly flapped its wings, rushing into the sky with a loud bang. Longchen grabbed its feathers tightly and sank his true energy, fixing himself on the wind-splitting divine rock's body. Only then did he sit steadily. However, that thrilling moment just now still made him break out in a cold sweat. In the strong wind, Huang Feiyang turned his head back to look at Longchen and grinned. Watching them leave, Gan Lin bit his lips and sighed powerlessly, "Another good youth, why did he have to end his life in such a way?" "Gan Lin, you're not happy with me?" A cold voice came from behind him. Gan Lin immediately turned his head. After seeing who it was, he hurriedly lowered his head and said, "Lord Administrator." Lu Lan swayed her hips and walked to his side. Her originally cold and handsome lips gradually curved up, and a smile appeared on her peach blossom-like face. "If you have any thoughts, you can tell me." Gan Lin thought for a moment, then gathered his courage and said, "Administrator, I feel that using this kind of extreme method to unearth their potential isn't the right way. Including Longchen, we've already lost 6 people, right? Isn't that enough?" Lu Lan was still smiling. She raised her head and looked at the horizon where Longchen had disappeared. She said, "A true genius is born from endless tempering and fatal danger. What I want him to experience is this kind of irresistible killing intent. If he fails, he dies. If he succeeds, he will become a dragon among men." She turned her head to look at Gan Lin and asked with interest, "Gan Lin, who do you think is stronger, 6 worms or a dragon?" Gan Lin's body trembled. He finally understood Lu Lan's thoughts. However, when he thought of those young faces, he still couldn't bear it. He said, "I just don't know when you'll be able to raise a dragon. I don't know either. Do you think Longchen has a high chance of succeeding?" Thinking of Longchen, Lu Lan still faintly smiled. She then shook her head and said, "His background is too poor and his foundation is too weak. Without these natural conditions, no matter how much he jumps, it's useless. Up until now, only Feng Wutian has been able to fulfill my expectations. However, Feng Wutian is someone who has blood relations with the inner Vermilion Bird clan." Chapter 84. The wind-splitting divine rock was very fast. The distance between Yanluo town and Yuanling city was much farther than that between Baiyang town and Yuanling city. It took Longchen 10 days to get there, but with the help of the wind-splitting divine rock, it only took them less than half a day to get there. Along the way, Huang Feiyang and Longchen were filled with murderous intent. "This Huang Feiyang didn't attack me on the wind-splitting divine rock. Looks like he wants to trip me up during the mission." Before arriving at Yanluo town, Huang Feiyang had parked the wind-splitting divine rock in a small village. Someone had already come to receive them. After leaving the wind-splitting divine rock here, Huang Feiyang and the group headed towards Yanluo town, which was not far away. Longchen now knew the reason why Huang Feiyang didn't attack on the wind-splitting divine rock. It was because there was someone here to receive them. The wind-splitting divine rock's huge body could easily startle ordinary people, so it wasn't suitable to fly directly to Yanluo town. After leaving the village, Huang Feiyang and Wenye walked in the front. I wonder what these two are up to. Long Chen followed closely behind them, unhurriedly. This mission was out of his expectations, but he had just prepared the soul-carrying fruit for Lingxi, so Long Chen had something to rely on. If he really couldn't resist them, then he would let Lingxi help him. Long Chen had already discussed it with her. If there really was a crisis that he couldn't resist, she was allowed to help him, but he couldn't ignore her life. Right now, Huang Feiyang and Wenye were walking in the front. Seeing how calm his partner was, Wenye lowered his head and asked, "When are you going to do it?" Huang Feiyang sneered with a gloomy voice, "There's no rush now. If Yan Baitian only sees the two of us, he will definitely know that Long Chen was killed by me on the way here. He won't dare to spread the news, but the family will definitely get the news easily. Then what are you going to do?" Huang Feiyang said casually, "Aren't we here to investigate and even kill? I heard that they have a mortal core warrior. Why don't we just send Long Chen to them?" Wenye nodded and said, "It's not bad that you haven't been blinded by hatred." The immense pressure from Huang Feiyang made Long Chen clench his fists tightly. "I'm just a step away from 9th layer Dragon Vein Realm. As long as I can enter the 9th level, I will be able to break through to the Mortal Core realm. At that point of time, even if Lingxi doesn't risk her life to save me, I will still have the ability to deal with them. But, this is the key to my survival." Yanluo town was right in front of them. Long Chen didn't know what was going to happen, but he knew that he was shouldering so many responsibilities. He couldn't be defeated. If he was defeated, Lingxi and everyone in the Yang family would be finished. Just like when Mo Xiaolang entered Baiyang town, he didn't attract much attention when he walked into the town. Long Chen felt a lot more relaxed after returning to a place like Poplar Town. Soon, he arrived at the town governor's mansion. This was a family that was similar to the Yang family. The family head was Yan Baitian, and he was at the peak of the 9th level of the Dragon Vein realm. Knowing that people from the Lingwu clan would come today, Yan Baitian had been waiting at the entrance of the mansion a long time ago. When he saw 3 young men with profound cultivation walking in his direction, he was overjoyed and quickly went to welcome them. He knelt on the ground and said excitedly, "I, Yan Baitian, greet the lords of the Lingwu clan." Long Chen looked at Yan Baitian carefully for a while. He realized that although he was old, his body was still strong. His skin was dark, and he looked like a black bear. But now, the black bear's eyes were red. It must be because he had lost his daughter. While Long Chen was sizing him up, he was also sizing them up. When he saw that Huang Feiyang and Wenye had already surpassed him at such a young age, he was immediately filled with admiration. When he saw Long Chen, he saw that Long Chen was young and that his cultivation was inferior to his, so he automatically ignored him. He thought that Long Chen had followed the two of them here to be bystanders. "Sirs, please come in, please come in. It's my great honor to have you all here." Yan Baitian invited Long Chen and the others into the main hall. Yan Baitian hurriedly asked someone to brew tea and serve the famous fruits and pastries of Yanluo town. He welcomed the 3 of them warmly. However, his expectant gaze was fixed on Huang Feiyang and Wenye. "Lords, please have a taste of our Yanluo town's white jade cake. This white jade cake is as beautiful as white jade. It's sweet but not greasy, and it melts in your mouth. It's a famous delicacy of Yanluo town. Quick, have a taste." Huang Feiyang beamed with joy. He took a bite, and sure enough, he couldn't stop praising it. After that, he said, "Mayor Yan, we didn't come here to eat. Now that we've finished eating, it's time for us to discuss proper business." Yes, yes. Finally, they could discuss proper business. Yan Baitian was very excited. He clenched his fists tightly. When he thought of those bastards, the veins on his neck were bulging. This happened in the past few days. Every night, those bastards would appear in the town and kidnap the girls who were walking outside. They had always been moving quietly, but more and more girls were going missing. I organized a group of people to lay low, and only then did I find out what had happened. Huang Feiyang frowned and asked, "The letter you submitted said that the other party was a mortal core warrior?" Yan Baitian nodded his head and said angrily, "Indeed. That bastard is stronger than me and the Luo family's chief combined. If he isn't a mortal core warrior, then what is he? Even my daughter was snatched away by him. Do they have any special characteristics?" At this moment, Wunya asked. Yan Baitian carefully recalled and said doubtfully, "They don't have any special characteristics, but I do remember that there is a red dot between their eyebrows." When he said this, Huang Feiyang and Wunya were only doubtful, but Long Chen's body trembled. "Are they from the Sacred Scarlet Blood Church?" Lingxi asked softly. "It should be. Lu Lan knows that I'm related to the Sacred Scarlet Blood Church. That's why she asked me to carry out this mission. If it's possible, I think I can obtain more information about the Sacred Scarlet Blood Church. But with Huang Feiyang and Wunya here, things will become much more troublesome. When I heard that the girl had gone missing, I felt that it was very familiar. I think you told me something about the Jadeite restaurant. It's those bastards again. Long Chen, how are you going to deal with them?" Long Chen smiled indifferently and said, "This is Huang Feiyang's matter. We can just let them fight until both sides are injured." At this time, Huang Feiyang and Wunya had already discussed with Yan Baitian about how to capture the Sacred Scarlet Blood Church's people. They have more or less captured them in these few days. I reckon that they are about to leave. They must be holed up in the East Yen Mountain beside the town. However, I don't know exactly where they are. Thinking about how his daughter would suffer, Yan Baitian's entire face turned purple. "Long Chen, he is so pitiful. You must help him." "I know. I also want to get rid of the Sacred Scarlet Blood Church's people. However, I will let Huang Feiyang and Wunya do it now. Huang Feiyang will definitely kill me. I want to see what kind of move he will use." Staring at Huang Feiyang secretly, Long Chen's eyes surged with a cold light. Yan Baitian only cared about talking with Huang Feiyang and Wunya. He had long forgotten about Long Chen. East Yen Mountain. Although East Yen Mountain is not big, it is still very difficult to find a group of people. Huang Feiyang frowned and said, "Even if we can't find them, we have to go up the mountain to find them. Otherwise, we won't be able to think of anything if we stay here." Yan Baitian revealed a grateful expression and said, "Then let's not delay any longer. Shall we go up the mountain now?" "There's no hurry." Huang Feiyang smiled and said, "Yan Baitian, I heard that you obtained the corpse of a profound rank demonic beast." At this critical moment, Huang Feiyang was actually concerned about the corpse of a profound rank demonic beast. This sentence instantly made Long Chen excited. If the corpse of a profound rank demonic beast is fresh, then its blood essence should be very useful to me. It can definitely allow me to reach the 9th level of the Dragon Vein realm. Then, with the evolution god fruit, thinking about this, Long Chen was extremely excited. He was also secretly thinking about how to obtain the corpse of a profound rank demonic beast. Meanwhile, Yan Baitian hurriedly said, "That corpse of a profound rank demonic beast should be sufficient to exchange for my daughter's life, right?" When it came to asking the Lingwu family to do something, the local powers would usually send gifts after the matter was completed. Yan Baitian was concerned about his daughter's life. Moreover, the letter he sent to Yuanling City had already stated that he would be sending the corpse of a profound rank demonic beast. Huang Feiyang and Huang Feiyang were aware of this. Moreover, this was an additional reward that they would obtain this time. Even if it was for the sake of the profound rank demon beast's corpse, they would still do their best to help Yan Baitian this time. Of course, to Huang Feiyang, killing Long Chen was an even more important matter. Yen Baitian had indicated that this was a profound rank demonic beast that had just died. In other words, the beast's soul and demonic core still existed. Even though it was merely a first-grade profound rank demonic beast, it was still extremely precious. Seeing Yen Baitian's anxious face, Huang Feiyang smiled and said, "Of course it's enough. Give us the corpse of the profound rank demonic beast now. Then, we will go up the mountain. If we can't complete the task, we will return it to you." Although Yen Baitian felt that it was a little unreliable to hand over the corpse of a profound rank demonic beast now, his daughter's life was still in his hands. Feeling helpless, he could only nod and say, "All right." As he spoke, he was about to take out the corpse of the profound rank demonic beast. "Wait," Longchen suddenly said. Chapter 85. What do you want? At this time, Longchen actually dared to disturb them. This made Huang Feiyang somewhat unhappy. "This mission is jointly carried out by the three of us, so I also have a share of the mystic class monster's corpse, right?" Longchen raised his head, neither servile nor overbearing. "What kind of joke is this?" Huang Feiyang's face sank as he sneered. "This mission is only a test for you, Longchen. You're far from qualified to receive the reward. Besides, the mystic class monster's soul and monster core is not something a brat like you can enjoy. Not giving it to me? Huh, Huang Feiyang, then you too can go up the mountain. If there's no benefit, I won't go to Eastern Swallow Mountain." Yen Baitian was stunned by Longchen's words. In his eyes, Longchen was only a follower of the two masters, but this follower dared to confront Huang Feiyang and say such disgraceful words. Yen Baitian looked at Huang Feiyang. At this time, Huang Feiyang also stood up from his chair. His eyes were incomparably cold. A powerful aura swept towards Longchen. However, just as Huang Feiyang was about to take action, he was stopped by Wuxia. Wuxia gave Huang Feiyang a look, then looked coldly at Longchen. "Longchen, in this mission, we are your examiners, you must listen to our orders. If you don't go to Eastern Swallow Mountain, even if we give you the lowest score, you can't say anything to Deacon Lu." If Longchen didn't go to Eastern Swallow Mountain, how could he kill Longchen? So this was absolutely impossible, but Longchen definitely didn't have a share of the mystic class monster's corpse. However, if Longchen was stubborn, he couldn't kill Longchen on the spot, so Huang Feiyang frowned. "You want to scare me with this?" Longchen was neither servile nor overbearing. He coldly looked at the two, not backing down. "If you don't agree, I won't do it." Longchen was a little unreasonable, even Wuxia was angry, not to mention Huang Feiyang whose eyes were starting to turn red. Seeing Longchen's arrogant look, he thought of his younger brother who was crippled by Longchen. Thinking of Huang Xiang who hadn't recovered yet, Huang Feiyang's killing intent grew bit by bit. "Endure. Right now, in front of so many people, I still can't kill him. Wait until we get to Eastern Swallow Mountain, where there's no one, he'll die without a burial ground. Longchen, oh Longchen, you'll definitely die miserably." Thinking of this, Huang Feiyang forced himself to endure. Yen Baitian watched their farce in a daze. When he saw that Huang Feiyang didn't immediately kill Longchen, his opinion of Longchen immediately improved. He thought to himself, "This little guy has a way to make Lord Huang angry but not kill him. It seems that he has some ability. If I want to save my daughter, it seems that I have to mediate between both sides." Thinking of this, Yen Baitian hurriedly said, "Young lord, so many lives in Yen Luo town are in your hands. You must have a merciful heart. Other than the corpses of mystic rank demon beasts, you can have anything you want. I only want the mystic class monster's corpse." Longchen playfully smiled, looking at the ashen-faced Huang Feiyang without any fear. "In your dreams." Huang Feiyang sneered, then looked at Yen Baitian. "Town Lord Yen, don't say any more. This brat just entered the Lingwu family and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'll let him suffer a little and he will know what to do. But when the time comes and the family investigates, I hope Town Lord Yen can say a few good words for me." Yen Baitian bitterly said, "Lord, this is not good. We are both members of the Lingwu family, it's not good to hurt each other." At this time, Longchen said, "Huang Feiyang, I won't beat around the bush with you. I'll get straight to the point. What I need is the demonic beast's corpse, not its soul or core. Give me the corpse and I'll do it beautifully for you. How about it?" The most valuable part of the monster's corpse was the monster core and beast soul. The rest was basically trash. Huang Feiyang didn't expect Long Chen to want this. He frowned, puzzled. What does this brat want the corpse for? What's the secret? Wenya was also puzzled. Even Yen Baitian knew that the corpse itself wasn't valuable, so he didn't know why either. Could it be that you are afraid that after I obtain the corpse, my cultivation will skyrocket and surpass you? Longchen saw Huang Feiyang was hesitating, so he sneered and said. As expected, Huang Feiyang was provoked. He looked at Longchen suspiciously for a while, then said coldly, "You're just a mere 8th level Dragon Vein Realm warrior. If you can reach initial mortal core realm with the help of a demon beast's corpse, then I, Huang Feiyang, deserve to lose to you. But, is that possible?" Wenya and Yen Baitian both laughed, because it was impossible. "Town Lord Yen, give me the corpse first. We will retrieve the monster core and beast soul first. If we can't complete the mission, then I will return the beast soul and monster core to you." Yen Baitian hesitated for a while, then agreed. The Lingwu family's reputation was still trustworthy. Then, Huang Feiyang and the rest went to refine the beast soul. Longchen waited in the hall for a while before he heard the sound of their arrival. "These guys are so gullible. I just provoked them a little and they gave you the corpse. What idiots, hee, that's because I'm smart. I'm now at the peak of 8th level Dragon Vein Realm. If I get the blood from this corpse, I will definitely be able to break through." Huang Feiyang and the rest appeared again. Under Huang Feiyang's cold gaze, Long Chen put the mystic rank monster's corpse into his Qiankuan bag. A mystic rank 1st level monster, blue-eyed snow lion. Looking at the wounds on the corpse, it was bitten to death by another monster. After keeping the demon beast's corpse, Long Chen said to Yen Baitian, "Give me half an hour. I need to organize some things." They didn't have enough time, and Long Chen still wanted to stall for time. Yen Baitian was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He could only look at Huang Feiyang for help. Huang Feiyang's killing intent toward Long Chen had reached its peak. But, when he thought about how he would be able to take Long Chen's life once he arrived at Yendong Mountain, he had no choice but to suppress his killing intent. For him, killing Long Chen was his top priority. "You can be proud of yourself now. Although I don't have the courage to kill you in broad daylight, you won't be able to live past tonight." Huang Feiyang waved his hand with an impatient expression. After getting his permission, Long Chen smiled lightly, then he asked Yen Baitian, who was so anxious that his face had turned green. Long Chen knew they were running out of time, so he quickly asked, "Xiao Shi, are you sure the soul-amplifying fruit can be digested in a short period of time and help me break through to the divine core realm?" "Of course, I'm very knowledgeable, I'm not someone a country bumpkin like you can understand." Long Chen didn't want to waste any more time. He immediately took out the body of the blue-eyed snow lion from his spatial bag. Looking at the demon beast with soft white fur, he silently transformed into his dragon soul form. As he used the spell, the red scales on the surface of his skin gradually appeared. Bright red bone spikes that were like blades gradually appeared from his joints. In just a split second, Long Chen's appearance had undergone a tremendous change. His bright red appearance was evil, ferocious, but at the same time, it gave people a complicated feeling. Next, it's time to transform blood into qi. after killing Shui Yuanzi, Long Chen hadn't used this ability again. This ability was still heaven-defying. In fact, most of the reason why Long Chen was able to achieve what he had today was because of this ability. This showed how powerful this ability was. At least in White Poplar Town, Long Chen had never heard of such an ability before. Transforming blood into qi, Dragon Soul Transformation, these two powerful abilities Long Chen possessed came from that drop of inherited blood essence, and Long Chen had only absorbed 1/1000 of the blood essence. Perhaps that blood essence really came from some ancient blood dragon, but Lingxi doesn't believe it. In this hidden corner, no one could see what was happening here. What they couldn't see was that drops of blood seemed to have their own consciousness, and were slowly seeping out from the blue-eyed snow lion's skin. They were dancing happily in the air, then they entered Long Chen's body and were completely absorbed by him. In the end, they were completely transformed into true energy. Although the amount of blood essence from a profound rank demon beast wasn't as much as the underground blood lizard king, its quality was much higher. The bloodline energy contained within it was many times stronger than the underground blood lizard king's. When Long Chen had devoured Shui Yuanzi back then, he hadn't felt such a huge increase in true energy. The blood-red true energy inside of him seemed to be exploding, surging madly as more and more true energy joined in. 8 dragon meridians had already been broken, but the 9th heavenly dragon meridian was still as stable as Mount Tai. Long Chen knew that the heavenly dragon vein was very difficult to break through. This was also the reason why Yang Qingxian and the others were still stuck at the 8th level of the dragon vein stage. As his true energy surged, blood-red waves surged in Long Chen's body. When this wave reached its peak, Long Chen knew that the time was almost right to break through to the 9th level of the dragon vein stage. Chapter 86. Once he broke through the heavenly dragon vein, he would be able to reach the peak of the dragon vein realm, the 9th level. Once he reached the 9th level of the dragon vein realm, all the dragon veins in his body would be opened, and his true qi would be able to flow freely within his body. After absorbing the emerald snow lion's blood essence, Long Chen's true qi had increased by a few times. Right now, his true qi could almost burst his body. He now had the strength to break through to the 9th level of the dragon vein realm. Heavenly Dragon Vein. Sitting on the ground with his legs crossed, and with Lingxi's protection, Long Chen was not worried about any accidents. At this moment, he shouted and circulated his true qi towards the 9th dragon vein, which was also the longest dragon vein, the heavenly dragon vein. The true energy was vast and mighty, suddenly turning into a blood-red divine dragon, letting out a series of low roars. It was like a meteor smashing down, blasting apart the heavenly dragon vein. Then, endless true energy pushed through the heavenly dragon vein layer by layer. The heavenly dragon vein was the longest dragon vein. Its length was almost as long as all the other dragon veins in front of it combined, and its difficulty was also almost the same as all the other dragon veins in front of it combined. However, Long Chen had devoured the blood essence of a mortal core warrior and a mortal core demon beast. The quantity and quality of his true energy had skyrocketed, and the heavenly dragon vein could no longer stop him. The powerful true qi was pushing through the heavenly dragon vein. Do your best. Inside Lingxi's sword, Lingxi looked at Long Chen nervously. Her pair of small eyes were moving around, and her little fists were clenched tightly. Time passed by. Although the heavenly dragon vein was long, Long Chen's speed of breaking through it was a few times faster than before. He had the strength to break through to the 9th level of the dragon vein realm. Therefore, after 15 minutes, the 9th dragon vein was completely opened. A deep dragon roar exploded from Long Chen's body. At this moment, when the heavenly dragon vein was opened, Long Chen could even feel endless blood-red heavenly dragons roaring crazily within his body, as if they were celebrating his growth. Although the blood dragon images that suddenly appeared in his blood vessels, internal organs, and bones were extremely bloody and numerous, Long Chen didn't feel afraid at all. The primordial divine dragons are truly incomprehensible creatures. I wonder if they are similar to demonic beasts? As Long Chen was thinking this, his bones and organs began to emit crackling sounds. A powerful aura exploded out in all directions. At this moment, he suddenly stood up, his eyes opened, and two beams of divine light burst out. Sensing the massive energy in his body, Long Chen excitedly said, "Little Shi, I've broken through to the 9th stage of the Dragon Vein realm, and my true energy has increased by a lot. I'm close to the divine core realm now." Seeing Long Chen's excited expression, Ling Shi was also very excited in her heart. She hurriedly said, "Then hurry up and use the evolution fruit. A quarter of an hour has already passed. If we wait any longer, those two stinky fellows might come looking for trouble." Long Chen sneered and said, "Do they have the guts to attack me when they see that I'm cultivating? The Lingwu family values the potential of their clansmen the most, and breaking through to the next realm is the most important moment to display one's potential. If they disturb us at this moment, I don't think they'll have a good time when they get back." Although he said that, Long Chen didn't dare show any signs of neglect. He had obtained the corpse of the emerald-eyed snow lion from Yen Baitian at this moment, and he was surrounded by powerful enemies, but he still dared to cultivate like this. This was a huge risk. Long Chen knew that this was a risk he had no other choice but to take. The appearance of the mystic rank demon beast's corpse was an opportunity for him. If he didn't seize this opportunity, then in the hands of Huang Feiyang and Wenya, who were both at the initial mortal core realm, he would be doomed for sure. Wait until I break through to the mortal core realm. As a dragon warrior, will I still be afraid of you? Long Chen sneered. The evolution fruit in the jade box was already in his hand. Without any hesitation, Long Chen swallowed it immediately. If not, the smell of the evolution fruit would spread, and it might cause some trouble. The evolution fruit was indeed the best herb that Long Chen had ever seen. Although it was just an initial mystic realm herb, Lingxi had told him that the price of an evolution fruit was almost the same as some mid-mystic realm herbs. Without at least 1,000 divine jades, there was no way he could buy this evolution fruit. That was because the effect of the evolution fruit was really amazing. It was a super herb that could help a 9th-level Dragon Vein warrior break through to the divine core realm in an instant. When the evolution fruit entered his stomach, Long Chen could feel a cool stream of air flowing into every corner of his body. This feeling was like he had suddenly stepped into a cool pond on a hot summer day. However, after this cool stream of air, there was a slight warmth. Long Chen felt like he was soaking in a hot spring. This feeling was extremely comfortable. "Idiot, hurry up and absorb this medicinal strength. Gather your true qi in your dantian and form the divine core." Lingxi immediately woke up Long Chen from the comfortable feeling. Following Lingxi's instructions, he immediately circulated his true qi and absorbed the medicinal strength that was everywhere in his body. The medicinal strength of this evolution fruit is so huge that it's like an ocean. When the originally solid medicinal strength entered Long Chen's body, it instantly transformed into an ocean of medicinal strength that was rolling around inside Long Chen's body. Long Chen controlled his true qi and swept through every corner of his body, completely absorbing the medicinal strength into his true qi. The medicinal strength condensed his true qi. During the process of circulating, the medicinal strength in his body became lesser and lesser, and his true qi became more and more solid. When all the true qi converged into the 9 dragon veins and headed toward his dantian, the huge amount of true qi had actually become more than 10 times more solid. The medicinal strength of this evolution fruit actually has the effect of condensing my true qi. No wonder Lingxi said it could help me break through to the divine core realm. If I relied on myself to condense my true qi, I have no idea how long it would take. Right at this moment, within the dragon veins, all the true qi had transformed into 9 divine dragons, and all of them were rushing toward his dantian at the same time. Right now, Long Chen's body was trembling. A powerful energy was sweeping across his body, and it even made his body swell up. Luckily, he had transformed into his dragon soul form, or else, with his original body, he had no idea if he could withstand this level of true qi collision. All the true qi is rushing into my dantian. This step is called dantian collision. If I succeed, all the true qi will become 10 times more solid, forming the mortal core. At the last moment, Long Chen didn't care too much. He braced himself and controlled all the true qi to rush into his dantian. His dantian was connected to the 9 dragon veins, and right at this moment, a total of 9 blood-red true qi dragons were rushing out from the 9 dragon veins. Before they could even show themselves, they had already collided with each other in his dantian. At this moment, Long Chen, who had never experienced such a situation before, was so scared that his face turned pale. In his opinion, when so much true qi collided with each other, it should have caused an explosion. What surprised him was that the blood-red true qi actually melted into a blood-colored mist. Each blood-red dragon's head disappeared first, followed by the dragon's body, and finally the dragon's tail. When the 9 dragons' tails merged with the mist, Long Chen's dantian was completely filled with the blood-red mist. This mist is actually shrinking. In this blood-red mist, there seemed to be hundreds of millions of blood dragons hiding. All Long Chen could hear was the endless roars of dragons ringing in his ears. This kind of sound couldn't be heard by others, but when Long Chen heard it, his blood was boiling. It was as if he had returned to the blood-boiling era, the era when dragons ruled the world. In the blood-red mist, countless dragons were tumbling. Although they were only illusory dragon shadows, it was enough to shock Long Chen. The blood-red mist gradually shrank, and the illusory dragon shadows also slowly shrank. A quarter of an hour slowly passed, and at this time, Huang Feiyang and the others were already walking towards Long Chen. At this moment, a light sound appeared in his dantian. The mist gradually condensed, and in the end, it actually condensed into a blood-red dan the size of an egg. This was the mortal dan of a divine dan cultivator. Long Chen had also understood this mortal dan before, but he discovered that it was different from ordinary mortal dan. The most obvious difference was that his mortal dan was red. And more importantly, he actually discovered a dragon-shaped pattern on this mortal dan. This dragon-shaped pattern emitted a faint red light. Although it was not very obvious in the red mist, it had a kind of soul-stirring deterrent force. On top of his mortal dan, there was actually a blood-red dragon tattoo. After becoming a dragon warrior, Long Chen no longer felt strange about this. At this moment, he knew that he had completely broken through to the mortal core realm. After reaching the mortal core realm, all the true energy in his body had condensed into a blood-red mortal dan. His body no longer had the feeling of being filled with true energy, instead, it had become very reserved. Long Chen's entire body looked a lot more refreshed, and he looked like a handsome young man with sunshine. However, when he unleashed his full strength, he would still become the king of killing. Although I don't look as ferocious as before, compared to when I was still at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm, my strength has increased by more than 100 times. After slightly circulating the true energy in his mortal dan, Long Chen could feel the huge amount of energy, and he had a rough estimate in his heart. With my current strength, and with the dragon soul transformation, Huang Feiyang, thinking about this man who could kill him at any time, a cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. You probably want to attack me at Yendong Mountain, right? But at that time, I will definitely give you a surprise. Now, let me play with you. Seeing that Long Chen had successfully broken through to the mortal core realm, Lingxi let out a sigh of relief. She looked at the young man in front of her with lingering fear and said, "Luckily you were smart enough to get this mystic rank demon beast's body. If not, it would have been a disaster for you. Although your character is not that good, your luck has always been good. I think the heavens are really blind." Lingxi had been with Long Chen for a while now, and her words had become more and more unrestrained. Long Chen was a little speechless. Just when he was about to tease her, his expression suddenly changed. A faint smile appeared on his face as he looked towards the door. Huang Feiyang's face turned pale as he walked towards the door with Wanya and the others. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.